Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing out there? Oh man, it is early. It is early. I hope you're doing well this early in the morning because I am hanging in there. Welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason, which is a monthly show that I do here on my channel here on Bridge the Divide. And of course, this is where we sit down. I sit down with usually with a co-host, and we chat about we bring people up on stage, chat about what they believe and why, and that's pretty much it. Just have these interesting conversations that I think are really important to have. So thank you for joining me. If you're new here, welcome. And of course, we're going to check out who we have in the live chat today. Let me see who we got before it starts really filling out. Let me see. Bellywood is here. Who's here first? Good to see you, Bellywood. As well as Karis 2030. Good to see you. Fangirl 98. Good to see you. Says, hey, everyone. Armageddon's Fire, thanks so much for hanging out, bud. Appreciate it, Facty, as well. And Dib, good to see you. Says, on the television, so lurk mode is engaged. Hope you're having a happy day. I am, so far. Everything's looking good so far. So we're doing fantastic. Let me see. Here, Hold My Wings is here. Good to see you, Hold My Wings. Doctor Who Design is here as well. Good to see you. Fresh in on the TARDIS. Fangirl98, thank you so much for the $3.99 super sticker. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much for that support. Very generous. And of course, Super J Live has been a member of the Godless Army for 14 months. Thank you for that support, Super J. I do appreciate that. And of course, if you're interested, if you we have channel memberships here, and of course, you can tell I'm still like on the verge. I still have my wake up juice, so I'm still kind of like waking up, making sure that I'm fresh and good to go. But yes, if you'd like access to all the cool channel emojis, and badges that I've made, it's 99 cents a month. That's how much That's as much as I value my content. So of course, and with the channel badge, the longer you're with me, I designed it after the expanding mind meme, because the longer you're subscribed to my channel, the longer you remember, the more your mind expands. See how I got that? So thank you so much for that support, Super J Live. Appreciate that. Steven Stevens is saying hello from Tennessee, and Wings is from Texas, my old stomping grounds. Lived in Texas for 30 years, so good to see you, bud. Sarcasm says, good morning, Jail. Good morning, Sarcasm. Good to see you. Appreciate that. And running no less name, Gabba says, I guess Gary has come crawling back to the politics server. Yes, Darth Dawkins is back on the politics server because he wore out his welcome on TikTok. He tried to go to TikTok, he tried to do the thing, and try to engage in his old antics, and he got booted. He got booted from TikTok. So, and now he's back to politics, and eventually he'll wear out his welcome on that server. He'll jump to another server, and he'll find, who knows. It's the cycle continues. We could literally create a predictive model on that man's irrational and asinine behavior. God equals square root of -1. Good to see you. Says Ola Hala all. Good to see you, bud. And Karis 23 says good afternoon for every for the from the UK. That's right, because you're 6 hours ahead of us. So, but thank you for hanging out. Thank you, appreciate it. Spending your afternoon with us. Oh man, you can tell I'm still kind of still trying to get picked up. Still trying to get the pickup. Oh, hopefully that will kick in shortly. Mr. Colby too. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. So what we're doing here, for those of you who are new, at 10 o'clock, we go over to the Discord. I bring the Discord server over here. We pop in and we start the stage there. Bring people up on stage and chat with them. Typically, I have a co-host. The co-host who is scheduled to be with me today is I Killed Earl. And she was really, really excited to get to be a part of it, and to be a part of these conversations that we do every single month. But I don't know I'm not sure that's going to happen. Something may have come up, and she may have a conflict. So, because I haven't heard anything. So, but she has the details. She has the Discord server. So hopefully, she'll be there. We're not kicking off for another, like 15. What is it? 18 minutes. So 10 o'clock is when we go live over there. Is when I fire up the stage. As a matter of fact, I've got Taco messaging me. And so we'll see if she pops up. If she doesn't, if she's not able to, if she has a conflict and she's not able to, then I will try to find another person. Either that, or I can just do it myself. I've been doing solo shows for a while now, so I could probably just handle it myself, and we should have hopefully have some interesting conversations. I won't have anybody to jaw with, which is kind of like, was always a bummer. But yeah, we typically run this for a few hours, and we have some interesting conversations. So I hope everybody out there is doing fantastic. Rainrick66 is here. Says hello from Charleston, South Carolina. Very, very cool. I have family in SC. I do. So this is where, after my dad passed, we were living in Texas after my dad passed. The family moved out to South Carolina. My brother actually went to Clemson. So, yeah. Ooh, Fangirl98 has become a member of the Army of the Dead. Thank you so much, Fangirl. Appreciate that support. Enjoy all those emojis that I've made for you, all those fun emojis. And we have a couple more. We have a couple more emojis in the works. So the more members we get, the more that we can unlock. So it unlocks in sets. So I'm looking forward to that. So, the state of things. It's interesting out there. I will say this. Rainbow City is home of Trump's VP, Scott or Haley. I think so. I'm pretty sure. I think so. But, not an endorsement, just speculation. So, maybe. Who knows? Vanguard Shield, good to see you. Hello, all the way from Canada. Fangirl 90 says, this is my first ever membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I could make a crude reference there, but I do appreciate the support. Thank you, Fangirl. Pinworm is here. Good to see you. Says hello, sick but here. Thanks so much for hanging out, Pinworm. I hope you feel better soon. Turtle moves as well. Says unaccustomed to all the sunshine and heat in the UK. Getting warm. Here where I am, tornado season is in full swing, but tornado season kicked off earlier than we anticipated. So, because typically it doesn't kick off until like real tornado season doesn't kick off until like the second week of May, and this tornado season effectively kicked off at the end of March, and we anticipated actually lasting until like a couple of months later than it should. So we're thinking that tornado season may actually last until as late as September, which is wild. So, and of course they're getting nastier and they're lasting longer. So, we tried to warn them. We tried to warn people, but what are you going to do? Anna, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Dr. Legend as well. Good to see you. Dr. Legendary, thank you so much for being here. Westside Girl Reacts. It's, hey, JL, we are just starting cicada season. Yes, we are. I go out in my backyard. I go out in the back area, and in the areas where the grass is low, you can see the boreholes where they're digging in order to develop before they pop out and start making their racket. Rainbow 66 is where JL. I grew up in Missouri, lots of tornado warnings. Oh yeah. So I'm in Oklahoma right now. And as a matter of fact, see, this is I live in Oklahoma, and we recently had an F4 run through nearby where I am. As a matter of fact, just to give kind of clarification, the F4, the one that smashed Barnsdall. So it pretty much, Barnsdall's a very, very tiny town. It's literally like one sign pointing to go to Barnsdall, and you could miss it. It's a very, very tiny town, and Barnsdall just got hit head on. But that tornado, that F4, I was actually working. I was here in the office when that went down, and the only thing that I heard, the only thing that we got over here was like extreme wind. Like I heard the wind outside. It was like, ooh, that's really intense. But apparently, it just sideswiped where I'm at. It did glance the town that I live in, but where we are, we're too far. I think we were too far to the northwest, and it really hit on the east. So literally, I mean, the track of the tornado was about, depending upon driving, because you couldn't drive straight there, about 10 minutes for me. So I'd have to drive 10 minutes to get to where it hit. So, and the damage track is there. But yeah, so it kind of glanced. So about 10 minutes away is where that F4 swung by. All we got was, we got some decent microbursts. And I could hear the wind outside the window, just like that high pitched squall. So, but yeah, it was interesting. I did not see it myself because I was here in the house. I got the dog, so I didn't see it. But it did. The wind did some damage around the neighborhood. Nothing here. Nothing hit us. No damage to the house because we're in good shape. New roof, new everything. But unfortunately, there were some people that had broken windows, some damage to their cars. And of course, lots of downed trees, blowing over a lot of trees. So, but yeah, I guess it just sideswiped us. All right. Thank you so much, NANA, who gifted 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, NANA. Very generous. Welcome all you new members. Please enjoy your emojis and of course the channel badge. Let me see. A Super Tornado Alley. Yeah. I was in St. Louis, not as much. I remember when, yeah, obviously, when the Joplin tornado hit, and then of course there was the one in Oklahoma that absolutely was just absolutely devastating. And I'm forgetting the name of the town for some reason. Joplin was super, super bad. And Guthrie, Oklahoma. When Guthrie, Oklahoma got hit as well. Those are the two biggest ones of recent memory, the two most devastating ones of recent memory. Now, of course, most recently the Barnsdall one, which basically just it damn near leveled Barnsdall to the ground. There's almost nothing left. I think some scant areas that just got kind of like just kind of luckily just made it through, but yeah, the Barnsdall one was pretty bad. But yeah, Joplin and Guthrie were both just absolutely just tragic. Let me see. So not a finger of God. No. As far as Twister references go, no, it was not the finger of God. It was not. So Rainer says, "Yikes, so scary. That's what basements are for." True. Here where we are, we have storm shelters. So, but I didn't feel the need to. There was one we could go to, but I didn't feel the need for us to go there, for me to grab the dogs, pack them up, and then go there. So it just wasn't necessary. But wind, it's not that the wind is blowing; it's what the wind is blowing. Yep. Ronola's name says, "I'm all for raising awareness of climate change, but can they leave precious artwork the fuck alone?" Agreed. I will agree with that. Westside Girl Reacts says, "Where is the Discord link to the chat?" So down in the description of this live stream, you'll see the Politics Discord server link. And that link will never expire. Sometimes, when people share links, they expire after 7 days. That one will never expire. So just click on that link. That will open up Discord to you, and then you can join the server, and then you'll be able to access. Now, a heads up, when you join, your access or your ability to do things will be limited, because that's like that's just kind of like I guess I don't want to say it's gatekeeping, but it's kind of like they want to make sure that people who are joining want to like engage in conversation and discussion. So this would be a period of time before you can start typing in chats and before you can start joining voice channels. So you get through that small grace period, and then you'll be able to access everything. So basically it's the opportunity to go around and sit around and listen and join rooms and listen to people talk and stuff like that. So it takes it's to weed out the people who are just in there, the looky loos and the trolls, as best we can. So, but there you go. Vanguard Shield, good to see you. What's I would say, Raiders, are you near the new Bob Dylan Center? Is that in Tulsa? No, Tulsa is over an hour away from us. So from where we are, I can tell you this without giving away my precise location. I'm about 5 minutes from the Kansas border is where I am. So, but yeah, we're pretty rural. There's really, you go outside the house, you go outside, and there's more cows than anything. I got the back pasture, the back fields and everything. I want to say they're pastures because nothing grazes back there, but you got all that freaking land that's back there, and then of course there's just cows. More cows than people, really, and a lot, and a lot of and several abandoned properties. I would say properties that were just literally that are a part of the residential ward that we live in, but they actually, these properties that are just like completely left to the elements. I have no idea who owns them, but they're just like these falling down houses that have been completely overgrown. It's like something out of a horror film, like Evil Dead and shit. And we got a bunch of those all over the place, just just recessed back into where the woods are. And so it's interesting. It was definitely a culture shock from moving here from Dallas, from the Dallas area. Rodinoless name says, "I blame the increase of tornadoes on the rise of witchcraft." Anti-M, Uncle Henry, it's a twister. Yes, definitely the rise of witchcraft. They're upsetting the balance of nature. So it looks like we're going to be kicking off the stage here in about 8 minutes. But yeah, so if you're interested, if if you talk about what you believe and why, if you happen to be a theist, we give priority to theists, people who believe in God or a version of God, or if you other things that you believe in, like if you want to talk about the supernatural, if you have questions about science, philosophy, religion, whatever. We're generally pretty knowledgeable here. There's something obviously I'm not like a glor I'm not like I would say I'm pretty good at what we do. I'm pretty knowledgeable on these things. So are my co-hosts. So I guess we'll Ghost as well. Yes, Vanguard Ghost as well. So but yeah, you're more than welcome. You can use the Discord link to pop in and then hang out and you can post questions or you can I think there's a way to interact on stages. So but yeah, I hope that y'all join us and you can hang out if you have something you want to talk about. We'd love to hear from you. Well, let me see here. Boom, boom, boom. Don't get many tornadoes in the UK. I imagine so. I imagine so. Well, what's interesting is that we're getting more earthquakes here where I am. So Angela recently felt her first earthquake. And it was a really it was just a baby one. It wasn't even I would say probably not even where we were because the epicenter of the earthquake was about the epicenter of the earthquake was around Edmond, but we felt it. So we felt like just the kind of like the outskirts of it. So it was kind of like it was. I would say by our estimation, probably a two, maybe less. So it was just like the whole, it was just like like the vibration, like the whole house just kind of vibrated. She'd never felt an earthquake before, so it took her completely by surprise. I'm from California, so we're familiar with them, and so I was kind of like, I was working, and it was like all of a sudden, and I was like, oh, I heard like the glass things in my cases over here. Heard them get that vibrate on. I was kind of like, nothing was extreme, but it was because I think it was like a 3.8. It was like a 3.8, 3.9 in Edmond. So, but we're getting more. We're getting more of them. They're becoming more common here in Oklahoma. Earthquakes, yes. Just Call Me Avi has poofed and appeared. Good to see you, Just Call Me Avi. Thanks so much for being here. Dr. Nimrod as well. Good to see you. Hope everything is well with the family. Hope you're doing well. Random Name Generator, RNG is here. Says tornadoes. We had one rip through Jersey in October. Told you, getting wild. Getting wild. They're hitting Florida as well. Florida's getting them as well. So what are you going to do? It's Speedy's here. Good to see you. This is cool as jail. Heck yeah. Thanks so much for being here. It's Speedy. And Dr. Nimrod says, earthquake or just a massive fart? Jail trying to blame the dogs that time. Well, given that like everything in the house started like vibrating, like started shit like I don't think it was me. Typically my farts are localized to the office. So that's where you get the most vibration, but this was the entire house. So, and I can't take credit for that. I mean, it'd be cool if I could, but I can't. Rodnell Sam says, I'm Californian. Anything under a magnitude 4 isn't even worth waking up. Yeah, anything under 4, you don't even have to wait. It's like, it's not even worth it. You're just kind of like, whatever. RNG says, oh, Bridge the Divide in High Jail, Jersey, the original, not New Jersey. Nice. Nice. All right. Looks like we're going to be kicking off here in about 5 minutes. I don't have anybody over in the Discord waiting just yet, but I will do this. Let's share the screen and make sure that we are good. And make sure my audio's on. There we go. So that's what it's going to look like, and then people will come in underneath, and then we'll kick the stage off. So that's what you're going to be looking for. So I've got that all set up and ready to go, and I think we're good. Dr. Nimrod has been a member of the Godless Army for 21 months. Thank you so much for the support, Dr. Nimrod. Hi, Inquisitor is here. Says, please don't beat me because I was late. We haven't done anything. I'm just John before we start the main event. Hopefully, my co-host will be joining me shortly. We had problems with people going to Discord and being here simultaneously if they weren't on their own system. So we had some audio issues that way that was causing bad echo. So if I Kill Earl is going to be, if she's able to get on her system and then join Discord, then we'll be able to do it that way. But hopefully, I Killed Earl will be here because she seemed excited. She seemed excited about joining me, about being up here on the stage with me. So hopefully that will be soon. But we'll kick it off and do whatever. We'll figure it out. We will adjust. We will adapt because that is what we do. Yep. Yeah, beat yourself in shame. Absolutely. I'm sitting here thinking before we get started, I got a couple of minutes. Ah, I'm sitting here hoping eventually that we can get the Four Beardsmen going again. Now it's looking like we might be able to do that. The four of us have been able to find time to chat because we have like a message group that we used to use, and then obviously when things when the schedules became kind of crazy, we just stopped. We just stopped using it. But I think Irish Demon's schedule may be more permitting these days. Good to see you, Jefferson Spatchcock and Charlie Welch as well. Good morning to you, sir, and Charlie Welch. Morning. Good to see you, bud. Thank you so much for hanging out. But I'm hoping eventually we can get the Four Beardsmen going again. Johnny, me, PhD Tony, and Irish Demon. I think that was a lot of fun when we did those back in the day. We had a blast. I typically try to laugh my ass off. But yeah, those were fun, and we had interesting conversations. Because each one of us is kind of like has our own kind of specialization. And I'm pretty sure y'all miss it. I'm pretty certain that you guys miss the Four Beardsmen. I miss it like badly because that was just to get on YouTube, especially when I was as fresh as I was, and to jump on there and have a group that can come together every week and come together every week or come together every couple of weeks and have these awesome discussions that last a few hours and just get used to used to being being live. And it was such a fantastic way to ease into this whole streaming thing, ease into the whole YouTube thing, like building up your audience, building up awareness. It was just an absolute blast. Not to mention hanging with PhD Tony is always going to be a win. So, yes, just call me Avi. Irish being drunk plus indoor fireworks equals fun times. Obviously, we had some legendary times with Irish Demon, and he always makes it fun. Especially his food tasting one. It's got to be one of my favorites. One of my favorite videos was when he was tasting the shit that I sent him from Texas. Yeah, that was hilarious. That everything, all the Mexican candy. Because there's a lot of chile in that, and he wasn't expecting it, which is just great. I love it when he thought it was like sherbet and it was beer salt. He's like, it's salty. God, that was fucking hilarious. Glober Mom, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Says hi everyone. Appreciate you hanging out, Glober Mom. And I see West Side Girl reacts. Says Demon had to be a son of anarchy. Demon had to be a son of anarchy cosplay. He's got his thing going on with the motorcycle dudes, and that's really awesome because they do a lot of good charity work. And but hopefully we'll be able to put it together. Hopefully we'll be able to get a stream or a regular stream when it's the four of us, and we can kind of like be like old times, where we can chat stuff like this. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. All right, well, it is 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. So I figure, why don't we get this bad boy started? Let me get this adjusted. Hopefully West Side Girl react. Oh, sorry. Hopefully, I Killed Earl will be joining me here shortly. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But if not, I put out some invites to some other people. You know who you are. So if you'd like to join, you are more than welcome to join and hang out with me. It's me, Mario Rui. Good to see you. It's just listening today. Good to see you, Mario. Always pleasure to have you. But let's get this bad boy started, right? Lord Dissident, good to see you as well. As you can see, I don't really have that many people in the chat, but maybe they will kick off when maybe the people will start filling in when we kick this thing off. So let's get this thing started. I don't want to be too salty with setting up the stage. All right. Yep, it is 10:01, so I think I got it by a minute. So, but I see people are starting to come in. Fantastic. And so, if you were here in Discord, know that I am also live over on my YouTube channel. So this is being streamed, but I appreciate it, people. I see that there are 3 people, 4 people now. 2 of them I know. So good to see you. But I see some people here in the audience, and of course, to the live chat that's currently going right now. And there, look, there's Jaloco. Good to see you, Jaloco, Dr. Nimrod. West Side Girl Reacts, Pilot Rocky, Vic Obser. Sorry, I butchered it. But yeah, hopefully people start filing in. And of course, welcome to the Stage of Reason. Hopefully I will have a co-host coming up here pretty soon. Fingers crossed. The invite is out there, but there may have been a conflict. So hopefully there wasn't. But if there is, I hopefully we'll get a replacement. I'll get a replacement if need be. But let's see. Hey, CJ, good to see you. So, but yeah, pretty much welcome to the Stage of Reason, where you can come up and you can chat about the things you believe and why you believe them. Typically, we give priority to theists here to chat about that and kind of break down things from, philosophically, scientifically, whatever. But I am an atheist, and if you happen to be a theist, then I'd love to chat with you. And of course, feel free to raise your hand. You can raise your hand using the side deal over here. You can raise your hand and request to come up on stage, and we can have a chat. So, let's see. Hopefully, as soon as I get a hand up, but otherwise, I will continue with the live chat here. I see a bunch of people that I know. See, wrote a last name as well. See, yeah, see. Thank you so much for hanging out. Charlie Owen is here. Good to see you, Charlie. This is afternoon, peeps. Good to see you. He wanted to outdo JL, Mr. No Sense. Oh, just going says he wanted to outdo JL, Mr. No Sense Smell. Yeah, that's true. Absolutely, that's true. Speedy says, I love Earl. Yeah, Earl is fantastic. Earl is great. Earl is going to be my co-host. Hopefully she's able to come. She's able to be here. Let me see. Floyd FP and Face of Yar going at it in one of the rooms. Oh, of course, Face of Yaw is getting destroyed because Face of Yaw has nothing substantive to bring. So it's absolutely Jaloco. Face of Yaw has got nothing substantive to bring. He's just in there running the same tired precept script. And even then, I do like the fact that he's not that Face of Yaw is not as extreme as like Darth or Not Fox or any of the other, or like P Mars, any of the other like precept fools that just go so hard in the paint. He brought up the KK principle. Sorry, sorry, I raspberried into the microphone. But yeah, that's just goofy. All right. Otto, good to see you. Says Chrome is this new format for comment and chat. I can't figure out where to even like the stream. Then yeah, I guess I don't know as far as that goes. I just know the thumbs up and everything on there. Only on YouTube, I mean. Weird. I haven't seen a new one on that because I use the YouTube app. I have the YouTube app on my phone. So Lord Distant says gods are dead. Now people believe in ancient aliens. I don't have the hair that he does, but yeah, I found that even the ancient aliens thing is kind of a fringe belief. So, what are you gonna do? But hey, let me see here. Yeah, that's hilarious. All right. Hopefully, we'll get some people in here who want to put their hands up. Like I said, still waiting on a co-host. Hopefully, I will have one here soon. But of course, if you have a question or if there's something you want to talk about, even if like I said, if you put your hand up, I can bring you up on stage. We can have a chat until we get someone else. The whole purpose of this is to have those conversations. So feel free to put your hand up. Absolutely. So yeah, I don't know what the Chrome issue is with YouTube. Yep. Let me see here. I've got Chrome. Let me see here real quick. If I go to YouTube. Wait, hang on a sec. Stop. Let me check this out, because if I go just to youtube.com, not YouRube. I love doing that. Like YouRube. All right, so try searching to get started. Oh, because I'm not logged in on my phone. Let me see. Let me just do that. Let me pull up a thing. Okay, so if I go here, go to videos. Let's do that. And if I do, yeah, I'm seeing this that the like button is down there. That's on Chrome. So the like and dislike is on there, just below the video. So when you click on a video, it should be right there underneath the window. Oh, Vic does not have a mic. No, not a problem, Vic. Not a problem at all. We'll let you get it sorted out. I'm going to be here for a minute. Now, in the event that obviously I don't want to sit in a chat and have nothing happen. So, in the event that we don't get anybody who wants to put their hands up, I do have something else planned or prepared. So we're not just going to sit like in a Discord channel and like have nothing to talk about. But I see CJ has put their hand up. So let's go ahead and bring them up. Welcome, CJ, to the stage.
Hey, JL. We've spoken a couple times, I think.
Yes, we have. We have in the past. How are you doing?
Good. I'll try and be
Excellent.
brief here. I have an interesting sort of thing that you might take. You might see the frustration in this, where I have a family member who said that horror movies are when you watch them, you're letting darkness, you're letting the devil into your life.
Ah,
How would
okay,
how would
okay.
yeah, really. And how would you respond to that without like, just outright debating them, like trying to like make them look in a different perspective, kind of get them thinking more reasonable about that? How would you respond?
Okay, so obviously, because you can tell by my office, I love horror films. I also work in the film industry. So I'm familiar with like, how these things are done, the kind of like how the sausage is made. So I have that unique perspective of being, there with the camera on the other side of the camera, in front of the camera. So there's that kind of perspective. But when it comes to just like the horror genre itself, and I'm going to try and nutshell this because typically when I go into this kind of breakdown, it's kind of long winded. But so I'm going to try and kind of like nutshell it.
Sure.
The horror genre is the most important genre in all of storytelling because fear is the like is one of the universal emotions in human beings, like for our population. Everybody feels fear and anxiety about something. The very like the very notion of our survival was predicated upon the passage of information and you people using that information to stay safe. Going back all the way to our primitive days when we were huddled around campfires in the middle of the night and we told our children stories to keep them from wandering past out into the darkness because there were things lurking out there. That which is unknown is that which is terrifying. Okay, is that which we do not know is that which we are afraid of because the unknown is a potential threat. The horror genre is important because it keeps us aware, it keeps us constantly investigating, but most importantly, the horror genre, the surface the thing that it serves today, the purpose that it serves today is that it serves as a barometer for what is ailing society, the things that are bothering us as a collective species, the things that are concerning, whatever it might be. Okay, we need to be able to compartmentalize and internalize and reconcile those fears so they're not overwhelming. The horror genre, horror, whether it's movies or it's games or it's books or comic books or whatever medium you take it in, horror films or horror content allows us to approach that fear from a safe angle, internalize that fear, reconcile that fear, and then utilize that information in the future. We basically, it's like immersion therapy, you know? You get close to it, you acknowledge it, you understand it better for what it is. You understand its relationship to you, and that allows you more control over the scenario. And that is why the horror genre is so important, but it's also why it's so attractive because it's also a way to vent. It's a way to vent. It's a way to kind of check yourself. People kind of like watch horror films and they get that emotional purge from dealing with the roller coaster ride of emotions, or they go through it like sometimes what I do a lot is I'll watch like a slasher film and I'll be pointing out, I was like, why is that person doing that stupid thing there? I would not do that stupid thing. Now, that doesn't mean I anticipate ever being in a slasher film myself or ever being, in a situation where I'm running from a slasher, but I can guarantee you I know what to do if I was. So ultimately, it serves our society to remember the things we're afraid of, to deal with the things we're afraid of. And that's why it's so important. Now, that's the horror genre. The problem is with that explanation I gave, it doesn't address the fact that that person who's making that claim to you, CJ, that they believe in demonic forces.
Yeah.
So how do I disconnect? There's only one way. So I found a way that I believe to disconnect from that. This goes into the live chat as well. The live chat who's listening to this. So we know the horror genre is important. We know the purposes it serves, and we know why it literally is the most important genre. Why it pairs perfectly with everything. But that's the human side of it. But demons. Now here's the kicker. Here's the big kicker on this one, which is what I absolutely love. If someone is claiming to you that demonic influence or demonic possession is a thing that they believe happens, you can tell them legitimately it is not. It is not a thing that happens. It is not a thing that occurs. It is not a thing they have to worry about for one very simple reason, and it is because it is illogical for this to happen. It is incoherent. Now, why is it? Why is it that demonic possession is not a thing that happens? Because let's imagine for a moment, hypothetically, that demons do exist. Okay, that demons exist, angels exist. Great. Okay, so we have these two kind of opposing factions, or these opposing armies of these two opposing factions. You got Satan and you got God, right? So Satan and God, they have their angels and demons. Well, what is the functionality of a demon? The functionality of a demon, by definition, is to oppose the other side, is to oppose, its enemy. The enemy from the demon's perspective is God and heaven. So the objective would be to keep as many people going to heaven as possible. All right? To basically disrupt and tear down faith, to rip it apart. That's the whole purpose of like demons. That's what they do. Okay? They distract you from it, they break it down, they whatever. Okay. But here's the issue. Here's the problem. Imagine that a demon possesses a human being, right? Imagine a demon possesses a person. They start acting all crazy, go like, whatever. And I'm not talking exorcist, head spin, like pea soup vomiting, shit like that, levitating off the bed, because there's no evidence any of that shit happens. And every time we've ever investigated it, it's all fake. Okay, it all turns out to be hoax. Okay, but there have been legitimate cases, cases that have been called demonic possession, that where nothing happened that wasn't didn't like match with nature. Okay, so it's kind of hard to tell if it was is it mental illness or was it demonic possession. Now here's the problem: a demon possesses a human being, right? What does the act of definition? Well, what is the act of demonic? What is the act of demonic possession? What does it do? So there's only two people you can affect with that. There's the believer, and then there's the non-believer. Okay, if a demon possesses a person, the believer is automatically validated in what they already believe. So the believer now has a justification for entrenching themselves further in their belief. Because they're now validated. I believe demonic possession has happened. There's a demonic possession happening in front of me. I am now validated. I now believe what I believed even stronger because now I have evidence of it. Or technically, it's confirmation bias, but it's enough to drive them even further. So demonic possession just makes stronger believers. Okay? For non-believers, unless something crazy supernatural happens, we're talking like breaking the laws of reality, then demonic possession is completely indistinguishable from mental illness. Those who are demonically possessed don't do anything that the mentally ill can do. And even those instances where some people are like, oh, he spoke in a language you couldn't possibly know, even those under further scrutiny have fallen apart. It was a broken version of that because they were basically familiar with the language. It was like a broken version of it. So it was mostly gibberish, but they got a few words right. But there's no record of anyone ever speaking fluently in a language that they never studied before. That has never happened. So no evidence of that whatsoever. So if there ever is some evidence, I'd love to hear that because under examination, all falls apart. But the non-believer, being that it's indistinguishable from mental illness, the non-believer will be furthered in their non-belief because there's no justification to believe there's demonic possession. It looks like mental illness. So they've now entrenched the non-believer. Okay? They haven't literally driven them away from God. They've given justification for the position that these things do not exist. So they're literally so when a person gets possessed, the act in and of itself doesn't do what they want it to do. The demon knows God exists. That's not a JTB. They have like legitimate knowledge that God exists, and it's having the opposite effect on believers. It's driving them further in, and it does nothing for atheists. It doesn't change their position at all because now there's no confirmation. All right. So possessing a human being doesn't serve any purpose. Also, if these things were possible, and they say there was something of that nature, if atheists or people who were looking at this saw a demonic possession and there was something crazy supernatural going on that was like levitating 15 feet off the bed, spinning their head around and not dying, like whatever, the shit you see in the movies, that would give us confirmation that these things exist and would in turn make more theists. It wouldn't necessarily make us Christians, but it would make more theists because now we believe in gods. Holy shit, demons exist. Well, if demons exist, that means Satan exists. That means like Satan might exist. If the Satan exists, then a God definitely exists. So I don't know if I want to follow them, but now I'm a theist. Shit. Now I'm no longer a non-believer. Now I'm a believer. Maybe I'm not a follower, but it's demonic possession. The act in and of itself is completely counterintuitive. The best thing a demon could do is never show up. Because if a demon never shows up, that takes validity away from the belief, or credibility, or credence away from the belief that people get possessed. All right. So if a demon shows up, completely counterintuitive. If they never show up, that works to their advantage because the atheist never has a reason to change their position, and the believer's position is never validated. So ultimately,
Yeah.
just by virtue of logic, it is pointless and actually counterproductive for demons to possess people.
Yeah, I was just thinking if I saw The Exorcist and suddenly that manifested in me like to a supernatural level, that would only be convincing of this religious claim.
Right.
That would be counterintuitive. Yeah.
Yep. So I was sitting there thinking about one day. I was actually considering doing a video on this on my channel. Is like how like demonic possession. Why doesn't it work? Why is it counterproductive? Why is it that we are not justified in believing these things? And it's like if you look at it, yes, I have to assume the position. I have to assume that. Let's just assume hypothetically that demons exist. What would logically justify them doing this? Nothing. In fact, it works against them to do it. And I was kind of like, wow, I don't think enough believers have really thought about that and really taken it to its logical conclusion. And that kind of blows my mind. Holy shit, Amy Newman is here.
What's up, JL?
How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I am good. I'm good. I am just talking with CJ about why demonic possession never happens and why it never happens because it's illogical. So
That sounds like not only a fascinating subject, but I concur. It is not demons or devils or jinn probably doing anything.
right. So yeah, so I hope CJ, I hope that answered the question. Obviously, why horror and why the horror genre is amazing. Plus, I happen to love it myself. I work and I write psychological thrillers and horror films. And Friday the 13th, my favorite franchise. The Thing is my favorite horror film. But that's the importance of the horror genre, and that is, of course, how you could respond when people talk about demonic forces are letting in your house. No, it'd be pointless for them to do it, and you're kind of armed with that logic as to why it would never happen. Even if these things did exist, they would never engage in this behavior.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. And
Awesome.
tell me if I'm wrong here, because I've always viewed it like this: the genre is a genre of extremes. You can find some of the best examples of whatever it is, treatment of women or something, and you can find the worst. But
Mm-hmm.
we tend to celebrate the ones that fall more into the positive categories. Say, for example, the difference between some bottom of the shelf exploitative giallo that just wasn't really well done, and it was just a bunch of women being murdered or something like that, versus Alien, which pushed women into all sorts of things, science, into like just seeing a female archetype role in a movie like that, whether it's that, Silence of the Lambs. I mean, you could just you didn't see that in other genres. It was really pushing society in a certain way that other genres could not.
Right. Big time, big
Anyway,
time.
yeah,
Everybody's got their flavors. I myself I love all horror, but my favorite subgenre is obviously horror sci-fi or sci-fi horror. I love that the most. And I have a particular fondness for the Friday the 13th slasher films, but sci-fi horror is my favorite, like The Thing, Event Horizon, shit like that. Oh man, I can't get enough. Sci-fi horror is just the best.
I better
What?
get out of here before we start nerding out on some of this stuff. All right.
Absolutely.
Talk
But
to you
before
later.
you go, do you have a favorite subgenre, CJ?
Well, I do. I've been getting more and more into giallo films. A
Nice.
lot of European
Fucking
sort of,
Argento
yeah,
and Bava. Fuck yes, dude.
Fulci, all of it.
Fulci. Oh yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I gotta tell you, man. I most recently watched Tenebrae, and fucking hell, man. Amazing shit. I
Yeah.
fucking love that shit. And I think one of the there's a movie that's come that we're going to be talking about on the podcast this week called Even the Wind is Afraid. It's a Mexican film, but it's a Mexican horror film, gothic, supernatural. But having watched it, it is definitely Gallo inspired. So Italian horror films or Italian Gallo films inspired Even the Wind is Afraid, and Even the Wind is Afraid kind of revitalized the horror genre in Mexico back in 1968. So I'm looking forward to talking about that. But it's not Italian, but it is definitely Gallo inspired. So I highly recommend it if you haven't seen that. Even the Wind is Afraid.
Cool. I'll
It's
make
on
a note of
Tubi.
it.
It's on Tubi. So awesome. Thank you, CJ.
Cheers. Have a good one.
You
Thanks.
too. Amy, how have you been? It's been so long.
I've been pretty good. I'm excited because I teach and the school year is about to come to an end.
Nice. Summertime. Summertime. Oh, I'm gonna get copyright struck. By the way,
That's
before
okay. Worth
I
it for that song.
yeah, I see West Side Girl Reacts has got her hand up, so give me just 1 second, West Side. Amy, I gotta ask, given the previous conversation that we were just having, do you have a favorite genre of film? It's probably I don't know if it's horror or not, but I've never gotten to talk to you about this. Do you have a favorite genre of film?
I am very biased. I have liked superheroes because I think that they follow mythic structure, and I think in many ways they're a fantastic replacement for gods because that isn't how I view many of the gods. They are these people, oftentimes like us, and yet they have these superhuman powers, and how they interact in the world always just seems very fascinating, but also sci-fi fantasy.
Nice, very cool, dude. Oh, fucking hell, what was it? Okay, I want you to write this down. There is a movie that I believe is still free on YouTube. Um, Oh, what the hell was the name of it? You know what? I'm gonna look it up and I will get it to you later. But it's a movie starring Kyle Gallner. It's a sci-fi film, sci-fi kind of fantasy film, but it deals with Men in Black and shit like that, and the end of the world and shit that you may not have seen. But I'm gonna recommend it to you. I just gotta find the name for it because I'm completely spaced on it right now. But that's
That's
awesome.
okay. Sounds fun.
Cool, awesome. And I got some people here. Let me see. I got the sorry West Side Girl reacts. Just one moment. Let me see here. It never happened because you aren't the yeah. Okay, so it never. Oh, I've never. Joshua Lee, good to see you, bud. Says I've never seen a possession because I'm not the keymaster. Good point. I am not the keymaster. Keymaster of Gozer. Skooma Cat, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Glober Mom as well. Good to see you. Favorite horror, anything with Vincent Price. Awesome. Very, very cool. We just got done watching Theater of Blood a couple of weeks ago, covering Theater of Blood, which was an amazing Vincent Price film. That one was absolute blast. To see him doing Shakespeare, see Vincent Price doing Shakespeare, absolutely cool, especially as a villain. Lord Dissident says Freddy tops Jason. You can shut your whore mouth. I kid, but but it's Freddy. Come on. But Robert Englund is a national treasure and an absolute legend. Fangirl98 says, I met Dario Argento a few years ago. Really nice fella. He is an absolute doll. He really is. He's a good dude. Good dude. Right. I just want to make sure I caught up with everybody there. Okay. And West Side Girl Reacts has her hand up, so let's bring up West Side Girl Reacts. You are invited up to the stage. And hey, 60-second skeptic, good to see you. Thank you for the alternative energy. So you got to click the button. Oh, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, it looks like she bounced out. Okay, so I guess we'll wait for somebody to put their hand up if somebody has something they want to chat about. That was a great little chat that we had with CJ about why demonic possession does not happen, why it's completely illogical. Even if demons did exist, it's not something that they would do. But yeah, let me see. If you have your hand up, if you'd like to talk about what you believe and why, we definitely we prioritize theists, people who believe in gods or a god or gods. We like to have those conversations, but of course, we can chat pretty much about anything. I'm an atheist. I believe Amy. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You are an atheist as well.
Oh, absolutely. So I am an agnostic, atheist, anti-theist.
Okay, there you go. So pretty much along the same lines as me. So, but yeah, yes, Rain Rick, Amy is here. Rain Rick says hello from my chat.
Hey, what's up, Rain Rick? And can I actually give my spicy take on demons?
Yes.
So originally, there was no Satan. There was just minor demons, and these existed in the Torah doing different deeds. But then what happened is between Judaism and Christianity, Christianity and Islam borrowed heavily from Zoroastrianism, and Zoroastrianism has elements of a heaven and a hell, good and evil, and they created this type of mixture where they kind of retconned the snake. The snake became Satan. And so now we have these modern versions where he is ruling from hell and doing all these things because he originally was the accuser
Mhm.
from the Torah, who was his right hand man. And I will, my spicy take, because that I think is all literal and factual. My spicy take is we should not believe these because the harder position is accepting that good people do good things, bad people do bad things,
Mhm.
and for good people to do bad, it oftentimes takes religion.
This is true. This is true. I always liked that that serpent snakes have always been so like, a common theme in a lot of mythologies. Given the relationship between humans and snakes over the course of our evolution, that this one organism that to have such an effect on us, we walk around, we stumble into them, they bite us, we die, and it was pretty much the relationship for the longest time. So snakes being like danger, snakes being something that someone had to be scared of all the time, especially when children are walking around, they get bit by a snake because they don't see it. And then of course, tens of thousands of years of human beings having this tumultuous relationship with this serpent, with the snake itself. They're pretty much, they're everywhere. So in every continent. So humans got to deal with them, and the idea that it's so prolific that it has snaked its way into every mythology on the planet. Like I think virtually every culture has has elevated the snake to some level of significance, whether it be a version of a god like Quetzalcoatl, or whether it be whether it be like a Native American mythology where it is it could be a trickster or a deceiver, or something that is dangerous in and of itself, but but holds great truths, or whether whatever form it takes. The move, not just this, not just the danger of the snake itself, but also the way it moves, the fact that it moves in way that it waves because it slithers. So, and that's always fascinated human beings, that it has no legs and yet can move so quickly. And then people look at that, they go, "What this?" And so, even like Otto brings up Jormungandr, the world serpent. So how we've taken this simple organism, or it's a complex organism, but this basic organism, and we've elevated to this place in our consciousness just by virtue of the fact that it was a dangerous thing to it. It's been a dangerous, not even competitive because we don't really compete, but it's just been an organism that we have run into on every single continent, and it's just so prolific everywhere. This reason snakes are everywhere, but things like bears, lions, various other animals, they're not, because they don't exist everywhere. But snakes do. Snakes and spiders, and other things that are everywhere. We have issues with them, so we elevate them up into our mythologies. Just find that fascinating.
I also think that even though I like snakes, they're far enough away evolutionarily that they seem a little bit, well, they are cold-blooded. They are, so we're able to not demonize them. Well, I guess in this case, literally demonize them, but it's easier to see that unless they had picked I think an evil squirrel would have been a lot more awkward than the evil snake.
Evil squirrels. You just reminded me of I'm sorry, I'm a Rick and Morty fan.
No, so
Yeah. You talk to squirrels, Morty. You fucked up, Morty. Now we got to find a new reality. I love it. I see Chairman Rudd is in the audience and has their hand up. So Chairman Rudd, come on up. Welcome to the stage. You got yourself muted at the moment. Oh, let me see. Does that work?
You can hear me?
There you go. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I know why I was muted, but yeah.
It looked like
So
there was a mute that carried over from another room. So that was it.
yeah, probably from the room with Darth Dawkins.
Ah, yes, we are
Mhm.
all familiar with getting shut down by Darth because he can't answer a question or clarify his position.
yeah, we're
So
all familiar, unfortunately, with presuppositionalism.
so true.
Look, when it comes to, let's say, God and all that. I would say, I'm a Catholic. I do believe in God, but I'm not like someone that's going to shut down someone just because you have an opposing view, or I'm going to put my view above one of another. So, earlier I went to his room to ask him some simple questions, not questions denying God. I didn't go there saying God's real. I never say anything like that. But he got very pissed off by some very simple questions. I was just asking him about some of the terminology he likes to use, and he got really annoyed with that.
Right. Yes. I don't know how familiar you are, because not a lot of people are. As much as Darth runs around claiming that Cornelius Van Til is like one of the like the eminent, or the pro was one of the, like, the most, like, God's gift to fucking philosophy, he was not. He wasn't. His books are a slog to get through because his tendency to utilize contextual definitions, like, he'll basically use a word multiple times in like one section, and like, every time he uses it, the context of it is different. He engages in proprietary terminology. He engages in fucking, like context jumping. It's a freaking slog to get through what he's trying to talk about. And presuppositional apologetics can be boiled down. Obviously, it's begging the question, so it just falls on his face that way. But ultimately, it's just about identifying. It's just about, there's a problem that a lot of theists have with the fact that if no God exists, okay, if you remove that from it, like, there's no God, it's literally just matter in motion. Okay, we are products of the universe. The issue with that is that when it comes to determining what is true, like that which is true, that means that the entailment of that is that every truth proposition that we come up with, they're all probabilistic. We can never actually know anything to be absolutely true. Okay, that was an issue that Van Til had. He felt that if we could not nail down absolute truth, like God is absolutely true, these things, if we couldn't nail those things down, then that gave people a justification to eventually walk away from the faith. You get it from his
Yeah.
earliest works. His biggest issue was that he hated the fact that that he felt that religion in and of itself, Christianity, was becoming too liberal. Okay, because he was a staunch conservative. As a matter of fact, he wasn't just conservative; he was fucking neo-fascist. Even though he doesn't like openly espouse that shit, his inspirations from Dutch government were all post World War II neo-fascists. Okay, that was his big inspiration in his conservative mindset. So he takes that into religion, and he felt that liberalism or progressivism was a danger to faith because it gave people the wiggle room to get out of it, to like walk away, to realize that it's unjustified. So he basically identified a breakpoint in human reasoning, that we can't know things to be absolutely true. He defines God as that which secures truth and is the only reason that we can say things are true, because God, that's still circular. But he basically says we can make absolute truth claims because God exists, and that's the only way. The problem is that obviously it doesn't demonstrate that a God exists. It's just defining it into existence. It's saying that God exists because it serves a function. The function is necessary for us to do so. It's just fucking stupid. It literally is dumb, which is why nobody in the grand circles of philosophy takes Van Til all that seriously, especially after he lost his debate against Greg Clark. So that may have been a little bit too much, though. But yeah.
I don't know Van Til. I apologize.
Yeah.
I don't really know much about Dutch and Dutch politics. All I know about Dutch politics is that Dutch politics is very unstable. That's all I know. So don't look at me as a political scholar with Dutch.
And Chairman, I could give you some advice about pre-suppers, and that is, first of all, go in there thinking that they're like lawyers, that they view themselves as the one asking the questions, and you are the one.
And hey, good to see you. I killed Earl.
And
Sorry,
we
had to get started at 10.
Questions, they will basically try to lead you back to some way in which you should be asking questions. And so they're trying to lead you to some sort of conclusion, just like JL was saying. We get to some sort of necessary foundation of truth. But anytime that you try to do any type of investigation, you're going to get shot down because they're not there to answer questions about their beliefs. They're there to lead you to the conclusion that they think that you should have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, how do I say this? I think people like that are very, how I say, not good for people that, believe. I think that people like that generally try people more or less not to get involved. If you're going to be outright, let's say kind of dick about it, I think people are going to be too interested in what you're saying. Like, if you're not going to get people to common courtesy of, treating them like you don't want to be treated, then what's the point of
I
listening to what
don't
they have to
know
say?
what I agree with you, and I don't know what it is, but the moment that you become a presuppositional apologist or a fan of it, you get actually a starter pack, and in it is a personality that is being an asshole. It's
Right.
crazy.
It's like it's like
Yeah, but like
that should be a meme.
like for me, when it comes to my, let's say my personal belief, I think there is, objective morality. I don't think it's, subjective whether or not, let's say, based on morals or whatever it is. I think there is objectively, morals. I think we can all agree on that. But for me, I think that, having God there is quite unquestionable. How the earth is designed. There's multiple design features that I don't think, it properly explain this or that. And when people say, okay, well, explain what about the Great Flood and Noah's Ark? I mean, there are like, historical features that you can see. You can see in the Great Canyon, you can see multiple, let's say, bits that look like it has water on it. You know what I mean? Because it has these, certain patterns and certain features that can say that. And as we do know, the Earth started as water, and as we do know in the Bible, on the first day, He created the Earth and with the water. And I think that when people talk about the Big Bang, I think the Big Bang is an expansion, and I think that when He formed the Earth, He gave the Earth the foundation to do as it intended to do so. So let's say He gave the foundation for us to understand certain things, foundation for us to understand science, the foundation for us to understand certain things that people before us couldn't. So, I'd say I'm kind of more of a progressive Christian. I'm a Catholic, so generally we preach more progressive views.
Definitely,
But I think
obviously,
if you're designed a certain way, I think that God intended for it. I don't think that the whole thing that saying if you're gay, means you're the devil, and I think that if you can be gay, it means that God designed you that way. So
After you,
and I
JL, I
think
just have comments or questions.
yeah, there's a lot of stuff to unpack there. But I will say, yeah, obviously, definitely Catholic too, not trad cath. I've dealt with a number of trad caths that are extremely antagonistic. I don't want to say that all trad caths are extremely antagonistic, but all the ones I've dealt with are. I guess that may go along with the deal, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff. It's fascinating to. I will say this: it's fascinating to hear you reference things that we understand that like areas of science that we understand to be true, but then reference other stuff that science completely refutes. Which I'm not. There's like a bunch of there's a bunch of stuff to unpack there, but so before we dive into any of that, let's go with Amy. Amy may have a singular thing she wants to talk about. Go ahead, Amy. Sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with what you just said. But
So yeah,
So with objective morals, I'm not 100% sure how JL feels. However, there's a wide variety of views within atheism because atheism is just whether you believe or don't believe in a God. I am weird in that I am a situationalist, which generally falls somewhere in between. I think that there are objective metrics that we can have, but then I also think we're subjective creatures, and thus we kind of have to have subjective
Hey,
metrics.
Oscar, good
We
to see
can
you.
get into that, but I would be surprised that JL would be a objective moralist. So I'd be interested to hear his views.
Oh, I am not.
Yes, exactly. So there'd probably be disagreement there on just that one premise. Noah's Ark, you knew right away where we were kind of going, probably because you get that a lot. I would think JL and myself would probably be two more atheists that would give you that a lot. Unfortunately, because yes, to us, it seems like it only makes sense for that story to be moral if they were trying to tell it as a fable. Like it really was just like any other religious tale, and they were just trying to tell how things came to be. Because once it becomes literal, it becomes a single family and everyone else around him drowning, and it makes the guy doing the drowning at least not look like the good guy. I like it. The longer you talk, though, the more I could see that you have an affinity to at least want to make connection with the skeptics. I can see you're trying to tie like the Earth and the 6-day creation thing to the Big Bang. I don't think it happened in 6 days. I know that could be
Oh no, no, I'm
retranslated
not.
to
I'm not.
mean
I'm not saying it happened in 6 days. I'm
no,
just saying that. Well, I'm just using the scripture. I think that the 6 days was definitely longer than 6 days. So we can say it was a million years, or it could be 10 million years for all we
sure.
know.
And I noticed that, like I said, the longer that you talk, the more I agreed with the tail end. As in, like I could tell that you are.
I
And
completely
even if
muted
you
my mic,
did,
but I
I
didn't
didn't
mute
think
this
you
one, so y'all
believed in
heard
the
me
six
sneeze. I'm
days.
so
I think
sorry.
that you're trying to show that there's some sort of tying. I like that better than the people that come in and are just like, no, no, the scientists have it definitely wrong, and my religious views should overtake this. And then because you ended kind of like on gays and why we should have acceptance and things like that.
hmm
So I am all for progressive Christianity, and it almost makes me hesitant to really go on the literalism that I think JL and myself would probably once again attack all day, all every day.
So,
Well, I mean,
so
I mean, here, one thing I will say is when it comes to the science, I'll just be a couple
oh
of
yeah.
seconds. Thing is, I think people forgetting when it comes to, let's say, sciences. I mean, in my opinion, you wouldn't have sciences without God allowing sciences. So I think it is
Mm.
important to understand sciences. It's not just a thing that certain creatures or abominations made. If it's something that we can do, it's obviously something that God's allowing us to do to understand more about His creation, His plan. So I think we should take science seriously.
So, okay, so like kind of going down there, but I want to make sure that I got it right. But it's for when it comes to morality in of itself, just to address these things. While there was a number of things that, like Amy said, a number of things that you addressed there that obviously inclusivity, acceptance, those progressive ideals, I do agree with those, obviously. Now, when it comes to morality itself, you said that you believe that morality is objective, or you believe that it is subjective.
Well, I said it was objective. I mean, objectively, if you saw a baby drowning, would
Huh.
the objective, would the objective be to let the baby drown, or would it
You're
be to
really
save the
gonna
baby?
use, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but you're really gonna use that one as the example?
Well, at least he didn't. At least he didn't invoke Godwin's law. I mean, he didn't
I
go there.
True.
So,
That's true.
okay. So obviously, well, the problem is that when you reference things like that, you're referencing the utility. Okay. So, and we're talking about like that the vast majority of the population has an inclination towards a particular moral intuition is not evidence that it's objective. That just means that our evolution as a species, which has resulted in human beings, or like all primates, have a capacity for empathy. So not just us. We're not the only ones that can empathize with other members of our species. We see that behavior in cetaceans. We see it in pachyderms. We see it in virtually every social species. They can empathize with one another. Okay, that empathy. They see the pain or the fear in another member, and then they internalize that themselves. And this is because of the existence of things like mirror neurons. Our limbic system is very, very complex and helps us deal with that. So, and then you have things like evolutionary game theory, which explain why we see altruistic behavior in nature. Because evolutionary game theory, when you parse that out, and I don't need to go into the whole diatribe here, but we understand why we see altruism, or what would appear to be altruism in nature. But in actuality, it's just survival benefit. It's all it is. Now, morality in of itself, and I don't, you may like immediately recoil from this, but even if a God were to exist, like if your God were to exist, then morality, moral frameworks would be necessarily subjective. Okay. So in my position, I'm a moral relativist because from all the information we have and all the evidence we have, and given the definition and the logical entailments of the God category, morality cannot be objective. If the God exists, morality cannot be objective. If the God exists. And if there is no God, then you can only have the objective like truth of what certain moral actions entail, but it still wouldn't be that morality was objective, still be subjective, meaning that it's mind dependent. So subjective meaning mind dependent, objective meaning mind independent. If morality were objective, then that would be a thing that was true independent of God's mind. That would mean
And
that God's morality would have to conform to that, because God is an agent. And if God is an agent and God is a mind, if everything is contingent upon that God's mind, then that contingency means that is subjective. And there's also the point that the way God is defined, the category, nothing exists external of this thing to dictate or demarcate what it can or cannot do, or what it must or must not do, or how it must or must not do anything. Okay? So when God, by your lights, when God creates a system, okay, any system whatsoever, any logically possible system, which is what God can do. God creates any logically possible system, and then it can instantiate any logically possible moral framework. Okay? Because nothing says what it must or must not do. The moral framework that is imposed upon our system is that way because God wants it to be that way, not because it must necessarily be that way. All right? So the problem is, if your God exists, it's automatically subjective because it's contingent upon its mind. It is mind dependent. All right? So that's one thing I don't know if I don't hear brought up a lot. I don't think it gets brought up enough. Is that
well, and can I add just one
yeah? Go
thing?
ahead.
Is that normally the counter to that? Because I agree with everything that JL just said, and I would put that argument forward. And normally, what I get back is, well, it is still objective because yeah, it's a mind, but it's an eternal mind. But this is what I would like to know, Chairman, because I don't think that is a proper counter. Because I can imagine an eternal mind that is very evil. Like they know everything, they are everywhere, and yet, man, do they love drowning babies.
You know, it's one the thing I will say is that my count is not going to be the count of that, but it'll be with a question. My question is that, you know, like you said, the receptacles in the mind, in the body that allow for empathy. How is that? Like, how are the receptacles in your mind? How is that a thing? Like,
Wait.
how
So I'm
is that?
sorry.
Like,
I'm sorry. I may have missed a part of that. It kind of ran together. Let me turn up your volume a little bit and hit me with that
yeah.
again, because I
Yeah,
missed part of it. So go
yeah.
ahead.
You were saying that when it comes to it, the body has certain things within mind, receptacles basically that allow for
Oh yes,
things to
our
allow that
our
for allow
limbic
for
system. Yeah,
allow
our limbic
Olympic, yeah,
system. Yes.
the Olympic system that allows for empathy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to ask you in a let's just say for this argument that there is no God, no type of force that is of being that let's say create or design this, then how can this be if there is nothing that is driving force behind this morality that we do have? Then what could drive this certain feelings or empathy? At the end of the day, I feel like if that there is no one that is, let's say, driving or designing us in a certain way, that we're basically just going to be like computers. Computers don't have any type of morals. They just put a thing into a computer and just go for what's the most relevant or whichever way they're programmed to be.
Yeah.
So
The mechanism is survival. Is what
okay,
it
yeah,
is. Is that evolution? Evolution is what accounts for species being social or asocial in that respect. And so, or partly genetics is what that results in. And even the social inclinations of human beings is not universal. Not all human beings are as social as other human beings. Some are extremely social, some are extremely antisocial. It's not a universal thing, but when we talk about evolution, we're talking about the population. So when I say evolution, I'm talking about literally like the 8 billion human beings that are existing on the planet and addressing all of them at once. Okay. And the vast majority of them, we have these very specific moral inclinations because that is where our evolution has led to. Our evolution has led to the vast majority of the population having a kind of having similar moral intuitions, not identical, but similar moral intuitions given certain contexts. Because those individuals, because literally, to not have those moral inclinations, through our evolutionary lineage of the past 200,000 years, and if you want to go back even further, because we're still primates, so we're talking like 7-8 million years of our evolution. If you did not, as an organism, if you did not possess those moral inclinations that put you in line with the group, then you would be ostracized from the group because you're a danger. Okay, you don't help when necessary. You act more selfishly than you do cooperatively. You are a detriment to the survival of everybody else. And in order to protect themselves, you will be cut out from the society. They would just leave you to nature. They won't let you have any food. They won't share anything with you. And they'll just basically cast you out. And of course, nature will take its course. An organism all alone is like the odds of survival are extremely slim.
Natural selection.
Exactly. So literally, our capacity for empathy, which remember, empathy in and of itself is not universal either. It's a grand spectrum. Some people more empathetic, some people not empathetic at all, or empathetic to a very minuscule degree. Okay. But remember that empathy also really only translates as far as your tribe goes. Those individuals around you that you have bonded with. Okay. How much empathy do you have for your mother or your brother or your spouse compared to how much empathy you have for some person you've never met in a country you've never seen that you will never visit or even encounter, that you only know scant information about? How about people that you don't even know exist? There's no empathy there because there's no bond there. You may feel that because they're human, they have importance. But if I were to put the trolley problem alone shows you. If I take this random individual from the world that you've never met, stick him on a train track, stick him on a trolley track, and take your mother and stick him, or your brother or whatever, and stick him on the other one, and say, you choose, pull the lever, and one of them's going, we know where you're going to land. Okay, that's true for all human beings. Okay, but that right there, that empathy, because it's not universal, because it's not the same with everybody, we understand that that's what we would expect if evolution is true. If a God existed and these were all imparted by a God, then obviously it's coming from a singular source, so you would expect the application to be similar across the board. But that's not what we see. And then, of course, if a God did exist and then it gave people empathy, but the empathy came out as a spectrum, that would be evidence against the argument for its existence, which would actually be counterintuitive to its goal of having a relationship with us and knowing it exists. So why would the God act in that fashion to make it more mysterious instead of being something we could directly reference? Right?
And can I just add, I'm going to give my pitch for what I would say is situational ethics, because I think what J.L. Warren was talking about in an extremely important metric, which I think empathy is an extremely important to morality. And I think that we need to, if we were to have something like biology and consciousness, those are the two metrics that I think are almost objective. I say almost because
Hey,
we start
Lieutenant
to talk
Jedi. Hey,
about
Daniel
AI
Cooper. Good to
and
see
things
you.
like that. But then I think there are empathy, kindness, and fairness metrics that are
Ballywood, good to see you.
subjective metrics that I think help us in each situation figure out whether it's moral or not. And I think that all of these systems are way better than theistic morality, because theistic morality, as JL was saying, it always goes back to some sort of mind, and it's not even our mind. It ends up being this mind that is divorced from, at least from what we could tell, our day-to-day lives and our reality.
You do bring up some interesting points, but as I would like to say, I do believe, in evolution, but obviously that we evolve in different ways and have different situations, and I think that is definitely very intentional. I don't think that God makes a one size fits all solution. I think he is much more, thinking outside the box than just inside the box as people think, and with that, I think it also creates different type of situations. You know, people, let's say, have different, let's say, sets of, let's say, might have different sets of like culture, which might, you know, have them think in different ways, especially when it comes to certain laws and here and there. But I would say that having some sort of morals, having some sort of empathy is objective in the thinking that there is definitely something there. You know, with that example I did say, with the baby drowning in the water, maybe that might not be true for some groups, but it is true for other groups. And those groups that it is true for, there might be other morals that is not true for them, but it's true for the other groups. You kind of get where I'm going?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
go. I'm sorry, Shale.
the issue. I think the issue comes along is like when you make that reference to like to the baby drowning and that your moral inclination is to save that baby, right? But that sword cuts both ways. It's a double blade. It's a double edged sword. Yes, you could dive into the water and you could save that baby, right? To save but obviously there's a risk because you could dive in to save the baby and wind up drowning yourself. Okay, and then the baby drowns anyway. So now you've sacrificed 2 lives for the sake of the attempt to save one. All right, and there is a utility to recognize it. Now, I'm not saying that I wouldn't do this if I saw a child drowning. I would risk myself. Now, then again, I'm trained, so I know what I'm doing. I'm trained in life saving, so thanks to being an Eagle Scout, I know what to do and I know how to handle that situation. But some people wouldn't do that, and jumping in, they would wind up putting themselves at risk and wind up dying as well. So, but there's utility to people who would recognize that even though we have the inclination to say that that is an immoral action to not dive in and save the child, they could see it from the utility of, well, it is a child and it's tragic, but given what I produce and given what I can do, what's the risk reward here? I risk my own life, and I risk taking myself out of the equation, along with the child as well will drown anyway. Or the child drowns, I protect myself, and the mother of the child can have another child. Okay,
I'm
so
also.
it's a risk reward, but this also goes back to history. And I know you're a Catholic, but there's another guy you may be familiar with, Ray Comfort, okay, who is an evangelical. He's a Protestant, but he's evangelical. But he makes the same argument that you did regarding Mesoamerican mythology, Mesoamerican cultures. Mesoamerican cultures like the Oaxacans and the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Incans, and a number of other tribes who engaged in ritualistic human sacrifice. Okay, and saying that those are heathens, those are monsters, blah, 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 without completely understanding. When in actuality, when you understand these things, the human sacrifice that they engaged in, the ritual, like commonplace human sacrifice they engaged in, the purpose of doing that was to literally combat sin, because they believed that sin was an actual force that lived in the world. And in order to keep sin out of their society and keep their society flourishing, they needed to ritually sacrifice. They needed to be willing to sacrifice their lifeblood as a show to the gods that they were worthy to keep protection from sin. If they didn't do it, sin could infect their society and bring them to ruin. So ultimately, in their eyes, it was the most moral thing you could do, because you're safeguarding the entire culture, the entire society, by doing this, by keeping sin out. So it's it really is all relative. So,
But can I also just push back on you? I am just baffled that the example that you keep going back to is drowning, because you say that atheists bring up Noah's Ark. I have to ask, is drowning babies objectively bad?
It's objectively bad. Yes, I'll agree. It's objectively bad. I think, it's like when you said before, you have let's say different receptacles between if it's some random where it's your mother, your brother, or some random person.
That's the answer I wanted. So wait, hold on just 1 second. Let's create a syllogism together. So premise 1, it is objectively bad to kill babies. Premise 2, God killed babies. Premise 3, in fact, it's drowned. Conclusion, it is objectively bad to drown babies. God drowned babies, therefore God is objectively bad.
When did I say God killed babies?
well, it's kind of entailed by the flood, right?
Like if you put words in my mouth, they know God killed babies. I don't remember saying that.
So
I
wait,
remember
you don't believe in the Abrahamic stories?
Abrahamic stories.
Well, so the flood
The Abrahamic
the
stories.
flood narrative itself, it is entailed that if the flood narrative, Noah's flood were to actually be true, okay, if you were to believe that was true, then God killed every human being on the planet other than Noah and his menagerie. Okay, so either you're arguing that when God did this, there were no babies on the planet, or there were. Okay, but like, you're talking about the entire planet, so how could there be no babies on the planet? If there were people, like, because remember, think about where the flood took place, where Noah was. Okay, and we're talking about like a group of people that had no idea that an entire western half of the planet existed, that there was like a North America. There's continents over there full of people, the Mesoamericans, the Native Americans, all the way from Canada all the way down to the southern areas of South America. There were people there. None of them have a global flood myth. There are some flood myths scattered about, but nothing like Noah. So there's no global flood myth there. Okay, the Oaxacans themselves don't have a flood myth at all. So here's the curiosity: those people are breeding and having children and living their lives as normal. Yet God killed all the people on the planet. So are you arguing that there simply, at the timing was, there were no babies or infants or anybody anywhere on the planet? Or there were? And if there were, God drowned babies. That's the logical entailment of the flood story. Right?
He's not server muted. He's personal.
Yeah, I
muted.
double checked. Yeah.
It's funny. I did the same thing.
There you go.
If the thing is, the thing I'll counter with it is in God's eyes, to him, he saw that the earth, was corrupt and filled with violence. So he thought to himself, what would probably be the best way to do this, and also do let's say, a great reset, right? And the reset would be that, people wouldn't be able to teach their babies how to be violent, and would be able to teach their babies how to be more compassionate. And the best way to sort of do this was by resetting the world, so you can't, have more people. It's like, let's say, if you have, let's say, a family that's been very bad, and you decide
Wait,
to
Chairman, I'm sorry. Once again, I know you're about to give a really good example, but are you about to justify why it is okay? Maybe there is actually a good reason to drown babies.
I'm not gonna, how I say, justify if it's good or not, but in his eyes, he must have saw there was a reason, and like you said,
Well, I
if
mean, but
if the
yeah.
world was corrupt, and people were going to teach their babies how to be bad and not good people, then what's the point of having them if they're not going to do good things and just be overall bad to one another?
Oh, but Chairman, I mean, obviously that's problematic, right? Because one, if your God existed and saw that human beings were going to like raise their children to be bad, okay, that's their free will choice. That's literally their free will. That's literally by your own lights. That's the gift that God gave them. That's their choice to make. So the flood.
What
So
about
the
the free
logical.
will
Hang
of
on.
the
The logical entailment there is that the flood is a violation of free will, because he's punishing them. I mean, instead of like waiting for hell, waiting for them to die naturally, which they eventually will. Okay, then he's essentially like, nope, nope, these people are making all these bad choices. Kill them all anyway. I'm just gonna wipe them out and start again. That technically violates that's a violation of that, because that's their choice, and he's supposed to be the good guy. Not to mention, if there is a context in which drowning babies is not objectively bad, if it's contextually dependent, then obviously drowning babies is subjectively good or subjectively bad. And it's subjective because it depends upon the context in which it's being done. And if you're saying that the context means that if the only context is God has to declare it good, or God does it, so therefore it must necessarily be good, that still means it's subjective, but that also means that you believe in a might makes right system. that if you have all the power, which your god ostensibly does, then it can do whatever it wants. And because it itself arbitrarily declared whatever it does as good, then drowning babies is good so long as it's God who's doing it, regardless of what all the other agents in creation may feel about that. That, of course, is a might makes right scenario, which is literally abuse. That's abusive. My way or the highway, my way or the highway is not the mark of a loving God.
Okay, so you've gone from saying that going on to morality now, you're saying that God isn't loving. Okay, well that's a very good progression, right? The one thing I would like to say though is that in his mind he saw that it's best to do a great reset. And when you're saying, oh, well, the good guys, want to have to, let's say, stop people and not let them, live out their natural lives, because they're doing bad things. If I can just give you one example, I'm not sure this is a great example, but you know, there's been times where people, obviously, it's just better that they're not around than if they're around. I mean, in World War II, the good guys were the Allies, and they put a bunch of Nazis on trial, and killed them all, right? Because I thought that was the best thing to do, because a lot of these people did very bad things. And if you're going to let them continue, they would have told that to their children, then that children would have told that to their grandchildren, which would have created a massive effect of we would have a whole society of savages that would have gone around killing millions of people just because of the way they are. Do you think it is better for a reset so you can remove that feeling from society than letting it foster even after those people have passed on, because they've already passed on their wisdom and to their children and then to their grandchildren, which would have continued to cycle anyhow?
No. I would say no, a reset would not be necessary. And there's a reason for it, but go ahead, Amy. I know you had something to say.
And I'm sorry, JL. I just want
No.
you to know sometimes I do get excited, and then yeah. So because it does now, it seems like we're making the pitch why it is okay sometimes to kill babies, and so I'm interested. There are some cases of mothers who have drowned their babies, and they said, "Look, my babies have sinned. They were going to hell, and through this, they are now going to go to heaven." Do you think that is a moral thing to do? Why or why not?
No, I don't think it's a moral thing to do.
Okay, but it is okay when God does it.
I'm not saying it's necessarily okay when God does it, but I can understand the actions. It's like saying this. It's like saying I know this is pretty far from the religion debate, but I'll use this. Even though I can sit here and say I think that something like along the lines of abortion is reprehensible, I can understand the actions of why sometimes it is. I'm not going to justify it, but I can understand it.
Sure, there's even a potion within the Bible for how to do an abortion. It's the bitter drink that if you are unfaithful, at least within the eyes of God in this text, then the baby will just flood out of your body.
That's it. Yeah, that's if you. I think there's actually a two-hitter quitter right there. It's both the abortion and it's a way to suss out adultery, right?
Like so it's not a one-step plan; it's like a two-step plan.
Right. It's like so if she cheated on you and got pregnant, then obviously the child is not yours. So the potion was meant to suss out a cheater and to suss out children that are born illegitimately. So it was kind of like an abortion deal and you're a cheater. Now I can kill you. Because that was the penalty.
So you're saying under ancient CBS, it had two categories checked.
Yep. Susses out adultery and unwanted children. See, I get. It seems to me very much, Chairman, that you seem to be on the fence regarding some things. I know that there are. It feels very much like there's a couple of things that you're not quite willing to bite the bullet on. Regarding the logical entailments of, or the logical entailments of the worldview that you subscribe to, or the worldview that you accept. And I understand that there's these things need to be hashed out to that degree. Now, As far as it goes, I'll let you like work around the whole morality. Is if your God exists, then morality is necessarily subjective. That's the logical entailment of it, because that means that the moral framework that it imposes is dependent upon its mind. And nothing says whatever that nothing says that a moral framework has to be anything other than logically possible, given the category that God is in. Noah's Ark obviously did not occur. We know this. I mean, I could break down how we know it never happened. And that even though the science is fairly complex, and how we know that it didn't happen, the biggest issue is that in order for you to claim that it did, or for people who believe that Noah's Ark that Noah's story is true, even though it was friggin' plagiarized from previous mythologies, but almost verbatim from previous mythologies from the Amy, give me the name. The starts with an M.
Oh, from Mesopotamia.
Mesopotamia, thank you, Mesopotamians. So I can give you the science why, but the biggest issue being is that with obviously, where was I fucking going with that? I completely lost my point. But yeah, I could give you the science on why we know Noah's Ark didn't occur. But I mean,
But can we at least agree that a flood did happen? A great
well,
flood?
okay, so yeah, the evidence that we have, that's where I was going with that. The evidence that we have is that yes, after the last ice age, there was localized flooding in areas of the planet, and that the cultures of humanity, that the populations of humans that were present for that localized flooding, okay, that were aware of that because they physically, they were in contact with it. Those individuals did incorporate those floods into their early mythologies. Yes. And then those early mythologies spread as their population spread. They spread with them, and then they mutated and evolved, and some were dropped, some were changed, whatever. But there are cultures that had no experience of these things. And that's why there is no flood myths in there. There's no flood story in their mythology. It's not a universal thing. You'll find that when you look at the geographic dispersal of humans, that the presence of flood stories in their early mythologies correlates to the cultures that were like present while that flooding was taking place. Okay, and nowhere else.
I can. Obviously, I mean, if you weren't present to, be there, if you weren't alive when it happened, then you can't put it into your textbooks. I mean, that seems pretty clear. I mean, I said in the Great Floods, is that there was two of every age. There was a male and female.
Which won't work
One
which won't work
they're
from
for reproducing.
but that doesn't work because of genetics. So
No, but
you could go
but
genetics,
if I
you could go genetics, you could go a number of ways. But the way we know that it didn't happen I mean, obviously Erica Guts at Gibbon actually pointed this out,
but you said in the textbooks, right?
uh-huh.
That when it comes to textbooks, there are some that says, some that don't. But the ones that don't you think that would probably mean that they probably, if not got flooding worse than the ones that maybe have in the textbooks, because maybe those
Well, what are you
communities were flooded away?
Wait, are you talking about, okay, so we know we have the evidence for localized flooding as a result of the end of the last ice age. So we have evidence of that. The evidence that we have on the planet comports with the predictive modeling of the end of the last ice age. So it also, things that go into that, like fluid dynamics and the law of superposition in geophysics, a number of things that go into that. We understand this implicitly. Okay, a global flood in and of itself. There's two. In order for you to make that, this is the point I was really trying to make. In order for you to claim that happened, you have to wind up appealing to magic. That's the problem.
Exactly.
That's where it ends up. You have to appeal to magic. All right. This was no more best pointed out than by Gutsick Gibbon, who identified what is called the heat problem. Okay. There is a heat problem in both young Earth creationism, and there is a heat problem in the flood myth. Ostensibly, to break it down really, really simple, we know it didn't happen because if you take the amount of time that it took place and the amount of water that was supposedly on the planet itself, Okay, and the size and shape of the planet. Like, do we have the size of the planet, how much water was on the planet, and how short amount of time period it took for all that water to fall on the Earth to get that amount up? Okay, when rain falls and a raindrop hits the ground, there is a release of energy. When you have precipitation and rain falls and hits water, there is a release of energy. To dump that much water onto the Earth in such short amount of time, okay, and the sheer volumetric weight of that water, that event would have destroyed the planet with the not only the energy release, but the sheer volumetric weight of that much water would annihilate the crust of the planet, turning this entire Earth, turning our Earth into a volcanic cinder or into a magma cinder. Okay, like
Here,
literally the crust would have shattered, magma would have
here,
gone
I got,
everywhere,
I
the
got,
mantle would have been released, and everyone would have died. Okay,
here, I got two, I got 2 points I'd like to make.
Hmm.
First of all, when it comes, let's say, flooding very quickly, it can happen. I think we can all agree with that. I live in Australia, and Australia, we've had floods, right? And this is not floods from months long rain. No, this is from 2 days worth of rain,
right,
where
yeah,
it's
flash flooding, yeah.
a lot of rain, and it floods areas. It floods badly sometimes. And the second point I will make is that when it comes to Jesus Christ, the one thing I will say is that we said, oh well, it requires magic. Yeah, it requires magic. And the one thing I will say is that God is a godly being. He's always got magical powers that I think much more than us do. And I'm not going to dispute that it takes magic, but he obviously has magic.
Okay, well, I mean, so then the question becomes, how can you assert it to be true if you have to appeal to magic? Basically, that's just begging the question, because you can't demonstrate that the god exists, and which means that you can't confirm that it has magical powers. But in order to justify the flood myth, that it was a global flood that occurred this way, despite the evidence, all the evidence saying that it didn't, that indicates absolutely it did not happen in the past. So then you have to appeal to magic to justify it, but that means you have to assume the god exists in order to appeal to magic in order to justify the flood claim. So obviously there's a reason why we reject it, not just for the evidence, but because the reasoning is bad. The reasoning is fallacious. That's the biggest
Can I
issue.
also say why? Not only it doesn't answer anything, but it would have to be magic, just like JL
Right.
said, is that with evolution, we understand how different pressures, both the environment, sex, all different ways in which we narrow things down. You could say that technically happened with a flood, but the reason that doesn't answer anything is because these creatures were already formed. It's not like they got formed during Noah's Ark. What happened is there was a giraffe and there's a tiger. And why is there a giraffe and why is there a tiger? Because God just felt like looking around a little bit. That really is the answer. And how did he get there? Well, he just was like, I'm gonna make two different animals one day. And that really is poof, 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 poof. Which goes back to the magic with evolution. We can truly explain from the most complex multicellular organism using a computer all the way down to simple celled organisms that are doing photosynthesis that has gradually taken over the entire earth. We can explain all of this under a naturalistic model, and we can't do really anything like that with a theistic one.
Here, if I can just ask you, if you're let's say from your point of view, naturalist point of view, naturalistic, um, tigers and elephants, they're very separate type of creatures.
Wait, which one's what in elephants?
No, I'm saying elephants and tigers are quite
Oh,
uniquely
yeah,
separate.
okay, yeah, gotcha.
My one question would be is how were they made?
Wait, well, they evolved. So
Well,
over time,
yes, I know they evolved, but what did they come from?
But we can answer that
Uh.
because so elephants and tigers, they are animals. They are both mammals, and so they have been the same lineage for a very long time. But then there was a separation. Cats have their own uh, species, And then elephants eventually have their own, and they're not predators. They tend to be more consumers. And so we have different breaks depending on how long ago you want to look. Birds are animals, but we also have separation, just like they are the forebearers of dinosaurs.
Yeah. How do I say this? Your argument, sure, that's how they evolved to be like that. But
Right.
my question was, where did they come from, and how did they become
Okay.
they worked
So
originally? But your answer was that, okay, well, we have mammals, and the mammals came like hoof mammals, here are mammals. This is what they are. Except that we can't give you a clear view on how mammals and how they were created, but just accept our
Wait, hold on.
well,
I'm
terminology.
sorry. Yeah.
so
Oh,
so you
go,
you
JL.
utilize the term created. Okay, these things were not created because I don't
Well,
like
no, I'm
I don't
I'm
like
just asking
no, I don't like use.
how are they formed? Where did
Okay,
that come
okay.
from?
So
When
so
did they
hang on a sec.
start?
So without bogging everything down, because the question that you're asking is I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it. You've got phylogenetic analysis, you've got cladistics, you've got I mean, you're talking about the basic tenets of taxonomy, and and of course, when you're talking about evolutionary biology, okay, obviously genetic analysis goes a very very long way, and things break down into three basic groups. You got bacteria, you've got archaea, and you've got bacteria, you got archaea, and you got eukaryota. Okay. We humans are eukaryotes. Okay. Eukaryotes can be traced back all the way back to those three basic families: archaea, bacteria, and eukaryota. Now, when you're talking about how did life in itself develop, okay, like
No,
how
I'm not saying that.
oh no, I was saying when you talk about like how did they come about, like how is there an elephant? Okay, that
Yeah,
particular
like
that particular.
when was that specific break? When was that specific break off in the lineage of when
Okay,
the
so
animal ship
so
and
given
like,
that,
why
given
uniquely different?
yes, Chairman, I got you. So given elephants, then we trace their evolution backwards. Okay, to what we know. So we know that there were other species that they're related to. There were smaller elephants, there were hairier elephants, different morphologies going all the way back, using a combination of cladistics, phylogenetic analysis, and the fossil record as a now, when I say the fossil record, you have to make sure you're thinking of the fossil record correctly. Okay? Think of evolutionary biology as a highway that we can go up and down. We can look at up and down, right? The fossil record is like mile markers on that highway. Okay. And the fossil record is predicated predominantly on our understanding of geophysics. This is an interdisciplinary, this is a big, huge interdisciplinary level of understanding. Okay. Because in order to fully understand the fossil record, it's not just about how fossils are formed, but you got to understand geophysics and the law of superposition in geophysics to understand how we date these things. Then you get into radiometrics, which is like things like various dating, like potassium argon dating or uranium lead dating and stuff like that. So there's a number of fields that go into this that all give us predictive models. Okay. You basically trace the lineage of these things back. You look to the fossil record to confirm what you expect to find. We find the thing that we have predicted that we're going to find that confirms our interpretation, and then we trace that back. We can do this with every species on the planet. Okay? But
And
ultimately, no matter the form, whether it's a tiger or whether it's a bird or whether it's a tiger or an elephant or a rhino or a gorilla or whatever, they're all eukaryotes. Okay? They all trace back to eukaryotes. So we
Okay,
know
fair
that
enough. We can.
fundament. So hang on, it's complex. It's not so we know that at minimum, the way we reproduce is a common feature amongst all of these organisms, of eukaryotic organisms. Okay. So we know that's one thing that links us: the fact that we're all eukaryotes. Even like oak trees, bananas, strawberries, fish, yes, eukaryotes. It all goes back. All right.
Yeah.
Hundreds of millions, if not upwards of a billion years of evolution have gone into this.
Yes.
And hold on, Chairman,
I
before you respond, because I'll hand it back to you. I just want to say, so Elephants and tigers are both mammals. Just agreeing with the explanation that JL just said. We share things in common. We share how we nurture and give milk to our young. We both have hair. These are features that we share for millions and millions of years. But then there was a separation that semi-aquatic animals and then things like elephants over here, and then you have things like cats and dogs who ended up being more predatory animals over here, hyenas, things like this. We can not only show things further back, because if the answer is, well, then where did mammals come from? Well, we could then take a stage back, and then you could say, well, where does that come from? And we could keep on going and going and going all the way till we get to abiogenesis. That is the thing with evolution, is that we can explain every slice, and we could even make predictions into the future that we cannot do with any theistic model.
Here, the one thing I will say is that when it comes to how you're saying it, you're saying a lot of stuff in one thing. But my question is that obviously in evolutionary lineage, there's definitely a big variation between elephants and tigers, and my question was that how can that be? But obviously, you went on about into different other things. But obviously, I think that for me, I think it's pretty clear where I stand. But I think that you're quite unclear on where you stand, because if someone's to ask you, "Hey, well, how did elephants and tigers, when did they change, and when did they form different things?" You're like, "Well, they changed."
Okay, can I
There's
just?
something
I'm sorry, I have
No,
to interrupt you again because I.
can
Well,
no,
no.
Chairman,
can
hang
I
on a
just
sec.
finish?
No,
I finish. I give you the courtesy.
but that
Hang
was
on,
a straw man.
Chairman, hang on a sec. Just keep in
Can
mind,
I just
no,
please
but
finish?
hang on a sec.
I
No,
gave you the courtesy of listening. Give
Chairman,
me the
hang
courtesy
on a
of
second. No, it's our stage, so hang on a second. When you say something, like when you
Star
straw,
Talkers.
Chairman, no, when you say something and you straw man us, we have to parse that out. Okay, we're not simply saying they just change. No one ever said that. All right, no one said they just change. If you want to talk about
Sorry.
if you want to talk about natural selection, meaning positive and negative selection pressures, that's a different thing. The reason things have the morphology that they do is because of the innumerable positive and negative selection pressures that acted upon them during their evolutionary lineages. The reason modern Homo sapiens, us, are the way we are is because of positive and negative selection pressures. There were genetic traits that were negatively selected against. There were genetic traits that were positively selected for. Our limbic system, the reason it is the way it is because it was positively selected for. Okay? The reason we're not all freaking psychopaths is because that behavior was negatively selected against. Technically, you could say that was an artificial selection because humans did that selecting themselves. Weed out the crazies, keep all the stable people. That's artificial selection. Okay?
And can I
And
just also add that it wasn't just arbitrary?
right.
So there's going to be a selection pressure. You're going to have things like dinosaurs being 99% wiped out. And so mammals have this explosive niche to go into, all these different niches that they can now occupy because so many of them have just previously died. And so it actually has an explanation that we can investigate. What I'm saying back to you is, if I were to ask you, because this seems to be what you're saying to us, however, this is what I think theists are doing. Why did God make a elephant, and why did God make a tiger?
Why did he make a tiger and why did he make an elephant?
Yes.
Well, that's up to him, I guess.
But see, the answer is like, he just felt like it.
He just did it.
Well, I mean, that's the same thing as you guys, though.
No,
No,
it's
it's
not. No, it
not.
isn't. We can explain. Oh, I guess he just left. All right.
Oh.
So, yeah. obviously, when you dig down into these things, they're not there. When you dig down into these things, they're a lot more complicated than some people are willing to let, or that they even know, that they even realize. Obviously, you're getting this. You got to touch on morphology. You got to touch on homology. You got to touch on vestigiality, cladistics, phylogenetics, the fossil record in and of itself, or was it island biogeography, or island biogeography. There's so then you get into then you get into the dating methods, which is all about understanding radiometrics. Then you get into how we understand the Earth, and that gets into geophysics. It's interdisciplinary, and so to have a full understanding of it, you got to embrace it all, because all of it together is what gives us our predictive models, and they show us that these things don't happen. I love the fact that both you and I, Amy, jumped on the Noah thing. And the minute we dropped down how we know that didn't happen, he immediately jumped to evolution. Okay, and I know you have something you want to say, but I want to preface this for anybody out there questioning, any theist that happened to watch this, or any it doesn't matter what persuasion you are. Atheism itself, being an atheist, one, is not a worldview. Non-theism is a worldview. Atheism is not a worldview. Atheism only pertains to not having the belief in a god or a gods. Okay, that's what that is. All right. Two, being an atheist does not logically entail any specific position in regards to evolutionary biology or cosmology or any other scientific field. Okay, abiogenesis, whatever. Being an atheist doesn't mean being an atheist doesn't even mean that you're automatically a methodological naturalist and you reject supernatural explanations. All right, being an atheist just handles the belief in a god or gods. Okay, I've met atheists that fully believe that things like that the supernatural is a possible thing. Okay, that they believe in stuff. Okay? They just don't believe in God or gods. All right. So if you are a theist and you believe, or you've been led to believe that because we're atheists, we must therefore necessarily agree with a particular scientific conclusion, you're wrong. That's not the way that works. Okay? So when you try to pigeonhole an atheist into a particular scientific position in order to get them to justify their atheism, that's ridiculous, and you shouldn't do it. Okay? Just don't want to put that out there. Go ahead, Amy. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's just weird that the two examples that he wanted to use for objective morality is God would never drown babies, and you guys just can't explain animals. And when we ask, well, how or why did animals come about, the theists generally answer, I don't know. He just, that's his thing. He wanted a tiger. He wanted an elephant. There we go.
And it's such a bummer. It's such a bummer because the conversation started out so good. Even as a Catholic, it's a progressive Catholic. That started out so
exactly.
Yeah,
everyone, please support. Even with all that said, even as spicy as the conversation got at the end, we should still support your theists who want to be pro LGBT and liberal values, or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Progressive ideologies. Yeah. Inclusivity is better than exclusivity. Exclusivity leads to breakdown. Inclusivity leads to proliferation. It's really, really simple. When you start cutting people out based on whatever arbitrary standard that you may have set, when you start cutting people out, that's when you start limiting yourself. And the whole objective as a species is that we cannot limit ourselves. The more voices, the more minds, it's like a neural network. Okay, the more people you add to it. It doesn't matter the relevancy or the whatever of what they're saying. Every voice can add to the conversation. It can at least get us thinking. At best, it can show us directions that we shouldn't be going in. So you can actually do process of elimination. You actually improve your process of eliminate, or you actually improve the process of elimination by having more voices in there. Okay, I don't engage with flat earthers because it's objectively just ridiculous. Okay, but it's good that they're there because they are reminding us of what we need to know to understand why it's objectively ridiculous. Okay, so that people don't come as like, wow, maybe I don't know enough about this subject. Maybe I should go and learn. That's a good thing.
It also makes me thankful that there are skeptics out there that actually do kind of counter their nonsense physicists and things that just, because unfortunately, I found the first time that flat earthers come across people, they try to overwhelm people with terminology. However, once you know what they're saying, it's all nonsense and
Right.
extremely silly.
All right, Gibson Wayne. Oh, Gibson Wayne had their hand up, but they are no longer in the room. So I was about to bring Gibson up, but unfortunately Gibson is gone. So Gibson, I don't know if you can hear this, but if you happen to come back, then feel free to put your hand up. So as usual, that was an interesting conversation with a progressive Catholic. Obviously, when it comes down to evidence and what we can demonstrate to be true, that becomes problematic. Problematic for his worldview. But anybody in the audience, if there's something you want to talk about, or if there's any believers, obviously we want to prioritize individuals who believe in God or gods. We'd love to have a chat with you about what you believe and why. So feel free to put your hand up. Or if there's something that you just want to chat about, then we'll obviously first come first serve. We'll bring you up on the stage and have a chat about that. Oh, buddy, this has been fuck, and we didn't even get to the cosmology thing. I kind of want to dive into that because I mean, even though I think that would get pretty intense because now we're talking about states of the universe that we don't have access to, and we can only like hypothesize about those prior states based upon what we know on this side of observability. So,
Well, the Bible also gets cosmology wrong.
right.
Now,
Yeah.
well, let's first point out that they have two different versions of cosmology. The first Genesis is completely different than the second Genesis, but they say that there was plant life and then there was light, and we know that that is factually not true.
Yep. Can't have a photosynthesis. Can't have an organism that subsists on photosynthesis if you don't have light. Very important. Oh, let's see. Oh, and Hadrian, thank you so much for that compliment I saw in the chat. I do appreciate that. Let's see if anybody's going to put their hands up. Let me check my live chat, see what's going on there. Yeah, a lot of people understanding that. Yeah, see, D-Dubs. D-Dubs is in my chat. Says, I'm an atheist that used to believe in psychics and psychokinesis. And then you spend enough time watching the work of James Randi and the James Randi organization, or the James Randi organization, or the Fellowship. Whatever. You spend enough time watching that, you understand that these things can be debunked. They just need be put under scrutiny. Once you scrutinize them, they tend to fall apart really, really quick. Much like demonic possession and why it doesn't work. When you put it to the test, you start breaking it down. Demonic possession is not a thing that happens. It's silly. Yeah,
I was going to say, if you watch enough X-Men, then you at least learn how to defeat them. That and The Exorcist.
And he says flat earthers are fucking idiots. I say a lot of them have been deceived. Some of them, I think, deceived or trolls. But what I found is that when I went to the Flat Earth International Convention back in 2019, I found that the vast majority of them are simply disenfranchised, very angry individuals who need something to hold on to. So, Bowl Duster, thank you for coming up on the stage. What do you got for us today? Yeah, we got you.
Oh, well, thank you. Thanks for doing this, guys.
Absolutely, our pleasure.
I'm usually entertained by these things. Anyway, I came up to ask about because I've been having debates, conversations. I wouldn't say debates. I've been having conversations with people here and I came across a specific viewpoint that I seem to struggle to understand, and it has to do with I think pantheism.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was once asked to prove God, I'm like, I can't, because I don't. There's nothing there for me to prove, and there's nothing there to say that it exists. So therefore, I mean, it's not real. But they're like, okay. Then they got into some weird wordage definition battle where this word means this, so therefore this word means this. So therefore, if I say space is God, and God is space. And I'm like, well, not really, because you're just labeling space God. It doesn't mean it has any divine powers.
Right.
And then it just spiraled into this whole thing. Like, I didn't even know what the right answer was to say that whatever they believe in is not really necessarily real. It's just how you're picturing and defining what it is that you call God. And every time I come across this with pantheisms, it seems like they always seem to have the right answer. And I'm just like, I don't know. It still doesn't compute in my head. I don't understand how that could be still God.
Yeah, I
So
find my biggest issue. I mean, I don't have an issue with I mean, predominantly with pantheists. You don't see pantheists. You don't see like the pantheist lobby. You don't see them trying to like
right.
influence our legislation in a particular way to affect everybody's lives. The only issue that I have with pantheism is that it's adding unnecessary baggage to basic terminology. So if you want to identify the universe is all that exists. And if you want to also call the universe God, so that the concept of God is equivalent to the universe, they're basically the one and the same, then obviously the God context adds a lot of baggage to the universe context.
Right.
And I
Right.
find that that's unnecessary and it just muddies the waters because it opens up a lot of doors that don't need to be opened. And I hold that, and I've always felt that while they're free to do this, that
Hmm.
I've never found, I don't see any utility in doing so, and it just overcomplicates matters. But that's just me.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I went through this whole downward spiral of just word battles, and I'm like, because it seemed to imply, well, after the whole conversation was done, it seemed to have the air of, I'm right, God is real, I'm pantheist, and you're wrong, and your atheistic views or agnostic views are irrelevant because I say this and this is true and that is God. I'm like, I don't. It doesn't work that way, man. But okay, I don't think you're still right.
Take
It
care,
doesn't work for
Jedi.
me. It just my head can't understand that because our concept of God is it's a supernatural being. So
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
I can label my dog God, and my dog is God, and that's
exactly, yeah. If I remember when you talked about like proving God, I'm assuming that you were down in the prove God channel with agnostic,
right.
and the whole purpose of that,
Yes, that's actually where I had
right.
that's where I had my conversations.
Yeah, the whole purpose of that room, what agnostic is trying to do, is agnostic is demonstrating that that there literally is no God category. Okay, because God is literally that which you define as God, or that which you identify as God. You can label
Okay.
anything God. So because anything can be labeled as God, and so long as it meets whatever definition you are ascribing to it, then that technically in your definition is God. So what he's pointing out is that the God concept in and of itself is incoherent. Okay?
Okay.
There's nothing to differentiate it from anything else. God is this nebulous term that people ascribe to a particular like series of phenomena that meets whatever internal expectation that they have. So therefore, it's completely incoherent. It doesn't hold any water. And so that's what igtheism is, because he's an agnostic. There's agnosticism and there's igtheism, in the sense
Hmm.
that the concept of God is incoherent and is therefore not worth exploring because you can't
Hmm.
get anything from it because it itself is logically inconsistent. And so because that
Right.
lack of consistency just means that it shouldn't even be addressed. So, and I get that. I get where he's coming from that. Just, boiling it
Hmm.
down to its bare essential. I still think from a colloquial perspective, from a societal perspective, we need to have these conversations because I myself, I understand that I don't label myself as an agnostic or an igtheist, even though technically I could be. But I find that there's a social utility to the term atheism, and that's why I hold to that one. But I also differentiate it by what God we're talking about. So you could say that I'm an agnostic atheist when it comes to like classical deism, but I am a Gnostic atheist when it comes to certain versions of God, like the Abrahamic biblical Christian God. I'm a Gnostic atheist. That thing does not exist, and I know it. So
I,
Hmm.
yeah.
I also find it depends on who that argument is coming from, because the deists, the pantheists, even the pagans tend to be very friendly to skeptics. However, I found many presuppositionalists, many Christian and Muslim defenders very much want to get you in any way, shape, or form to just admit you have some sort of type of God, because at least then that is like they're trying to get their fingers in to try and get you over to insert their religion.
Hmm. So I'm curious. So I've been struggling with this for a while since you mentioned that channel.
Mhm.
I do sometimes frequent it. Um, I'm still trying to figure out what the answer. So I guess I'm asking for a cheat sheet code here, figuratively speaking. how the hell am I supposed to prove something that I can't prove? Like,
That
what are the words? How the
uh,
hell do I prove what it is? What is it that they're trying to make me prove?
okay,
Is it the fact that
so
there's no God or there is a God?
okay,
So I've been
so
trying to battle this for a while and I still can't get it.
so one thing to keep in mind with Agnostic's room,
Yeah,
the whole purpose of that room, yes, is to generate conversation. But the
sure.
title of the room, okay, we know that nobody can demonstrate a God exists. Even the term prove that, like prove God exists, it
Yeah.
doesn't, because proofs exist in mathematics and in other fields, but not in science. Okay, science doesn't prove shit. Science demonstrates it. So
Hmm.
we know that nobody can demonstrate a God exists. We know this, all right? But there are certain
Sure.
versions of God that you can't demonstrate don't exist. And, they're unfalsifiable. The purpose of the room is lit, and I kid you not. The purpose of the room is for you to come in. He says, "Prove it." You say, "I can't," and then he says, "Then I prove that." Then he says, "So you can't prove it. Get wrecked, nerd." That's the whole purpose of
Right.
the room. The whole purpose of the whole thing is like, haha, you
I
can't
got
prove
that.
it, get wrecked. It's
Yeah.
literally it's that tongue in cheek. That is the purpose of the room. Okay. So it's kind of a gas, but at least it
Okay.
opens up the door to conversation, when we talk about specific
Sure.
gods and stuff like that. And it also opens the door for you to understand what he is what he is telling you by calling himself an agnostic. Okay,
Hmm.
because the whole point that
Got
you
it.
can't prove God exists is because the concept is incoherent. That's where it's leading. So it starts off as kind of like a haha, let's laugh and have fun, but it leads to a very important conversation if people want to take that route. Most people they don't, or they
Well,
don't know
frustrated.
how.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know how either because I wasn't sure what the right answer was. I just knew that I couldn't something I couldn't do. But I'm like, how do these people get these? How do these people get these titles? Like proved it. I'm like, damn it, I want that. I just
Oh
proved it.
yeah.
Isn't that real? Damn
So,
it.
but yeah, I think those who have the proved it title, the proved it like the descriptor on their thing. I think those that have that kind of like thing from the server, I think those are
Yeah.
individuals who are moderators in that room. So they have
Oh, okay.
yeah, I think that's what designates that. So, but
Okay.
yeah,
I'm
it's
just
yeah,
misunderstood that. Okay.
yeah. There's
Cool.
there's
Well,
no intention there. It's literally just like, haha, you can't prove it, get wrecked, nerd. It's pretty much all agnostic. That's the whole point.
makes more sense. Well, anyway, I appreciate you guys bringing me up. That's all I had. Mainly because everything I have to say is pretty much has been repeated already before me. But
Cool.
either way, I appreciate these things. Thank you guys.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Have a great one.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Bubble Duster.
Thanks.
And all right, I'll continue saying it. God does not exist.
Yes, the Christian Abrahamic biblical version of the God does not exist. It
Indeed.
and someone said that Ozzy was God in my live chat, and I said, haha, trick question, Lemmy is God.
Okay, I'll accept that. I also accept your partner. You can worship your partner.
Yeah, worship at the feet of my partner. Yeah, occasionally I do. I pretty much do. Yeah, if I was to worship anything, if you consider that. If worship means give them as many orgasms as possible.
Mm-hmm. And yes, that's a valid option.
Yep, that's my offering. My offering is all the possible orgasms.
That's also why a personal relationship sounds a little bit lame if you can't prove they exist. We're just putting it out there that I've only been told, however, by two people. Equally, one person told me that they have a personal relationship and had sex with Satan and
Wow.
demons. And then I had someone who said they had a personal relationship and had sex with God. And all I want to do is get these two people in a room so that they can have an orgy.
D-Dub says in my live chat, always be faithful to the provider of thy nookie, Carlin. Yes, George Carlin was brilliant. Is like, but he loves you. I fucking love George Carlin. Ah, man, I miss him so much.
Indeed, my favorite comedian.
And hey, Bob Nodell's Gyroscope, good to see you. Hope things are still spinning at 15 degrees per hour. Good to see you, bud. And I killed Earl. I killed Earl is in my live chat, and she approves. She says we approve. Yes, we approve. Biblically speaking, absolutely. No, I am not proof of Santa. Dr. Nimrod, and also I am not a robot. This is funny, and I don't know how much of my content you watch, Amy. I'm not saying I don't know, but someone pointed out recently that the way I edit my videos, you never see me take a breath, and
Listen,
and then I very rarely, if ever, blink because the way the way I cut my videos, it looks consistently like I'm not breathing, I'm just speaking. So someone
but
pausing,
JL, that's just all wasted time there.
I know,
Breathing,
right?
blinking, gosh.
So why would I waste time doing these biological necessities when I could just be speaking? And apparently somebody pointed out, posited that I am actually a robot. And I said, no, I am not a robot. And he was like, that's exactly what a robot posing as a human would say. So,
True.
oh, Bob Nodell's gyroscope says, oh, it says just say thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob. Oh, Bob Nodell. I said some things about Bob Nodell after he passed that were kind of mean. It's like I remember when whenever I think of Bob, because I know that Bob, he passed away last year. I think it was last year when he passed away. God, a flat Earth, man. Fuck. I just can't. I can't.
The Builder. No,
Oh, I Killed Earl says biblically was the name of the guy who fucked God.
yes, he was. Oh,
okay.
What a character.
I'm sorry. So wait, had sex with God or had sex with Satan?
No, biblically, very much. If you were to ask him, he gave us. This is why my co-host and myself think that he's a troll, because he had the perfect answers. We asked him if he was in a sexual relationship with God, and he not only said yes, but we said, well, that leads us to ask which one of you tops. And he said that they switch. You switch with God? That's amazing.
God's a switch hitter?
God is a switch, apparently.
Wow.
See the things we learn.
To be fucked by and to fuck God. That's fascinating. That's like, wow. Okay. Holy shit. That's so.
See, that's too good of an answer.
That's so Zeus of him. You know, it's so Zeus like. Oh man. All right. Well, we have nobody in there with their hands up just yet. So if anybody wants to put their hands up, I Killed Earl says fucking hell. That's a great answer. Yeah. So, Leo Da Vinci. I see. We've got a hand up in the chat. I've got a couple. I see Anish as well. Anish, we will bring you up as soon as we can. But Leo Da Vinci, let's go ahead and bring you up. Welcome to the stage, sir. Or welcome to the stage. I don't want to assume your gender, but good to see you. Welcome. What have you got for us today?
Yeah, what's up? No, I just thought. Wait, is it required for me to be a theist for me to like join the call? Do I have to like bring about a theist argument or something, or can I be can like fellow atheists join?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll have if there's something that if you want to if you believe a particular thing, you don't necessarily have to be atheist. We like to prioritize them, but as you see, we don't exactly have a deluge of people with their hands up. So, but if there's a particular thing you want to talk about, or a question that you have for us, or if you have something you want to a point you want to make, then definitely.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I just came here to like generally see what was going on, if there was some like theists and like willing to join. But I don't know. Like I guess since I'm up here, I guess I maybe I may ask a question regarding like presuppositionalism, because that's quite a frequent phenomenon over here,
right?
Especially on Discord. So I guess
can I ask, is this question foundational to us being necessary to exist? You're good. Just keep going.
Well, fair enough. Yeah.
Nicely done, Amy. Nicely done.
Yeah. How do you know you exist? But yeah, as I was saying, no, you can just appeal to God. That's the easiest one. That's the easiest answer. But yeah, I guess like one of my questions would be when the line of questioning is and of course I'm quite I would say for myself that I'm quite familiar with the with the presup argument or type of argumentation. But for example, when they ask us, or like when they would ask like hypothetically an atheist, well, what would be the epistemic foundation, like for which you would justify your own knowledge? Would it be possible to kind of possibly refer to like a type of analytic propositions or truths, which would be like necessary and a priori? Because if you were to appeal to like, what would you say, like analytic truths, which are true by definition, right? They're going to be tautological or always true, logically. Then if you were to appeal to those types of propositions as like your epistemic foundations, do you guys think that that's going to be like sufficient for like grounding in epistemology?
So okay, so
instead of using like an ontological like category such as God or anything else.
Okay, so predominantly, when dealing with precepts, it's all about identifying what exactly they're trying, what exactly they're talking about. Now, I don't think if you bring those up to a precept, I do not think it's going to be sufficient, because what they're doing is that they are defining their God as that which secures that which is true. Okay,
and which upholds like the truth value of propositions, right?
Right. Yeah. So any proposition that is true, it is true because God exists, because that's the way God is defined. Okay.
Yeah.
Ostensibly, or to break that down, what presuppositional apologetics is doing is they are identifying a breakpoint in human reasoning. Okay. You cannot get past the fact that we are all of us have a subjective, inaccessible internal experience, or inaccessible by other people. We have an internal subjective experience, and that is what we are limited to. Okay. My position I hold is that because a God has not been demonstrated to exist, then we are limited solely to that subjective experience. And the only way that we can know things to be true is by making observations, asking questions, and comparative analysis with other people's observations. Okay. The whole point of this thing is that Van Til identified this break point in reasoning by virtue of the trilemma. Every worldview gets hung on a trilemma. It gets hung on the trilemma. You're going to get stuck on one of those horns. Yep. Okay, you can't avoid it. That's a reality. The problem is
for those I'm sorry to interrupt. And for those who know, like we're talking about the Agrippian trilemma, right? Where we're talking about the three possibilities when like asked, or when going through like a type of like epistemic questioning or line of questioning. You can either end up at a circular reasoning. You can end up at like a dogmatic position where you just refuse to answer and accept like a proposition as merely a dogma, like a grounding, like a dogma / grounding.
Axiomatic.
Yeah, like an axiom, or you can end up at like a type of epistemic infinitism. So that's going to be the
infinite regress, axiomatic, or circularity. Okay.
Yeah.
By virtue of our subjective internal experiences, we're all going to get hung up on that, regardless of the worldview. Van Til's objective, we have to understand both his goal. Understanding his goal gives us an understanding as to why he will to his tactics. Okay. His goal was to provide a justification for people to not leave the faith. That was the goal. He wanted to keep people in the faith. Okay. His tactic was to provide an explanatory, or to provide a justification for why people shouldn't leave the faith, because if they do, they would no longer be able to say that anything was true. All right. Now, the problem with that is that, number one, it's circular. Okay. Even that worldview, presuppositional apologetics, gets hung on the circularity issue.
It's inevitably going to be like a subset of the trilemma.
Issue,
it doesn't escape it.
The big issue is that what people like Bahnsen or even Darth Dawkins or other individuals, other presuppositional apologists, they will never address, is that they are not talking about knowledge in and of itself, or even truth in and of itself. They are specifically talking about absolute truth, absolute knowledge. Okay, that which is because it cannot be any other way. All right. Now, obviously, you can come down to logic. Logic can demonstrate what is and what can't be. But the problem is that ultimately it's defining the God into existence. Now, from my perspective, there's no God there to reference. So therefore, it's entailed that what is established to be true is probabilistic in nature. Okay, it's probabilistic. It is the thing that is true is the thing that is most likely to be true, probabilistically. Now, we can determine a thing to be true to such a degree that it would be irrational to deny it without additional evidence to justify that denial. Okay. But it's still going to be probabilistic. It's going to be 99.9 repeating. Okay. Because we're never going to be able to get to it. Even if we had access to objective reality, there's no methodology we could create to differentiate that, to be like, this is what objective reality is. How do you know? Your experience is still subjective. So we can't get there. Currently, we can't get there.
And can I give two
And
examples? I'm sorry, JL.
sorry. Just to wrap it up,
Continue.
because I've talked
Sure.
about this ad nauseum with many of them. The one kicker that they never bring up, and of course this is analytic philosophy, is Wittgenstein.
Mhm.
Wittgenstein identified the fact that knowledge does not have to be absolute to be knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay? Truth
and
does not have to
also-
be
oh,
absolute to
sorry.
be truth. And so when we recognize that, you don't need precept. You just need to be able to epistemically justify it to a degree that it would be irrational to deny it until you got
Yeah.
more evidence. Right. So yeah, go ahead, Amy. I don't want to blather on too long about that.
No,
So
once again, what I often find myself saying is I also agree with everything that J.L. Lawrence said, just that there's two examples that I think it's okay to have certain presuppositions that we seem to be forced to believe, like the fact that we are thinking creatures. We think, therefore we are. There seems to be an inherent contradiction in thinking and not being. So we push that forward. It seems to be the laws of logic. They are tautologies, and so for them to be untrue, is it a possibility that we're saying them basically to show that we are not crazy? Everything is what it is. Oh my God, everything isn't what it isn't, and it can't be and not be. Yeah, no, yes, exactly. And so for that and us to be thinking conscious creatures are two decent presuppositions which we can take on board. But a God is an unnecessary presupposition. And so they're trying to justify it by turning everything around and having that God be the justification, because then by necessity it has to exist.
yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean,
Ultimately, it's
Sorry.
ultimately, like I said, it's defining it into existence. They're identifying a break, and then they're defining the God as that which covers the break. That's pretty much what it is in order to justify their claim. So yeah, they're defining. That's what Van Til was doing, is essentially just defining it into existence. But go ahead, Leo. Sorry.
No, no, you're good. Yeah, but what I was about to say is that like when I was listening to, I think that was the conversation between, who was it, Graham Oppy and Darth. I think this had a conversation like I don't know how long ago, but I was like it definitely is true, and I would agree that the presupposition would be more complex, or the worldview would be more complex, or I mean not even exclusively the presupposition, but the theist position, more generally, I guess, because I think, as Graham Oppy also pointed out, quite fairly, I would say, is that you have these two hypotheses, right? You have the God world and the not God world. But in the not God world, you also have, what would you say? He said like the initial singularity, which would explain like the sum of all things, or like existence as it is, or the like this world, like per se. And given that would be like a simpler hypothesis or theory, we should accept that one over the other, because it is more complex, or the theist position, more precisely. But yeah. So I guess I would agree. I don't know which one of you said it earlier, but yeah, like the addition of God, right, as this type of like like ontological / epistemic like grounding or basis or explanation is going to be more complex, and therefore, like by virtue of Occam's razor, not necessarily
We
I guess
can
virtuous.
eliminate it.
But what? I'm sorry. What?
What were you saying, Amy?
Oh no, so like you were saying, thus from Occam's razor, we should eliminate it.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know,
Yeah.
and of course they'll throw in a lot of. I mean, they're throwing a lot of reference shit, but it's all about breaking down. It's like when they say that, you know, it's like in order for knowledge to exist, there must necessarily be God. Then when we have to talk about like what is knowledge, knowledge is that typically they hold to JTB, even though JTB is not like a universal thing. It doesn't always apply. But even if they hold to JTB, that just means it's justified true belief. Okay, great. Let's break that down. What is what is truth? That truth is that what is justified? Justified is that which is true. What is true? That which comports with reality. So if we observe a reality, if we subjectively observe a reality, and then we compare notes, we do a comparative analysis. And this was brought up to Darth one time, brought up comparative analysis, and he literally just muted the cat, just shut him down immediately. Then we do a comparative analysis. Then we're able to derive a probabilistic model as to what is true. Then we make predictions with that probabilistic model. The predictions come true, and therefore that validates the probabilistic model and increase the likelihood that what we are observing and how we're interpreting it is true. So that's where it goes with that. It's just like, even if you hold to just strictly JTB, which I don't think anybody should do, then it
because
ultimately
we can get here. Yeah.
right, exactly. Then it ultimately comes down to, you know, the knowledge is that which you consider knowledge is that which is that which you have epistemic justification for it. If you have epistemic justification for it, which we do by virtue of the high probability that gives us justification until we get more evidence, just because we're willing to improve the model or make it more accurate, okay, doesn't mean that, you know, we can throw the whole thing away. You know, because they'll say that when we say probabilistic, they'll say that it is what's that fucking other word? It says that, you know, it can change anytime. Fuck, I've lost my vocabulary. Shit.
Wait, what is the quote that you're trying to think of?
Okay, so there's when they say that science is that's because science
Are you thinking it's contingent?
No, it starts with a P. I've totally lost. I'll come up with. I'll remember
I
it
can
later.
think of lots of other words. Never mind. TOS.
I know
Okay.
Barth likes to bring it up. Like he'll classify because science can change, but that change means it's getting more accurate is the problem. Is like you can have one scientific position and then you get more evidence, and then that makes the position that you have more accurate in describing reality.
More precise.
Yeah, science gets more precise, but it's not the word that he's using. But he views it. He views that as because science can change. I'll remember it in a sec. But his position is
sure
because science can change, because it can change, that means you can't. It means you shouldn't use it. Okay, like he rejects it because of the fact that it doesn't go for absolutes. Okay, and that's just insane to me. You know, but you know, science is progress. Yeah, science is progress. Oh, no, this is not progressive. Fuck, this is gonna like drive me insane.
No, you're good, bro. You're good.
Oh no, it's not propositional. I'll remember, but nonetheless, I think we're on the same page. So yeah, I think you're familiar, Leo, with the fact that presuppositional apologists that they have a tendency to overcomplicate shit and kind of philosopher stuff in order to obfuscate the fact that the purpose, like Greg Bonson stated, the whole purpose is to shut the mouth of the unbeliever and keep people in the faith. It's not to convince anybody that it's true, you know, it's to just give them an excuse to stay, you know?
because especially that is like a very, very interesting point, because now we're like getting into the conversation of whether the presup position like is inherently, you know, bad faith, or the holders of the presup, you know, belief actually, you know, inherently bad faith. Because like, for example, if you see most of the presups that you argue with, you know, speaking from experience, right, most of them are just going to be, you know, incredibly, what do you say, like authoritative or like totalitarian in their like line of questioning and like argumentation, right? Because they're rarely going to bombard you with what would you say, points like Darth does, right? Like you can if you like engage with Darth, like he's going to, you know, bombard you with, you know, a thousand different points, right? But as soon as you want to jump in or interject and like, you know, counter his points, he's just gonna keep on going and, you know, say that, you know, you keep over talking him,
right?
You know, whilst you haven't made any of the points that you wanted to make. So I guess like, yeah, the presup point like position is it is quite like it could be bad faith like inherently. At least it intuitively seems the case. But yeah, I don't know what you guys think. But
No, I agree with you. Yeah, it's like provisional. Fucking hell! Thank you, Dora. Dora in my live chat. That people like Barth, not Darth, but Barth, like Barthology.
Mhm.
Barthology will say that that science is provisional, and that's because it can change. Yes, it can change, but it gets more accurate. So like he's just kind of he's doing an unfair, he's misrepresenting science in that sense. Yes, it can change, but it doesn't mean that it just like can, it's not like a theory can suddenly be something completely different tomorrow. No, it just gets more accurate over time. So when he says provisional, it's disingenuous in that sense because he's not covering all his bases. So provisional was the word. Thank you, Dora,
Okay.
for saving my ass. So because I could not fucking
Also,
I
a
couldn't remember that.
PSA: evolution is both a theory and a fact. So another love sent out there if anyone would like to come up and prove something wrong.
Yeah, Amy.
Yeah, and by the way, saying it's just a theory doesn't disprove the theory.
Right. Yes. Let's try not to try not to conflate theory with hypothesis, because
Yeah.
I see that happening a lot. Is like
I have a funny little anecdote. This is during an ethics class. So one of my teacher, my female teacher, who gave us like ethics lectures in high school. We were talking about, I think we were talking about evolution at one point, and she was a theist because she's a Christian. And when I started to make like when I started to converse with her and like argue why I could think that evolution is true. She just she automatically said, well, it's just a theory, so it doesn't necessarily have to be the case. And I was like, well, given that you're a teacher, right? I'm kind of surprised that you're
that's
kind
kind
of surprised that
of
you would.
that's disheartening.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, she don't get me wrong, she's like a very what would you say, like well experienced, well, like a thought out like philosopher and like ethics, what would you say, like ethical philosopher. But I yeah, but when we started talking about evolution and like what would be the, I guess, some of the like evolutionary arguments for like the development of morality, because that's what we were, I guess, talking about that like that one day. She was like, well, evolution is just a theory. And I was like, well, okay. I didn't want to say it to her, and I didn't, but I was like, in my head I was like, okay, and like it was a fun little encounter. But yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming up. I see. Oh, Anish was there, and Anish had their hand up. I was going to bring Anish up. Apparently, someone in my live chat said that my volume is a little low. So do I sound better now? Can people hear me?
Oh yeah.
Okay, fantastic. My volume was a little bit
And
down.
it's a shame there are no creationists in chat that want to defend their god. So I will keep on reminding everybody. You can just put your hand up.
Amy, why
that
you
was
put...
actually
Oh, go ahead.
That was actually good. That was actually good. Jesus.
All right. Well, thank you, Leo. I do appreciate it. But yeah.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. Why are you putting that, Amy? Why are you putting that evil on us? Why are you putting that evil on us?
Listen, I have two contracts: Soros and Satan, the two S's. So I gotta.
Well, I got three: Soros, Satan, and Sagan.
Oh my!
Yeah.
The true overlord.
Hail Sagan.
Yeah, that's right.
I found this amazing T-shirt that I have to get, and it's a Hail Sagan shirt. It's fucking amazing. I have to have it. So I'm gonna get it eventually. I've got to, because it's just brilliant. But yeah, I see we got some double trouble in the audience here. But anyway, thank you, Leo. That was a great conversation. I love breaking down why presuppositional apologetics doesn't work. Because it's actually easier than the presups will let on. I see, unfortunately, one dude he bounced. I see the one guy that you're referring to. He bounced. That's actually probably a good thing. I don't need to get my channel taken down for his shit.
You and his therapist both.
Right. It's like, oof. Oh man, but hopefully Anish will come back in because Anish had their hand up. Sometimes these conversations can go a bit, but I love hashing them out, and it's an organic conversation. I love, they're going to go as long as they need to go, and sometimes we have to get into the nitty gritty to break this stuff down. But this fantastic conversation we've had so far. But hopefully we can get another theist up because that'll be fantastic. Oh man, oh man. So thank you again to Dora for saving my name, or for saving my ass with reminding me of that word. So provisional is the word that Barth often uses. So Aaron, Reese, to see you. Good to see you, Aaron. Thanks for popping into the live chat. Appreciate you hanging out. D Dubs is heading out. Have a great one. Hopefully you'll hear this on the replay. But thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Amber, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate that. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I saw the Turtle moves as well. Good to see you, Turtle. All right. Oh, and Tux TV. Good to see you, Tux. Appreciate you being here. Got a bunch of new people that popped into the live chat. Want to make sure I say hi to them. While we're waiting for somebody to put their hand up, let me run down this really quick. Dr. Nimrod has been a member of the Godless Army for 21 months. Thank you, Dr. Nimrod, for that support. Lieutenant Jedi has gifted 5 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Jedi. Very generous. We appreciate that. Lieutenant Jedi has also been a member of the Godless Army for 4 months. Appreciate that. Anna has gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate that support, bud. And Lieutenant Jedi has gifted another 5 memberships to the Godless Army. So all you new channel members, enjoy your emojis, all the custom emojis I've made for you, and of course the channel badge. The channel badge, which is the expanding mind meme. The longer you're subscribed to my channel, the longer you're a member, the more your mind expands. See how I see what I did there? Yes. All right. Well, I see Amy has taken it upon herself to
Listen,
yes.
JL, I swear that was a higher power. The higher power may have been
I'll let you know. You take lead on this one. Go for it.
And Tangelo, how you doing?
Fine, thanks. And you, Amy?
I'm doing good. So you would like to talk about God?
Well, I'm actually leaving it to you, whatever you guys want to talk about.
Well, it's kind of like, talking about like what you believe and why you believe it. And, it's like, so if you want to present like a particular God or an argument for a God, there's been, obviously this conversation has been had a lot, people out there in both my live chat, people in the audience are familiar with your arguments. I don't think we need to. I personally, we can. I personally don't think we need to get into evolution or abiogenesis or any of that because those are, those are not mutually exclusive with a God concept. Abiogenesis and evolution could very well be the way a creating deity could have created and diversified life. And it would make sense. It logically tracks because it's consistent with the evidence. But if we're talking about just asserting that there is a God, then it's got to come down to, is it a God of the gaps? Is that how you're justifying it? Or like, how you're backing it up? I mean, can you demonstrate that the God that you believe in exists?
Well, I can show you a picture.
You can?
Sure.
I'm excited.
I feel like this is risky to the integrity of my channel.
I feel like he's going to actually show a picture of a cell, and that's going to be the whole shtick.
No, actually not.
Oh, it is an impression. Damn it. It was such a good impression, too.
I mean, I thought that you would find out without me saying what I am at. But if you don't, I think that the image on the Shroud of Turin is showing Jesus, and Jesus is God. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. So there's obviously 2 things there. So 1, the shroud, and 2, the claim that Jesus was supernatural in nature. So there's obviously, because even if the Shroud of Turin was the impression, like the impression of like, the dead person of Jesus, like his body, even if that was true, that does not entail that Christ was supernatural in nature. That's 2 separate claims. So jumping from Shroud of Turin to Jesus supernatural, that doesn't track. That doesn't that would be obviously be a non sequitur. That doesn't logically follow. So we can either address your claim that Christ was supernatural, or we can address the Shroud of Turin, which obviously you are very familiar with the fact that the evidence does not align with that. That the evidence, the direct forensic evidence aligns with the conclusion, or points to the conclusion that it was a 13th century art. Essentially, ostensibly, it was a 13th century art installation.
So are you
So
very sure about this, JL?
yes, I've read the forensic analysis on it. Yes.
Not only that,
Okay.
but did you notice how nice he was? He went out of his way, really out of his way, not to use the word fraud. And so that was very nice of you, JL.
I think I don't know if you know about it, but there is a $1 million prize out there given by David Rolfe. He is a filmmaker, and first he offered this prize in the UK because he is an Englishman, and nobody actually presented any evidence that it is a fraud. So he
Well,
extended his offer to the United States this year, and he offers $1 million to anyone that can actually show with empirical evidence that the image on the shroud was made by an artist in the Middle Age.
And
So
wait,
if you are so sure,
that's not how it
if you're
works though.
well, if you are so sure that it is a forgery from the Middle Ages, well, why don't you show how the image was actually made and you get the prize?
okay, so I don't need to do it myself. Okay, so here's the biggest issue with that. You have one person who is offering up a prize, or offering up a cash prize, okay, for basically demonstrating that the Shroud of Turin is not the I guess the body wrap that was used on the body of Christ. Okay, so that means that you have to go with the evidence. Like, what evidence is available? Okay, obviously we can't just look at it and say that's Christ, because the image happens to look like a person and comports with the image of what someone who may have been Christ looks like. Okay, because there are no pictures of Christ. Okay, there's no like direct like photography of Christ. No one knows what the man physically looked like if that dude actually existed. Okay, in the form that people think he existed. So there's only descriptors of that, but there's a lot of variations to that. Okay, so there's a lot of different images. All right, is any one like painting out there a painting of Christ? Is any one like genetic composition of people from that particular area, is that what Christ looked like? So just saying because it looks like Christ, or it matches my expectation of what Christ would look like, does that mean it's Christ? No, it doesn't. Okay, so obviously we have to go deeper than that. We have to go with the evidence. Now, the forensic paper, the anatomical forensic paper, okay, on the Shroud of Turin, and this has been linked. This was back in 2018. The new, and then it was reevaluated in 2023. New evidence supporting Shroud of Turin is too strong to ignore. Shroud of Turin isn't Jesus' burial cloth. It claims forensic study. Forensic research once again suggests the Shroud of Turin is fake. It was a big undertaking in 2018. This has been brought up, where the forensic analysis and what goes into forensics is understanding things like fluid dynamics, viscosity, and and the way gravity affects these things. So when you look at it, the forensic analysis debunks it. The dating of it is another thing entirely. The dating of it, like the actual like radiometric dating of it, dates that cloth to the 13th century. Okay? Just like we date other things, like if you want to talk about like pottery or other artifacts or weaponry, and we date those things to specific time periods. Okay, we look at the metallurgy and the consistency. Like if I have a sword, where did the sword come from? I found a sword in the ground. How do I date the sword? Well, I look at the metallurgical composition of the sword. I do a metallurgical analysis. I take a sample of the sword, and then I break it down to determine what elements are there. And then I can also look at where the sword was in the ground. I could do a geophysics analysis to understand like where it was, and all those tell me the time period in which the sword wound up in the ground. Okay? So the same thing goes with the cloth. We take a sample of the cloth. We look at the chemical. We look at the chemical composition of the cloth. Look at like what it was made of, and then we look at radiometric dating, and we date this thing to the 13th century. Not a date, not like January 2nd, whatever, 1222 or whatever. But we know it came from that time period, not 2000, because we have things. We have surviving evidence that we can date to Roman era. Surviving artifacts that we can date to the period of the Romans. Okay? Whether it be weaponry or pottery or things that people made. Okay? The Shroud of Turin doesn't match those as far as the dating goes. And the forensic analysis of blood spatter analysis, which goes into gravity and fluid dynamics and viscosity. Okay? Looking at those don't match. Those don't even match the fluid dynamics of what would occur if you had a body wrapped in a cloth. Okay? So all the evidence indicates that this was essentially an art installation. I'm not saying it was a fraud. It may have been put forward as like someone may have made it and said, I have the shroud that clothed Jesus. That would be a fraudulent claim. Okay? But it's only fraudulent insofar as people believe it to be true. So literally, it literally is an art piece that was made in the 13th century. Maybe it was passed off fraudulently as what it was, but we know that it was created, not a result of being wrapped around Christ's body. The evidence does not indicate that. So there's no reason to believe that it is. And of course, even if it was, that still is not an indicator that Christ was supernatural in nature. Or Jesus or Yeshua, or whatever, Jesus or Yeshua, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, so my question to you, JL, why is it that in 1978, the STURP team, which was composed of 25 scientists, they made a week-long examination of the shroud, and then they published 2 years later the result of their investigation. And the conclusion of the STURP team, I will read here, is the answer to the question of how the image was produced or what produced the image remains now has in the past been a mystery. We can conclude for now that the shroud image is that of a real human form of a scourged, crucified man. It is not the product of an artist. The blood stains are composed of hemoglobin and also give a positive test for serum albumin. The image is an ongoing mystery, and until further chemical studies are made, perhaps by this group of scientists or perhaps by some scientists in the future, the problem remains unsolved.
Yeah, that was
So they
1978.
They made at least 25
That was 78.
scientific, yes, 1978.
Right, I'm referring to the forensic analysis. I'm referring Otangelo, stop. It's my stage. It's our stage. 1978, 2018. Forensic analysis. You're talking about a differentiation when forensics, in and of itself, okay, in the 1970s, was just getting established. In fact, I don't even think there was forensic analysis applied to the shroud in 1978. Okay? That type of analysis is actually fairly recent. And you're talking about the differentiation between 1978 and 2018.
In fact, can I just have a question based on one of the examples that JL gave, which is absolutely true, is carbon dating. It has been carbon dated over and over, and each time it gets found to just about 1,000 years ago, hundreds of years ago in the worst example. And so why do you think that the carbon dating is wrong? Or why do you think that it is 2,000 years old instead of all of the data showing that it's not?
Well, first of all, Amy, even that this scientific team performed their scientific tests in 1978, their equipment was sophisticated enough to come to the conclusion that the image on the shroud wasn't made either by pigments, by painting, by
But wait,
chemical.
Atangelo, can I stop you?
I never said it
Because
was.
this is the point, though. Like, let's pretend that it was. I think it is more close to artistic, but let's pretend that it really was a guy that was crucified exactly the same way that Jesus was, and that we have this image. Why does it seem to only date to about a few hundred to 1,000 years ago and not 2,000 years ago?
Yeah,
Well,
why does
there
it date to
are
the
some
13th century?
hypotheses which answer this question, Amy. One is um, uh, the one by Joe Marino, and it has been tested, this hypothesis, and it is plausible. That is that in the Middle Ages, the shroud was frequently exposed to the public, and they secured it on the corners, the cloth. And with this, over time, it went injured. The cloth went uh, uh, had some can I say in English? Sorry. Um, it had to be fixed, and they just on the corner on the cloth they fixed it in the 16th century by they call it French invisible weaving, and they had actually near to the sample which was radiocarbon tested, they had other samples which then were handed over to Ray Rogers, which was one of the guys which was involved in the STURP team. He was not believing that the shroud was authentic, and they came up with this hypothesis that it could be that it was fixed with a different cloth, that they maybe tested two different cloths together, and he was very skeptic about this. And then in 2005, he did find cotton in that nearby piece which he tested, and it couldn't be cotton because the whole cloth is pure linen. And they also did find dye and other substances which indicate that probably the hypothesis is true, that the corner was actually fixed, and they tested 50% new cloth, which was used to fix the original cloth, and probably 50% the original cloth, and that gave a different dating that was actually expected. This is the predominant hypothesis, which I think it is plausible, but there are others as well.
But yeah, but ultimately, that's not a reason to believe. The fact that it changed hands so often contaminates the data. Okay, the fact that it was that so many things were done to it contaminates the data. All right, just because the thing exists does not mean it is evidence of the things to people that claim that it is. You know, you got to wonder why. Like we've been able to test blood types for decades. Okay, why has nobody ever done a blood typing test to determine if it was like A negative, B positive, whatever? Why has no blood test been done on it? Why
Well, it
has
has
no
actually been JL, it has actually been done. The blood type is AB. It corresponds also to the blood type that has been found on the Sudarium of Oviedo, which is the face cloth, which covered the same man as on the Shroud of Turin. That face cloth has been dated to the 8th century. We know historically at least that it exists since the 6th century. It is also mentioned in the Gospels. And the most interesting thing here, JL, is that it has also
I'm sorry to
traces
interrupt you there, bud, but no serological experiments have ever been performed on the Shroud of Turin to evaluate the possibility that any blood species other than human might be present. Unanticipated issues in serological analysis of blood species. It has undergone scientific testing, but it has not undergone serological experiments because the Vatican will not allow it.
Well, that's actually not true.
I
Okay.
literally am pulling that up right now.
Okay, I can read here. According to the research of John Heller and Alan Adler, the stains thought to be blood on the Shroud of Turin are derived from genuine clotted wounds, having passed 11 different diagnostic tests that confirm their authenticity as blood. These tests
No,
have
no.
determined the presence of various blood constituents such as proteins, albumin, heme products, and pigment bilirubin, an area of expertise for Adler. Notably, Adler observed that the regions.
Wait. And I found what you were reading, and do you notice what you just read? It said, and he painted it with this.
And remember, Otangelo, I never said that blood wasn't used in it. Okay, human beings have been using blood to do art for forever, and they'll mix that blood with other things in order to improve its consistency. Because blood by itself doesn't last long as a medium. You have to mix shit into it in order to maintain it for longer than a period of time. Because blood itself, the way it coagulates, will break down, okay, and begin to fade very, very quickly because of its organic nature. You have to mix other compounds in it in order to sustain it. Okay, so while blood may have been used, which is very probable, I'll grant that. Okay, whoever made it used blood in the process of making it. Fine, great, but guess what? The forensic analysis done in 2018 of the blood spatter on it. Okay, blood spatter analysis, which is pretty damn definitive because it follows the laws of fluid dynamics, gravity, and what we would expect to see of a body that was bleeding. Okay, the forensic analysis, the blood spatter forensic analysis does not track. Okay, it doesn't. That doesn't track. The radiocarbon dating doesn't track. There's no evidence to indicate the truth of the claim, and there's nothing but post hoc rationalizations to justify why the evidence doesn't back it up. Okay? There's nothing to indicate that. There is no justification to believe, rational justification to believe, that this thing clothed the body of this person Christ. Nothing.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Let's suppose you were an artist and you would paint the body and make an artwork. Would you first paint the body and then put the blood stains on the cloth, or would you first put the blood stains and then paint the body?
You could do it a number of ways. So long as there was something, you literally could do. What you could do is you could take the image of it, like the anatomical image. Because remember, when you take the spatial because the figure in the shroud has been 3D modeled, okay, as to what anatomically it would look like, and anatomically it's very fucked up. It's very, very weird when you 3D map it out. Okay, which is not something that they could do back in the 70s, but we can do now. So 3D analysis, three-dimensional analysis of it makes a very weird looking person. Now, if you take the shroud, okay, and even if you had a really competent artist, looking at a dead body or looking at an image of a body or whatever, and then utilizing blood mixed with other compounds to make it more effective as an art medium, okay, then you could pretty much just kind of like trace it along the way. You pretty much just like paint it out the way you think it would be, or slow but steady process. I don't know. Okay, I can't speak to what an artisan in the 13th century, how they would make a particular thing, especially because I don't know what they have access to. Because remember, we can't trace the Shroud of Turin to a particular place. Okay, to a centered place, like it was made in this area. We know the kind of region it was because of the analysis, the forensic analysis of the dust particulates that were in it. But the problem is, and this is addressed here, the sequences of multiple subjects of different ethnic origins have been recently detected on the human mitochondrial genome extracted from dust particulates in the linen. The problem is, those dust particulates come from an extremely wide area of the planet. So we can't even narrow down to specifically where it was made. Okay, we have a general region and a general time period, neither of which comport with where Christ supposedly was.
And I know you're going to want to respond, it's Angelo, but I just want to ask, is this the defining reason for why you are a Christian?
No, I actually came to Christ when I was 18, 40 years ago, and it was by pain. So it has nothing to do with the Shroud of Turin. But I would say that the Shroud of Turin confirms the historicity of Jesus, and it matches perfectly with the accounts in the New Testament, in the Gospels. All the wounds which you see on the shroud, they match with the description of the torture that Jesus went through, the flagrum, the flagellation, and the crucifixion, then the crown of thorns, then the side wound. Everything matches, and
Right. But did the story of Christ's crucifixion exist in the 13th century?
yes, of course.
Right. So if somebody wanted to make an artistic representation of that, they would have a guide as to what needed to be there, correct?
Yeah, what I think is amazing, JL, what you must believe
So
is
wait,
that someone,
wait.
an
You're
artist.
just gonna blow past that fact.
Yes.
No, I just give you that. If someone would like to make an artwork based on the accounts of the Gospels, then he could try to match it. Now, the problem here is, JL, is that the supposed artist, he would have to go against the moral norms in the Middle Ages and paint a naked body. Secondly, he would have um, to make an artwork which would show a figure which barely can be seen. You can only see the image from about 6 feet distance away. And then third, you would have to imagine that 6 centuries later, someone would make an image, a photograph, and then have a perfect photo negative. And then 100 years later, um, showing that the shroud image has 3D information encoded, distance information. So I wonder what kind of artist in the Middle Ages would have had this ability to foresee
They did.
photographic
They didn't.
negative.
They didn't. We don't even have to assume that they did. You think that art? You think that like passing off relics as something that they weren't was like not commonplace in the ancient world? Art forgery is a thing that happens today. Okay, passing off stuff as they weren't in order to gain recognition or money is commonplace. Okay, look at this relic I found. There were literally individuals who made their living dealing in relics. Okay, so that's a common thing. People walking around, like I have various relics from my travels around the world, and they're not. It's no different than snake oil salesmen, which still exist today. Moving from
Yeah,
town to
what I
town,
think,
selling their various things. What's more likely? That someone tried to
well,
pass off,
JL,
so
what I
someone
think,
created a relic and tried to pass it off as real in order to get money or fame, or that the
well,
supernatural is true. So come
well,
on.
JL, what I think is amazing is that amongst hundreds of different scientific faculties, all these scientists which had the possibility to actually perform scientific investigations and tests, no one of these people were able to actually demonstrate that this artifact, that this relic is a forgery. And
It wouldn't be a
you,
forgery. It wouldn't
and
be a
you,
no, no,
and
Otangelo. It wouldn't be a forgery. A forgery is a copy of something else being passed off as the original. That's a forgery. Okay? It's not a
okay,
forgery.
an
It's no,
artistic,
stop. It's not a
okay,
forgery.
an
It's just
artistic
something that was
artwork.
created.
Okay, so nobody has been able to show how an artist in the Middle Ages could have created this artwork.
Sure, they have.
Nobody knows. No.
Yes, they could have. They absolutely could have put compound to linen. That's it.
I was gonna say, not only can they
Wow.
do
So
it,
why are
you
you not
read a
going to
passage
take
that was
your $1
talking
million
about how someone did
prize,
it.
which people are offering? Show how the image was made and go and collect your $1 million prize.
But
Why has
Angelo,
nobody collected the prize yet?
this is great. I now have a $1 billion prize for whoever can prove the Shroud of Turin is Jesus. And so operators are standing by. I am waiting for them to present really good evidence.
Tangelo, that someone's offering a prize for someone to prove something that ostensibly you would need to be present in order to prove or to demonstrate, okay? No one is alive who was there to watch the person who made it do it. Their specific
That's not what Rolf is asking.
their specific technique is unknown, but it is not impossible.
How do you know
Okay?
that?
Because
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because Michelangelo did the Sistine Chapel laying on his back, because the statue of David, okay? Because of a number of things that were made, because there is a medieval example of a human being freehanding a perfect circle, because artistic endeavors occur, because people can be talented enough to do something. All right. And even if it was, and just to throw this to you, even if we granted that the Shroud of Turin was wrapped around the body of Christ, even if we granted you that, or a person named Jesus, that is not evidence that Christ was supernatural. These are two separate claims. So no, you saying that it backs up your Christian position, it doesn't, because you're making two leaps there. You're making the leap that it was Christ, and you're making the additional leap that Christ is supernatural, which of course is begging the question. Okay? You're
It's
not justified.
begging the
It is,
question,
it is, because you're assuming the truth of the gospel in order to that Christ was supernatural.
Well, my inference that the shroud is most likely Jesus and that it was supernaturally made is not that it matches with the accounts of the Gospels. It is with several lines of evidence. One of them is that nobody knows how that image got there on the cloth, because it is not the painting, it is not made by dye, it is not made by chemicals, it is not made by fluids coming out of the body of a dead man.
How do you know
Actually,
that?
well, because science has investigated this, and they know that the image is made by a layer of the surface of the linen of 2 micrometers. It is very, very. It is a hundredth of a human hair. It is very thin, and it is made through the oxidation and of the linen of the material
But
itself.
Angelo,
And we know that nobody can replicate it. It has been tried by all kind of techniques, and that's why the price of $1 million is still out there, because nobody's
Fantastic.
able to actually
That's great.
replicate that artifact.
That's fine.
That image.
That's fantastic. That is not evidence that Christ was supernatural. That's not even evidence that if there was a body in that thing, that it was Christ. That is none of it. That does not logically follow to conclude that based upon the evidence that we
and
have.
we keep
It's
on going back
unjustified.
to the circle, which is scientifically, we know that the shroud was just created a few hundred years ago, up to 1,000, not 2,000 years ago. So we know factually that it wouldn't have been Jesus's body, because it didn't come from an era in which Jesus lived. And I know you're going to want to say something to that, Antangelo. I will say, because he keeps on trying to call you out in chat and get my eye. The Catholic traditionalist also wants to put his hand up in the ring for defending. Apparently, the shroud is back in vogue, even though I will keep on saying what JL has been nicely trying to not put intent, but that we know that it factually was not Jesus Christ, scientifically.
Yeah,
If you know that, to demonstrate it, give me your proofs.
Sure. So carbon dating shows that it was just created a few hundred to 1,000 years ago. So we know that the Shroud of Turin wasn't Jesus Christ. I will again reiterate, I will repeat my offer to not only have $1 billion, I will give you $100 billion if you can all of a sudden prove that the Shroud of Turin is real. So please, anyone out there, the money.
So,
Why?
and here's the kicker. Here's the Otangelo. Here's the kicker. The question that you are not asking that you should be asking. Okay, given the techniques that we have today are far more advanced than back in the 70s, why won't the Vatican allow it to be retested? If you posit that the area that was tested was an area that was repaired, and that's why it dated to that time period, then why won't the Vatican allow it to be tested again? Considering nowadays the samples that we can take, that we can test, would not do anything to damage the integrity of the shroud. Why won't the Vatican allow it to be tested again?
Yeah, you would have to ask that to Pope because he's the owner of
They
the shroud
refuse.
today.
They refuse. It's
Okay.
been asked. They
Yeah.
refuse.
Now,
Why won't they
let
allow
me
it to be?
Okay, so let me tell you something. The dating of the radiocarbon C14 test from 1988 claimed that it was between 1260 and 1390. But we have images which very clearly were copied from the shroud, like the Prey manuscript from Hungary, from in East Europe, and it is dated 1192. Then we have the Pantocrator painting from the 6th century, and I have made an overlay, and there are over 250 points which point to the fact that most likely the artist, he copied the image on the shroud. Then we have the Solidus coins
I'm
from
sorry,
the
dude. I'm sorry, Atangelo. None of this is relevant, and you did not answer the question. I'm sorry. I hate having to mute you. I hate having to mute you. I hate having to mute you. I don't want to. None of this is relevant. None of it, and it doesn't answer the question that I asked. Multiple times, the question has been asked of the Vatican. Now that we have more sophisticated testing and we can ensure the integrity of the shroud, okay, just to eliminate the possibility that what was tested was an area that had been fixed in the 13th century to explain the contamination. Can we test it again in an area that we know now was not repaired? And the Vatican has denied that. If this is the Shroud... No, stop. I'm not done. If the Shroud of Turin was legitimate, if it was in fact legitimate, further additional testing would lend credibility to that claim and would actually improve the credibility of the Vatican's position. But they won't allow that. They literally, it has been offered a test that if it came out in their favor, would literally improve the validity of their claim, the veracity of their claim. But they won't allow it. That makes no sense. If I come up with a test and that the possible outcome of is it proves you correct. Okay, that's an outcome. But another outcome is it could prove you definitely wrong. That's the 50-50. Okay? But if they firmly believe that it is, then why do they deny further testing? It does them no good. Unless, of course, they know, or at least they have a good inclination, that testing an area that we know was not improved, that was not restored or repaired, would yield the same results. And they don't want to risk the damage to the narrative and the tourist attraction that the shroud provides them.
It makes them money.
Okay? They don't want to risk that. So maybe it could be that they understand, yeah, it's likely it was a 13th century art creation, a piece of art. But we don't want to risk that, because if we allow them to test it and then it turns out to be from the 13th century, then that will diminish people's trust in what the Vatican is telling them. They have a vested interest in not allowing it to be tested again. That is a bad thing. The fact that they willingly will not allow that to just like, this is it, we've got it. Boom, test the shit out of it. It'll come out as the time of Jesus if they believe it so badly. And it will confirm their position. They won't let that happen. And that is a bad sign. Okay?
And Tangelo, can I ask you one more thing about the shroud? Because I don't think myself or JL is going to be convinced, at least today. But can I ask how God did it? How did exactly this image appear on this shroud?
Well, there have been teams trying to reproduce the result, the image. And like, for example, Paolo Di Lazzaro, which is an Italian physicist, he worked 5 years to try to come to some kind of explanation. And he published a science paper, I think, in 2011. And he said that a VUV light with a 34 trillion watts put in a fraction of a second on linen can give a similar result. Okay, this is one hypothesis. Now, what I think is interesting here is that, for example, one of the guys that were making the radiocarbon dating
So wait,
in
what was the?
1988,
I'm sorry. What was the exact methodology by which you just said it came
it
about?
was a VUV light
VUV
array.
light.
Yes, a very powerful VUV emission of radiation in a fraction of a second.
So that is how God did it. Do you think that is more likely than someone painting it?
Well, it is not a painting. This is definitely not true, because the scientific tests have demonstrated what actually produces the image, and it is not pigments. So we know that it is not pigments. It's not chemical stuff. It is not something fluid coming out from the body, because the image is just on the 0.2 micrometers of the surface layer of the linen. There was just the carbon. They have bonds, and usually they have just one electron. And in this case, there are two electrons which darken the surface of the linen. That's what actually happened. Okay.
Wait, I'm
Now,
looking it up. I'm sorry, but it was VUV. I was waiting for you to say some sort of radiation, but it was proven that it was not via radiation that this came about. So we can just check that one off.
Given
well,
this, I mean, we're gonna go round and round and round. Yeah,
It
because
does feel like a circle. I
yeah,
was about to put an emoji in chat of a circle, but yeah.
Yeah. So ultimately, the evidence does not lend to that, and obviously, we can't get any further analysis. So I don't think we're going to get an answer on that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you hold to it because you want to hold to it, Otangelo. Whatever it is, we're not going to convince you otherwise, and no matter what's being done, and I actually have to decide. I mean, I know I'm throwing you under the bus here, but when it comes down to it, even if we were allowed to further test it and really, really put it through a rigorous testing, I think that you would just move the goalposts. So nonetheless, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this, and we have people in the chat with their hands up. So we're gonna let it to rest. Obviously, the Shroud of Turin does not convince us. There's no reason. There's no reason that it should convince us. So do what?
Yeah, I have to leave because my some personal thing, but I would like just to leave my last word quickly and read here from a letter that one of the three scientists which tested the shroud in 1988, he wrote. I think his name is Michael Dutt or something like that. He wrote a letter to the Roman Catholic Church after the test, and he said, I myself do not consider that the result of the radiocarbon dating of the Turin shroud shows the shroud to be a forgery. Okay.
Well, it wouldn't be a forgery. We've already broken that down. It would obviously, it wouldn't be a forgery. It would be something being passed off as something that it's not. Okay, so it would just be, the act of passing it off would be fraudulent. But the evidence doesn't go in that direction. So, but I think we're good to go on this one. But thank you, Otangelo. Appreciate it, bud. We got some people that we want to get to.
Fun conversation.
Have a good one.
Last thing I just want to say on that, because it bounces off, is the difference between lying and being wrong. Is because oftentimes people will say, you believe people would go to death for a lie? And no, they don't have to be lying. They could just be wrong.
Yeah, it's like they didn't die for a lie; they died for something that they thought was true, that they believed was true. Exactly. So yeah, and John in the side chat here said, for argument's sake, let's just say that the shroud is authentic. So what? Of what significance is this to proving or disproving anything that anyone is claiming about the particular Christ named Jesus? Yes, I brought that point up. Both Amy and I brought that point up way at the beginning of the conversation. So when we started that convo, we had that chat. It was like, even if it was that, there's nothing to jump from the Shroud of Turin being actually the burial shroud of Christ. There's nothing that jumps to it to confirming that the claim that Christ was supernatural. So yeah, we ran that down earlier. So there's no justification to jump that at all. Not to mention the fact that the stories of the crucifixion existed for centuries before the Shroud of Turin, came about. So there you go. So Amy, do you want to bring him up?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll let you take lead on this
And
one.
then I know, Inesh, that you were in line, and then you came back, and so I know that you're there. And then I see Reverse and Jimmy Tex.
Yeah, awesome, cool.
All right, we're gonna redox it because we haven't done this in a while. Are you trying to say that you can prove the Shroud of Turin is?
Yeah.
real?
Did you see the scientific journals articles that I went ahead and posted?
I saw Jaloco. Jaloco posted up, Italian scientist reproduces the Shroud of
Yeah.
Turin.
So, and not only that, Otangelo, he was citing scientific studies as well. And you guys are so dishonest that all you did over and over again was say, "No, we don't accept that. We don't accept that." So you don't accept.
Okay.
Wait.
No.
This can't be
yeah.
the first article that you brought up. That was someone else's.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Well, hang on a second.
JL.
I got to address this. As a stage. CT, if you're going to come up here and just call us liars, I'm not going to chat with you. Okay? You're not going to sit there and just fucking, if you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. But you're not going to come up here and be like, y'all are just being so dishonest. No, we're not. Okay? There are reams of studies that we are referencing here. We are not making this shit up on the fly. Okay? If you're going to come in and be fucking dishonest, I am not interested in a conversation. And you see that he fucking left the room. Okay? That's not how you have a productive conversation. And he knows this. Okay? I knew that was, I had a feeling that was going to go south really fucking fast.
I'm just trying to look at their sources that apparently
I don't see
are
him
trying
myself.
to say the Jesus of Nazareth.
It's not even evidence of the resurrection. The resurrection is completely different. The existence of a burial shroud is not evidence of someone rising from the dead. It's freaking ridiculous.
Oh, so I'm very interested about their methodology because it's like the age asserted from the 1988 radiocarbon result is not reliable, at least from a statistical point of view. How is it not relevant from that makes no sense.
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna make claims as to how the shroud was made because we don't know, and I didn't live in the 13th freaking century. Okay, I wasn't there. I don't know how he did it. There's no record of how it was made, so I have nothing to reference. All I have to reference is the existence of the object. Does the existence of the object and the fact that it matches some people's expectations, is that an indicator that it was Christ? No. Does it logically follow it was Christ? No. Does it logically follow that Christ is supernatural? No. These are unjustified leaps, and the only reason you're making them is because you want it to be true. Flat out. It's like literally the dumbest argument you could possibly make. Or you could try and predicate a belief on. It's absolutely silly. So let's move on to the next person because this reality denialism is kind of, I think it's getting to me.
And now I'm just trying to look at his documents and see if they're actually proposing a scientific way that they can tell that it would be from the first century. And if it was, that would break the scientific. This is from the mysteries of the rosary.org. Oh, and trial.com. I forgot. Very credible sources.
Let me see. Well, we lost Anish again, unfortunately, but we can definitely bring up Jimmy. Jimmy Tux. Jimmy. You got you muted, bud, or you're muted on your end.
Oh, there we go. Hi, good afternoon. How about now?
Yeah, we got you.
Hello.
Got me now. I was just going to come on to refute some of the shroud stuff. The long and short of it is there was a first century shroud found by James Tabor about 20 years ago, and it was sent off for testing. And I just want to juxtaposition the difference between Tangelo's and the Catholic insinuations that it's a legitimate product. If it were a legitimate product, it would test as a legitimate product. There would be no conjunction fallacy to it. Do you mind if I play a clip, JL and Amy?
When you mean play a clip, is it of someone else's stuff or is it of your stuff?
It is of James Tabor explaining finding a shroud. It's about 1 minute, and the results of the shroud. I want you to notice how logically it progresses as a simple process of legitimate, and what conjunction fallacy we have as a mess of what the Shroud of Turin actually is.
I bet it for the sake of copyright and stuff, and the fact that just playing that stuff is not considered fair. It would not be considered fair use, just because we actually have to we actually have to adjust it and edit it in order to make it fair use as a critique. I'd like to avoid that. So
I
if
have
you
permission.
But this
Tabor.
is my channel though. But so this is live streamed on my channel, and I don't. So the best thing you can do, I think the best you do is if there's a link, put the link in the side chat, and then people can access it that way so that they can watch it there. So
I would it's on YouTube, and you could play it as a fair use. No problem. But it's definitely a consideration if you wanted to investigate it. I highly recommend not wasting your time. However, I'll just summarize my summary of it. Is the Bishop Darcy letter refutes that there's an issue. No matter what that is addressing, there is a reference to the artist and the deception that can occur because of an artist doing something that is deceptive. And I think that same rule applies to Jesus just the same as it would whoever is potentially used as the model from the artist, if it was done in the 13th century or if it was done with Jesus in the 1st century, for instance. Also, there's zero integrity about anything that is on the peer-reviewed papers around pollen. Zero integrity around the peer-reviewed papers about any kind of stuck items, minerals, any wax buildups or anything like that. 100% of the content on the shroud is earthly born. 100% of the DNA is earthly born. Zero of it is from heaven or unknown places. So I'll leave you rest to the conversation of others that have their hand up.
Thank you, Jimmy Tux. And I was just saying, I'm going through some of these sources, and all of them ultimately go, and thus we can't know anything. Sign the church.
And that was my whole point. Is like it's about it's about what conclusions are justified, and even if the church is kind of like, yeah, well, that's my position. Is like, sure, it exists. I'm not denying it. But it's like, what can we determine to be true based upon its existence, and what we can get from it? And we can't make these ultimate determinations based upon the evidence that we have to work with. Okay, so that's always been my point on that. And you can't just make these leaps. That Otangelo is making these leaps because Otangelo wants to make these leaps. So either way, I still whatever wherever it goes. People want to check out the information on like the Shroud of Turin or this individual James Tabor. So I hear
the clip that I was going to play was at roughly the 6:45 moment, and for about a minute thereafter, maybe a minute and a half on this on what I put in the side chat on Discord.
Okay, awesome, cool. And I see the link there. The link is there in the side chat for anybody who wants to check it out. Part 1, the Tomb of the Shroud. Gotcha. Awesome. Well, appreciate it, Jimmy.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right. Anish has been waiting and had their hand up. Let's do that and bring Anish up because we keep missing Anish. I don't want to miss Anish again. Anish,
Hello, guys. How are you guys?
good. What do
How are
you?
you?
I'm fine. Why are you not coming to T-Jump's debates nowadays, Ami?
What's that?
I'm sorry. Say again.
No, I couldn't see Ami in T-Jump's best of the possible world debates nowadays.
And that was a scheduling thing. I trust me, I would try to be on everywhere, and I love everyone, and they're both my brothers. And so I think T Jump is just challenging someone and just having fun there. But um, but yeah, I would love to answer. It's funny enough, even though him and I take different approaches to how we interact with people, we have very similar views on some of our epistemology. So if you'd like to take cracks at that, I'm always up for it.
Okay. So my is like, why you think God doesn't exist? Like, what kind of a proof you are looking for?
Sure. So one reason would be that it doesn't answer anything. It's not a explanation, and it wouldn't even fix the problem that it would report. I often just would like to go through one premise to see how we can suss things out. Can I ask, do you believe that everything that exists has a cause?
No, because I want to put an argument from my side. Like, I'm not arguing for the causation argument. Like, I will bring a new. I will bring a new argument because you already know the argument from limit, which we already discussed in TGM's channel several times before, right?
Sure, I
Yeah.
guess we'll go
So
through it. That's not an answer to the question, but we'll go through it. What is your argument then for God?
my argument is like the mere existence of a law which we can study and a novel with a novel testable prediction itself is a proof for the existence of God.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you just say love is your first premise?
No, the mere existence of a natural law,
A
consistent
natural
natural law.
law.
Oh, natural. Oh,
Yeah,
can I
natural law.
can you parse out what you mean by natural law?
Yeah, okay. What I mean by like in a random, unguided universe, there doesn't have to be a consistent natural law. Everything should be random. So, if there is a consistent natural law working in a particular way, which we can study and predict its behavior in the future, because our entire scientific method is based on studying the natural laws and then the structure in the world, which we can predict how it would behave in the future.
Well,
So,
well, well, well.
if
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. No, that doesn't follow
yeah,
that. It doesn't follow that if the universe is a result of natural unguided forces, and I mean, you can call it random, but it's not technically random. It's that it's a certain series of events that take place that result in the inflation event. Now, of course, this is hypothesis, but for the universe to be stable, for it to be a stable universe that continuously expands, then
mm,
that it has to expand within a certain window of parameters. In other words, the prevailing forces of the universe itself, the gravity, electromagnetism, and strong weak nuclear force, have to fall within a certain window. Okay, so
mm.
it doesn't, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. It just means that those things are in a stable conjunction, and that's why we have a universe. But it's not necessarily the case that it must be that way.
No, okay.
So, right. So, I mean, so
I'm
it's not
saying
that
no,
there has to be a
no.
giver. It just means that it has to result in a way to stay stable.
Okay,
That's it.
I understand.
Right.
While Big Bang, it could have been in a particular way during the Big Bang because it has to follow on a particular path. I understand that, but why it is consistent in its function? Like if there is a particular law and it is consistent in its function in a random universe, nothing has to be consistent in its behavior. So if something is behaving in a consistent way, then somebody made it in a consistent way because the natural universe is
Wait,
random in
No,
no.
every.
no, that doesn't follow.
No.
That doesn't follow. Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead.
Well, no, just a few points. You said basically natural law, therefore God. And so I would really love to just go over that argument again. I do believe
No,
in
no.
the Big Bang, and I don't get why it would be non why we can't have consistent things. And so hydrogen can be very consistent, and yet there's no reason to believe that it was created.
No, what I'm trying to do now is my first premise of my argument is I'm just trying to prove that there are things outside our ontology. There must be things outside our ontology. So I want to know whether you guys believe that there are things outside our perception.
There are
That's the
things
first thing that I
outside
want.
us that exist. There are planets that existed longer than, as far as we can tell, conscious creatures have existed.
Well, there's also the thing right there is like basically all you're saying there, Anish, is that there are things that we don't know. And I have no problem with that. Yes, there are things that we don't know. Now, if you're talking about ontology, that gets a little bit more complicated because what essentially is the ontos of a thing? Okay? So that things have an ontology or that they can have an ontology is not evidence that there's a god. It just means that
Okay,
they are products of a system. Okay?
okay. First, I will prove you why there must be another ontology. There must exist another ontology. That's my first part of the argument. And the second argument, I will explain to you why that must be a god with free will. Okay. The first part of the argument is anything in naturalism, in materialism, we can only observe things which have arbitrary limits. Do you agree to that?
No,
Like
no, no. It wouldn't
we
be
can only
no. You said arbitrary. That's a misuse of that word. The limitations of things are not arbitrary. The limitations of things are a result of their structure. So it's not arbitrary.
okay.
Arbitrary would mean
Okay, so there are some
at a whim for no reason whatsoever. There's the
oh,
mechanistic reason, and then there's what you're implying, which is the intentionality behind things, and that you cannot demonstrate that
no,
there is an intention.
not intentionality. I'm not whether it's natural or maybe it is intended. Doesn't matter. But uh, uh, we can only observe or measure things. We can only observe things which are measurable to our perception. And whatever we can measure, we can only measure it in terms of mass, speed, momentum, charge,
Right.
depth, width, length.
Okay.
Okay, in those kind of tools. So we can only either there is nothing or there is something. Whatever we consider as something is measurable to human perception. Whatever is measurable to human perception has some kind of limits. Anything that has any kind of limit is dependent on something else to determine its limit from all the other possible limits that could have been in all possible world. Okay, that limit could have been any other way in all possible world. There are mathematical possibilities that that particular limit could have been any other way in all possible world in modern logic.
No,
So,
no, it could be other.
uh,
It could be other ways. It could be other ways.
yeah.
It just means that if it was another way, then life as we know it on this planet wouldn't exist.
No, to avoid logical contradiction, we will have to come to a conclusion like any limit is dependent on something else to determine its limit. Okay, one cannot exist with one particular limit for eternity. If you say something existed since eternity for eternity with a particular limit, then I will ask why that particular limit? Why not some other limit? Why not some other measurable attributes? Okay, so
Well,
uh,
just before you go
uh,
on, it's why we don't think that God is an answer. Because for God,
no,
any
no,
given explanation for God, there's always going to be something that is
yeah,
going
I
to
will come
have.
to that later because my first part of my argument is proving that there must be another ontology. The thing is, since we can only observe measure things which have arbitrary limits, there must be a ultimate necessity without any kind of arbitrary limits outside of ontology.
Anish. Stop using the word
Yes.
arbitrary. You're using that word
Okay,
incorrect. You're
forget
using
about
that word. No, you're using that word incorrectly, and I know why you're doing it. Okay.
no, no. I actually bought this argument from Mr. Josh Rasmussen, who has written a book called
Okay. Well,
Argument
guess
from
what,
Limit.
Anish. Guess what?
Uh, uh,
That person is not
yeah.
here. You are here. Stop using the
No,
word
he's not.
No, stop using the word arbitrary. If he was here, I'd tell him that he was using that word wrong. He's using that word incorrectly. It is not arbitrary. It's not at a whim. Okay.
Okay, okay.
And I
Forget the
also,
word
well,
forget
hold
the
on
word
one
arbitrary.
second, Anesh, because I want to know.
I'm
I
not
just
even.
want to see where the God part is. Are you? It's we believe that there are things that exist outside of our mind, outside of ourselves. There
Mm,
is ontologically other objects. My
okay,
question is, please, where's a God?
okay, let me explain that. First, we came to the conclusion that there must be a thing outside our ontology. To that, I've given you the argument that to avoid infinite regress of limited things depending on another limited thing, we will have to come to the conclusion of a existence of a thing outside our ontology without any limit or any definable or measurable attributes to human perception.
Anish,
So,
slow down, dude.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
you're overrunning your own words. Slow down so we can follow. So we don't have to get clarification
Well,
every 5 minutes. So go
and
ahead.
then I would just want to turn this into something outside our own ontology, something outside our own existence. Yes, the earth has to have existed for things to form on the earth. My question again, where does God come in?
And here's the problem: is that
Okay.
Anish, if you're asserting that there has to be a thing that's outside of, I guess, our ontology, like the ontology of humans or the ontology of the earth or the ontology of the universe, you're
Yeah.
asserting that there's a thing
Because
outside
in
that. Well,
our
okay, well, what's the ontology of that thing,
yeah, they let me because
right?
I'm only telling you there must be using logical tools because I cannot say what that ontology is. I don't have to say that. I will only have to prove to you an ontology must exist, avoid logical contradiction, logical impossibilities. So to avoid logical impossibilities, we'll have to come to the conclusion of the existence of such ontology. I don't have to know what that ontology is.
Okay, that well,
That's
no.
not
If
my
you don't
argument,
know what
right?
the ontology is, then you're just making a baseless assertion that
No,
there has to be an ontology
no, we
there.
can.
No,
No,
no, Anish,
my
stop,
argument.
Anish.
Okay, yeah.
You when you are asserting that there is a thing, okay, is it better
Mhm.
to assert a thing that you can demonstrate exists or a thing that you cannot demonstrate exists?
No, actually, there are two ways to demonstrate something. Whether it's like there are possible
Anish, I
truth,
need you to
absolute
answer
truth.
the question. Is it
Yeah.
better to reference something you can demonstrate exists or something that you cannot demonstrate to exist? Which one is better?
No, we cannot demonstrate the ultimate necessity because whatever we can measure in our ontology has limit by its nature. We cannot observe
That's
or measure.
irrelevant. That is irrelevant. I'm asking you which one is better, to reference a
No,
thing
that
that
question.
exists or a reference a thing that cannot be demonstrated to exist. Which one is
No,
better?
the question itself is wrong because let me give my explanation. Can I give my explanation?
No, I want you to answer the question.
No, you cannot put a question like this question doesn't suit the argument that I'm bringing because I'm
I'm
bringing a
I'm
logic.
not concerned with that, Anish. I want you to answer the question. Which is
Okay,
better? Which is better? Which leads to better outcomes? Which leads to better predictive models? Referencing a thing that can be demonstrated to exist or referencing something that cannot be demonstrated to exist? Which one
okay, let
yields
me
better
answer.
which one
Okay,
yields better results?
okay, I will answer. If we are referencing a thing that cannot be demonstrated, but that is proven with logical impossibility, the contra is logically impossible, then it is absolute truth. But in scientific method, whatever we observe and the naturalistic world, whatever we observe, that's possible truth. That's not absolute truth. So even if I demonstrate something in the scientific method, that demonstration can change in the future. The scientific laws could
That's
change in the future.
okay. That is
That's not
okay,
absolute truth.
Anish, that is
Yeah,
irrelevant. Okay? The fact that we
yeah,
can
that's
get more
relevant.
the fact that we can get more evidence to make our
Mhm.
models more accurate is irrelevant. We don't draw conclusions based on things that we cannot demonstrate to exist.
Mhm.
We don't conjure unfalsifiable hypothetical explanatory hypotheses and then say that is the answer. I will agree with you, okay? That one, something has always existed. Nothing is not a state that can exist because nothing, philosophical nothingness, is incoherent. Something has always existed. The question then becomes, what is that something? And
Yeah, that's what.
the answer is, we don't know. All we can
Yeah,
do is hypothesize about what that something could be based upon what we know on this side of observability. What you are doing is you are hypothesizing about prior states of the universe that we have no access to
you're not getting my point.
beyond our understanding of mathematics and physics on this side. But even at that point, there's a point where these all break down. You are hypothesizing about prior states that we have no access to, and then saying that the thing that is there is God because that God is
No,
defined as that which is necessarily there.
You know,
Okay,
you have
can
to
I speak?
understand, JL. I just have to preface that God is actually on premise 7.9b.
You actually put so many words that I didn't even speak because my argument is entirely different. In my argument, the contrary is logically impossible. So
Wait,
the
wait, wait,
only
wait. No, no,
conclusion
no,
that we
no,
can
no, no,
come,
no, 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 no. It's not. I'm saying that
it is.
I'm saying that there is something there. I'm saying that you are not justified in calling that thing God.
Okay, that's my second part of argument that I will come later. But let me just prove
Slow
in the
down,
first
slow
argument.
down,
Way later.
slow
Yeah,
down.
in the first part of my argument, I'm only saying that there has to be something which
Okay.
is not measurable to human ontology, because anything that comes under the human like materialistic ontology is measurable to human perception. Anything that is measurable to human perception by definition has limit, measurable attributes.
You're
Anything that
restating
is
my
measurable
position. You're
attributes.
restating my position.
Mm,
I agree with you. There is something there,
mm.
but we don't know what that
Yeah,
thing is.
and I prove to you that something cannot have any kind of limit, measurable attributes. So
Why not?
logically, it must be
No,
outside
no. Why can't it? Why can't it?
because I had a debate with in it. TGM said that ultimate necessity could be quantum fields. Then I asked him, quantum fields have particular pattern to it. He said yes. Then I said, why that particular pattern? Why not some other pattern in all possible world? He said, yeah, that question is valid. So if there is a particular pattern, that pattern could have been any other way. Then another guy in my last debate, even Amy was there. One
Okay,
guy
that's
said,
great. That's
uh,
great. That's great. That still
yeah,
doesn't point to a god. Like
And
Amy
not
was
only does it
like
not point to
like
God,
Amy was
not a
point yeah.
single sentence.
Like Amy was pointing
that,
out, just because there's a pattern does not indicate intelligence and does not indicate a god.
yeah, that's my second part of argument. I haven't come there yet, only in my first part of the argument. Okay, so the first part of the argument is proving that there is something out there, the ultimate necessity is definitely cannot be from our ontology. It is outside our ontology. It cannot be measured. So if it is cannot be measured, it can never be proven with scientific method. Anything that is proven with scientific method is measurable.
No,
Anything that
well,
is
no, well,
measurable
well,
is
hang
not.
on, hang on, hang on. It can't be measured currently. We don't know if we could find a way to measure it in the future. Okay,
You can you can
that's
only
not certain. That's not absolute. All right?
no.
Maybe one day
Can
we
you
will
measure?
be able to. I don't know.
Okay. May I ask you one thing? What differentiates something from nothing?
Do what?
What differentiates something from nothing in the universe, in the materialistic ontology?
Okay. What differentiates something from nothing?
It
Obviously,
has a property and attribute.
something has property and attributes, but the big
Yeah,
differentiation would be
that
something.
anything.
Stop. Something is coherent. Nothing is incoherent.
So something is differentiable from nothing only if it has some kind of measurable attributes, some kind of property. So
Right?
uh, yeah, so that means we can only measure things which has limits, which is measurable. And any way you measure it, I can ask you the another question: why that particular measurable attribute? Why not some other attribute? There are mathematical possibilities because someone told me energy.
Anish, I've got you muted. You have got to slow down. Okay? I'm not trying to call you out for accent or English being your second language, but you got to slow down and articulate so that we can follow what you're saying. Okay? Calm down. Go ahead.
Okay, so what was like I forgot my argument. Like what was I saying? Yeah, I
You
said whatever we can measure in our naturalistic ontology, we can only say something. We can only say this is something. This is not nothing. If it has
right.
some kind of measurable attribute. Okay, and anything that we can measure by definition, it has limits. I can always ask you why it has what this particular measurable attribute. Why not some other measurable attribute? There are mathematical possibilities. So
Slow down for longer than 5 seconds, please.
so because I have a big so many things to say. So if I make it slow, then it will take so much time. That's why.
Okay. The problem is that you're not justifying the leap from something existing to God. Okay? There's
Okay.
no way to justify that leap because you're talking about
Okay.
something that we don't have access to. So, because we don't have access to it, we cannot definitively state that there are any properties that exist to this. Okay, we can
Okay.
hypothesize, but what you're presenting is an unfalsifiable explanatory hypothesis. But the problem is
No,
that you asserting it's God doesn't provide any kind of mechanistic explanation for what goes on between the God and what exists. Okay?
In fact, Inesh, can I ask you, is God a nothing or a something? I don't think that's a true dichotomy, but close enough for lay people. Is God a nothing or a something?
no, because I'm not talking about the materialistic ontology. There's
No,
something
no. I am asking you
no,
a question.
no. Let me finish this entire argument so that he will understand why I am saying that ultimate necessity has to be God. If we watch the debate between Matt Dillahunty and Abdullah Al-Andalusi, in the second part of the debate, Abdullah has clearly said that this ultimate necessity cannot have any kind of limit. So it's outside our ontology. We have proven that first part using laws of logic, because to avoid law of contradiction or law of impossibility, we'll have to come to the conclusion of such a thing existing outside of ontology. And the second part is, if
We
it has
don't believe in
created,
something that doesn't have limits. We
Yeah.
don't think that premise is going to be true. But keep on going because I want to get to premise
Yeah.
it is
9.3
Yeah,
so that we find God.
Anish, you realize that,
it
that
is
there are limitless things on this side of observability, right? Time, measurement, these are limitless things. Numbers in and of themselves are
Multiple
limitless.
no.
infinities.
They're
No, I,
yeah, and then of course, I mean,
I'm not talking about abstract
you're also
concept like,
talking about the possibility that prior states of the universe could be tenseless. Do you know what it means
no.
when they're tenseless?
No, I'm not talking about like consciousness or maybe abstract objects. That's not my argument. Okay, that could be another ontology. The consciousness could be from another ontology. It could be from God. I don't know. I'm not
I no no
idealist,
no,
but
but we don't understand why you keep going to limits. Limits are irrelevant.
yeah, limits. Well, the reason I'm bringing limits is anything we can consider as something in our ontology has some kind of limits. Whether if it is gravitational field, it has particular pattern. Why that particular? I can ask why that particular pattern. Why not some other pattern? If you say it is energy, energy has some kind of particular shape in the beginning. Why that particular shape? Why not some other shape? So there you.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You have got to slow down.
And I would just like to point out that it can't be limits. God has limits, therefore it can't be the thing that you're referencing. God, almost every God that we go over ends up having a billion different limits that they can't do. The God that most people try to prove cannot live a cup of coffee in front of our own faces. And so I guess, why is it that you think that a God exists? Get to the point
Yes.
where he comes in.
Yeah,
For the sake of the
actually,
people, for the sake of the people in the audience, the fact that we have people with their hands up. What is your
yeah,
evidence?
because
What is your evidence?
okay,
Evidence
evidence.
that
Okay, let
that
me
your
speak.
God exists.
Oh, okay. I'm a Muslim. I'm not a Christian, so I don't believe in Trinity. So my belief is, according to our religion, God is being.
That's why I said your God.
Yeah, because not my God, Judaism. No, like they have the same faith, pure
No,
monotheism.
no,
So
no, at all. No, not at all. Do not impose your God upon my system. So, what is your evidence that your God
all these faiths
exists?
come from all these three faiths are Abrahamic faith. So uh, let me come to the point. So if you watch the debate between Andalusi and Matt Dillahunty, in the debate, Abdullah
I
says like,
I do
yeah,
not
let me come to
care.
the
I
point.
do not care what went on in a debate that is not happening now.
Okay, let me
What is
explain.
your
Let me explain.
evidence? What is your evidence?
I told you evidence. Well, you cannot ask for evidence for the ultimate necessity. Okay, I'm not.
Okay,
I will
okay.
slow it
Then
down.
guess what? If you have no
I'll slow it.
evidence, then you cannot demonstrate it to be true. I don't
Okay,
care about
what is
I
the
don't care about whatever logical argumentation you can make, because as long as your
okay?
argument is
What is the evidence?
as long
What
as
is
your
the
argument
what is
is
the evidence
structured
for dark energy?
as
What is the
long
evidence?
as your argument is structurally valid, that's fine. But a valid argument is not necessarily sound. You cannot
Also, the evidence
provide.
for dark energy is that everything is moving in every directions at an increasing rate that we thought was going to slow down and eventually crunch back into everything, but it's actually going faster. Just like we have evidence for dark matter, just because we don't understand it or don't know why, doesn't mean that dark matter isn't helping the galaxies stick together, which is what it does seem to be doing. So we actually know some idea about both dark energy and dark matter. And honestly, you're never going to probably win a skeptic over with just argumentation, because it goes theology, philosophy, and then science, empirical, in terms of generally how we rate things. But I've been listening to your philosophical arguments. I've just been waiting again to the premise that turns it from outside of our own ontology, which is just fancy for saying our existence, which is fine, that's true. What is it? And are you using that to mean our existence is in us? Or do you mean our existence is in there's something outside of the natural world? Because neither I or J.L. Warren are probably going to accept that. And so, yes, any answers for that? Also, God? Question
I
mark?
mean, both of you are asking like 10, 15 questions and are not letting me speak. So I'm not.
Is
I
it
forgot what
though?
he asked. What he asked me in the beginning. So let me explain my point. This is a clash between induction and deduction. He's saying that I will have to prove it inductively. I'm saying induction is not the only way to know truth. Because even scientific method is entirely dependent on logic. Without logic, you cannot do science. So deduction is a part of science as well. You study the concrete materials in our world, and then you come to the conclusion of the existence of something which is outside our perception. For example, dark energy, black hole, so on and so forth.
Wait,
So the
wait, wait,
same
wait.
way,
Those
we are
things are not
acting.
outside of our perception. We perceive them. That's how we know that they exist.
Okay, do you perceive gravitational fields? How you directly perceived it in your
Wait,
person?
wait, wait. Hang on a second. Slow down, dude.
Also, yes, we can
We
perceive
can
gravity.
perceive gravity.
No, not you. What is gravity?
Gravity
Gravity
is
is
a force of attraction.
yes, is the force of attraction, and we can measure it and we can observe it in waves. You remember that
No, can you say?
the breakthrough that happened a couple of years ago when gravitational waves were finally demonstrated?
So you have seen black hole.
I've seen pictures of a black hole. Obviously, I haven't seen one because I wouldn't be here. My atoms would be scattered across its event horizon.
You have seen dark energy as well.
Obviously, we can't see dark energy, but we know the phenomena of
Mm.
dark energy, and we know that there's an effect
Yeah,
there.
that's what I'm saying. We cannot see God. We cannot see God. We can see the phenomena. Let
Whoa,
me
whoa, whoa,
let me
whoa,
tell
whoa,
you what
whoa,
are the.
whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa,
Mm,
whoa. Dark
mm.
energy is a placeholder name until we have a better name for what the effect is. We call it dark energy because it matches certain expectations, but we don't know the specific cause. Dark energy is a placeholder name. Okay. So, but we can
Oh,
identify that's localized. That exists. We can reference it because it's there. You're saying that we see
okay.
the phenomena of God. Okay.
No, no. What I'm saying is
What is the phenomena that points to God?
okay. Let me speak. What I'm saying is there are so many things in science which we cannot directly perceive through our perception, but we come to the conclusion of the existence of such thing by seeing the effects in our planet. So the same way, I'm saying, even before evolution, there was a reality, an absolute reality. Okay, and then evolution started, and then the evolution created this living beings called humans, and this evolution is not obliged to give these humans the perception to perceive the reality. But we have got the perception to perceive the reality now. So if the blind naturalistic process is not obliged to give us the ability to perceive reality, why should evolution give this to us? So that's the question now. You will have
Okay,
to.
no, that's easily answerable because
Go down.
evolution truth tracks.
Yeah, and
No,
also
why
there's
should
good
the.
reason for why that we are able to
Mm,
perceive. We are a competitive niche against plants and fungi.
Right.
Plants coming from the photosynthetic algae that have dominated the earth, and then the other niches that were around were fungi, which can inject their fluids onto other organisms, and then there's us that can walk around and have
I mean,
conscious experiences.
Actually, this is really interesting because I Killed Earl brought up something in my live chat. It says evolution has nothing to do with how we perceive reality. In actuality, it does to a degree. Evolution truth tracks to the degree that organisms that can coherently navigate their environments are better. I have better odds of survival. So that organisms can appropriately or coherently navigate and survive in their environments. So in other words, like your basic sentences, your basic senses, or like not just the five, because we have multiple senses, like sense of distance, sense of depth, and shit like that. So the whole point is that if evolution gave rise to organisms that could not navigate their environments coherently, then those organisms, and it actually does, be individuals that are like deficit in certain areas or whatever, the odds of them surviving are slimmer, are lower than ones that can
no.
navigate coherently.
What I'm saying
So
is,
hang on,
why
Anish,
should
hang on.
Rob?
I'm not done. So evolution truth tracks to the degree that it gives rise to organisms that can interact with and navigate their environment successfully so that they can survive and pass on their genes. So the coherency, the ability to operate coherently, the ability for intelligibility, that capacity it was positively selected for. That we can understand our environments and navigate them successfully was positively selected for in our species. But we see that there are human beings that are born that don't have that capacity. 100,000 years ago, they would die off very quickly, allowing for people who could do it to pass on their genes to offspring that were able to do so. Okay? So evolution is what results in organisms like us that can then expand our influence and look out into the world and ask questions. All right? This is all a result of evolution.
Okay.
Easily explained.
Now you made evolution into a god. Now let me
Evolution
speak.
is not a god because we don't worship it. Evolution is a
Okay,
process by which
you don't have to worship it, but now you're given free will to evolution to worry about yourself.
No, I'm
and
not
everything.
saying evolution has free will either. Don't put words in my mouth. Evolution
No,
is
I'm
the
not
process
putting
by
words. I'm
evolution
just
is the process by which certain alleles are selected for by virtue of the negative and positive selection pressures that it enact upon them.
why should
Typically,
it select? That's my question. Why should it select anything? Blind, naturalistic, unguided.
no, it doesn't choose what to select. We call it natural and negative. We call it positive and negative selection pressures because the negative selection pressures are the ones that wind up dying off, and the ones that survive are positively selected for.
No,
Positive meaning it survives, negative meaning that it dies.
Also,
Easy.
this has been the first 20 minutes that you've actually said the word God. That I'm just at least impressive with.
But you're not
the
letting me
reason
complete
why
anything.
it has I will say it's been a while and you still haven't answered any of the questions that I asked, but
You
the
guys are
reason
taking
why
for
it
20 minutes,
has
giving me 2 minutes
selection
to answer,
pressure.
and then you're saying I haven't answered. I asked you a question. You now talked about evolution for 10 minutes. Let me reply. What I'm saying is,
no, I'm going to answer the question now. So the reason why it has
okay.
a selection pressure is because we have things like two different butterflies. You can imagine one that's blue and one that's green. If the leaves, the environment that it's in is green, there's a higher chance that birds are going to naturally select and eat them up, leaving only the green ones left. It looks like it was a conscious decision, however, it's not, and that happens over and over and over.
Okay, Ali. What I'm saying is blind, I mean naturalistic, unguided process and rocks hitting each other doesn't have to bother about your survivability or my survivability or anyone's survivability. Okay, it's blind force. It doesn't have to worry whether you will have to survive, whether you need the ability to
Let's
perceive
replace
something.
the word blind with environment. So, because it's not a blind source, it is an environmental pressure.
Yeah. I mean, all it
Whatever
takes is
pressure
the
it is,
right. All it takes is the right positive. All it takes is the right negative selection pressure, and humanity is wiped out.
Because blind
really
would be
Yeah,
poisoning the
let them
well.
wipe
It'd be
out.
implying that there's not actually some selection pressure, like snow being the reason why polar bears have white skin. It's not, or white fur, I should say.
No,
And it's not
it
because
looks
it was
like
blind, it was because the environment selected it.
okay, it looks like somebody decided that human beings should not be wiped out. If it is blind naturalistic process, there is no way a blind process bothers about our survivability. Rocks hitting each
Right, it
other and
doesn't.
then
Right, it
evolution
doesn't.
sudden.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Like 70,000 years
Mm.
ago when the Toba eruption took place, it bottlenecked humanity down to about if I remember correctly, somewhere in the neighborhood of 16 to 20,000 individuals remaining. The Toba eruption damn near wiped us off the planet. If it had knocked us down even further, we would not have had the genetic diversity in order to repopulate the planet successfully.
Did you just say rocks eating each other?
He did say rocks eating each other, which is weird. But Anish, yes, if a meteorite strikes this planet and it's large enough and big enough, that's a negative selection pressure. We can't survive it. Therefore, we die.
Okay, I just forgot your name. Just a minute. JL, I will ask you one thing. How can you trust your mind if it is a product of blind, naturalistic, unguided process?
What do you mean? How can I trust it?
Yeah.
A number of reasons.
How can you trust your rational ability,
a number
logic?
of reasons. There's a number of reasons.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you
tell
use the
me.
word blind again, which we'll keep on saying is a poisoning of the well. So
Yeah.
can you
No, if there is,
rephrase your
if
question
there is,
without the word blind?
How can I trust?
no, if somebody,
Literally, how? Like first, at its base, at the foundation, how can I trust my mind? Is because I can operate coherently in my environment and not die. So that at least gives me a foundation for trusting my mind. Okay. Two, I can formulate. I can make observations. I can interpret evidence, and I can formulate predictive models based upon my interpretation. And when those predictive models come true, that validates my interpretation, and therefore validates that my mind is working coherently. Okay, there's methodologies to this. I don't just arbitrarily trust my mind. No, I don't. You know why? Because my senses can lie to me. Because optical illusions exist, because pareidolia exists, because apophenia exists, because the human brain is prone to making type 1 and type 2 errors. Okay? I understand this, which is why I have methodologies that eliminate those possibilities and get me to the probability of what is most likely to be true. That's how I can trust my mind.
No, actually, what I'm asking you is, if in a naturalistic world, if it is not required for anything to have a intelligent mind or maybe any kind of perception to perceive the reality, and if we have got it, then that there should be an explanation. You are saying I take it for granted. I just test it. It works fine. I don't have to know where it come from. Like I doesn't have to answer where. How can I trust it? I just test it. It works fine. You are saying the same thing. TJM says.
Dude, you test
I
it
just
every
test
day.
my
You
mind.
test
It
it
works.
every day, Anish. You test it every day. You walk out of your
Yeah.
house.
No, I'm not saying whether it works or not. I'm saying if there is no God, how did it a natural process not obliged to give you the perception to perceive the reality?
Okay,
Natural
that's
process
great.
is
That's great. And I told you, evolution. Evolution truth tracks.
Oh, now evolution is the mastermind of choosing.
No, it's not the
By
mastermind. Evolution is the phenomena that results in agents that can ask questions
evolution
and
is
interpret
so kind.
reality.
Evolution is so loving. Evolution decide thought, okay, this will.
Okay.
But in fairness, God doesn't exist.
Sorry,
All three of us agree we don't have any arguments for God. There's no premises that a God exists. And so I don't know what else we should do. Anesh, if you can't actually bring God into the conversation, why are you teasing other people as having their gods when you don't have a God and you don't have a premise that includes a deity?
And Anish, if you're going to be intellectually dishonest, there is no reason to continue this conversation. When we reference evolution, evolution is not a god. We don't worship evolution. We are identifying the phenomena that resulted in human beings being here in the form that we are. Okay? That doesn't make it a god. It doesn't mean we worship it. Okay? Evolution is a process of diversification. It's far more complex. It's very simplistic. Okay? If you want to talk about abiogenesis, that's a different subject. Okay? Evolution is a fact. Done and done. There is no argument there. If you want to talk about abiogenesis where the science is not settled, that's fine. None of this gets you to a god. Okay? And we've been going on about this long enough. Okay? And no evidence has been presented. We're good to go. So thank you, Anish, for coming up. I personally want to move on to the next person because I'm not interested in having a conversation with somebody who's going to be intellectually dishonest. So maybe next time. Okay?
All foreplay and no action.
Right. I just have the worst case of blue balls. All right. Let's see. We're at 150 here. Typically, I like to close it down around 2:00 because that's a good 4-hour stream. But we got time. Reverse Camus has their hand up. So Reverse. I love talking with Reverse. Reverse is good people. Reverse. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. There you go, bud. Sorry. You there? You gotcha?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We can hear you.
All right. How's it going?
Going good. What you got for us today?
I don't know. I was just thinking in terms of like with Western mythologies like Christianity and Judaism, like there are a couple of stories of God interacting with the world through people, but in like the Eastern religions, like that, if you know where to look, they have like more concrete stories of stuff actually happening. But it sounds even more ridiculous to the point where I'm afraid that like it wouldn't even really constitute evidence.
Okay.
Yeah. Like there's this one holy man named Bhagavan Das, and like he has some pretty crazy stories in a book called It's Here Now, Are You? Like I'm not sure. Yeah, you probably aren't super into reading that kind of stuff, but
I don't go hardcore into the esoteric stuff. Yeah.
It almost sounds like a horror film. It's not here, are you?
Memory, what was that? What was that one quote? Memory is a monster. Memory is a monster. It dictates. Memory is a monster. It conjures and leaves as it desires. We think that we have memory when in fact it has us. An interesting quote there, but yeah, I don't really go in for the esoteric. Now I do woo debunking on my channel, but esotericism is just really, when it comes down to it, esoteric stuff at this point in the game is just ad hoc and post hoc rationalizations to get around certain logical problems. So, but yeah, I don't go in for the esoteric.
It's like when you still want to be superstitious, but you don't want to hate the gays.
Yeah. That describes me quite a bit. Yeah, I don't know though. Like he talks about how he literally eats sunlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what was it? Breatharianism or
That's amazing because I'm selling sunlight, so he needs to come by, bring a big old check.
So yeah, but like I've heard about that. What was it? Or like breatharianism or prana, like the energy, like subsisting on the energy of the universe. And every time, I can tell you this, I can't speak to the claims of someone who has been long since dead, or so whatever. But I can say that every time we have put prana claims or breatharianism claims to the test, it turns out that they cheat. Or it turns out that we have to stop the test because they're literally about to die. So I know that.
Really?
I know that one person who claimed he was a breatharian was caught. Who claimed he was a breatharian, and he was going to do an experiment. He was like documenting himself, right, and releasing videos about it, so that he was a breatharian and that he was going to subsist and like not eat. So he was claiming this, and then it all fell apart when someone caught footage of him. Someone was recording him without his knowledge, and someone caught him walking and going into a restaurant. And then there was another girl. There was another girl who was put in a laboratory setting who said that she was a breatharian and she was going to subsist on breath alone, like that was the energy she was going to get. That experiment had to be called off when she became so incoherent due to malnutrition that the doctors had to stop it because they were worried that she was going to start going into seizures, because she had already not eaten for like almost a week. Before that, she was already pretty light, like lightweighted. She was very lightweight, and so she went into it having not eaten anything. And then after 6 days, she had become so incoherent in her thinking that they realized that she was having like neurological deficits due to malnutrition. They had to cease it because if she didn't eat, she was gonna probably go into seizures and have some major health issues. So yeah, it does every time we put it to the test, it fails. So.
Yeah. And that seems to make a lot of logical sense that it would fail. But I don't know, man. I read it in a book.
Because a book
Yeah,
that's what Professor Dave says. Yeah, because it says it in a book. Yeah.
Also, I want to just say that what they were saying is nonsense. My new Sun Burger, priced at $5.99, is a fantastic buy.
Do you have the solar biggie bag, the $5 solar biggie bag? You open
Yes,
it,
we do.
you open it up, and it's just like it's like
It says the food is inside you all along.
It was it's like Dumbo's feather.
Yeah.
I'm not dying of malnutrition because I deny it.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Yeah, I've never even heard of breatharianism.
Oh yeah, breatharianism,
But,
or I've heard of breatharianism and the prana thing, like subsisting on the energy of the universe, and I'm like, really?
Yeah.
The energy of the universe is going to provide all the essential nutrients, vitamins and minerals that you need in order for your freaking cells to operate properly, so they can produce ATP and keep surviving. It's like, no, that's not the way that works.
What? Like, I definitely know about pranayama, but I didn't know that people were literally trying to eat the energy. I thought it was just like breathing exercises.
Yep.
Like,
what was it? Let me see. I think it's subsisting on prana. Let me see. Chronic living is a practice involves consuming little to no food along with meditation and exercise to live on prana. Prana is a life force that is said to permeate all existence and influences physical, mental, and spiritual health. Some yogis have a technique called prana vidya, which allows them to increase their prana to the point where their physical body can get energy from prana alone. These claims have been demonstrated to be false. Is that you cannot subsist on prana alone. You have to intake. There are certain minerals and vitamins that you have to intake in order for your cells to continue producing ATP. Because if your cells stop producing adenosine triphosphate, or if that process is interrupted, your cells will die. And that is how you die from malnutrition, because that's how you go into organ failure from malnutrition. That's how you have heart attacks and seizures and shit like that, because your body's not getting the nutrients necessary to maintain basic function. So if you interrupt that process at all, that person will die rapidly, through systemic organ failure. That's why malnutrition is a thing. And that's why the vast majority of yogis look like they're malnourished. It's because they're not eating.
Because they are.
Yeah, but they do eat.
Yeah.
They do actually eat,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never really heard well, other than the guy who was like, he can eat the sun. Like, for the most part, they'll go on fast, but they'll still eat for the most part.
Yeah. You want to know something? You want to know something really fascinating, though? What's something
What?
really, really cool and I learned this years ago, but this is really, really cool. There is a reason why. Okay, how familiar are you with the behavior of cults controlling what people eat? Are you very familiar with that?
I've never heard of people using what they eat to control people in cults.
Okay.
But I can imagine.
Yeah. So yes, controlling what people intake is literally a part of like cult indoctrination. If you deprive the human body of specific nutrients, then what can result is a person that is more susceptible to being convinced of things. You can increase a person's susceptibility by depriving them of certain nutrients that allow for the brain to operate at full cognitive capability. And there's also the matter of like fasting, extreme vegetarian or vegan diets, repetition of behavior, extreme exercise. And so all of these are tactics that go into setting up the body, setting up the brain to be susceptible to the information that's coming in from the cult. Okay, and you'll notice that when you do cult studies, which unfortunately I have had the time to do in studying for aberrant and abnormal psychology, you recognize that part of the whole indoctrination process is you have to make the person as susceptible as possible. You can do that through behavioral through controlling their behavior, limiting the amount of sleep that they can get, when they sleep, disrupting their circadian rhythm, dictating what they eat, when they eat, and then dictating the activities that the repetitive activities that they engage in while they are in that state. So you induce a state of ketolysis through diet and fasting, and then the resulting malnutrition that results from that sustained state of ketosis results in a more susceptible individual who's prone to accepting things on face value rather than critically thinking them, because your critical faculties have been reduced because your brain is operating solely on the I need to survive aspect. So I will do whatever it takes to survive, and I'll focus solely on that instead of focusing on my cognitive faculties. Okay, that's what cults do to each other. So yeah, that's why that whole notion of like controlling what people eat and how they sleep and how they behave, that's part of that behavioral conditioning that goes into the bite model. So, yeah. It's really interesting shit. Like how you can literally manipulate an individual just by controlling their behavior into believing whatever you want them to believe.
Wow.
Yeah.
To what extent do you think cult leaders believe their own message versus what they're just trying to tell their followers?
Can I do a quote? I don't often say this, but
Yeah.
by Joe Rogan, and that is, you want to know the difference between a religion and a cult? Well, in a cult, the leader knows that he's full of bullshit. In a religion, that guy's dead.
Take it easy, fangirl. Thanks for coming by.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's wild when and if you look at it, I mean, the whole this really hit home with the whole Lent thing, okay? Because Lent, hundreds of years ago, when we talk about the concept of Lent, what is Lent? What was Lent originally? When things like the internet and television and shit like that, when those things didn't exist, what was Lent? Lent was fasting. Okay, it was when you took 40 days and you fasted for 40 days. You drank water. Okay, so but what does fasting do? Fasting has the physiological effect of making you more prone to susceptibility. It makes you more susceptible to external forces. Okay, because it diminishes your capacity for critical thought. That's the purpose of Lent. 40 days of fasting is just a reinforcement strategy. That's all it is. And then justifying it by saying you're paying homage to, like Christ and shit like that. But yeah, the whole concept of Lent is just a reinforcement strategy. Giving something up, yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that it has the effect of doing that, of making people more susceptible, but I think that they legitimately do think that, like, even above in the clergy, they think that it's paying their dues. But
a good experiment that you can engage in. Try not eating for a week. Okay, because I did this experiment myself. It wasn't a week. I went 4 days. I tested myself. I wanted to see how long I could go without eating. I went 4 days. I made it 4 days before I had to eat something. Okay, because I live a particularly active lifestyle. So having an active lifestyle and then just deliberately stopping eating, not a good choice. So I stopped eating for 4 days. And then, within that 4th day, I tried to play a game of chess. And I'm actually fairly good at chess. I'm not the best. I'm not like a grandmaster shit like this, but I'm pretty good. I tried to play a game of chess after not eating for 4 days. I couldn't do shit. I couldn't see my opponent's moves. I couldn't articulate anything past like two moves. Like all like my ability to critically assess the game in front of me was damn near gone. Like I couldn't play. I was like I couldn't focus on shit. Okay. Then I ate. Then I started eating again. Tested myself again, and my ability to comprehend the game had returned. See.
Yeah.
And that was 4 days. So yeah, you can imagine what long-term fasting does to you from a neurological perspective. It's really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. recently I did a 3-day water fast to try and figure stuff out. And I guess the water was very important because I didn't really feel that bad, but I also got a lot of meat on my bones. So it probably wasn't that bad because of that.
Right.
If you get what I'm talking about. I'm sorry, I just had to.
What was this? Somebody said, yeah, Mobius said 40 days will fuck you up. Yes, it will. It will fuck you up. Orca says examples of cult leaders. I can give you one. Christ. If he existed, was a cult leader. Because like literally, if you talk about that time and period of Roman history, that was like the age of cults. Cults were popping up all over the place, esoteric cults and all kinds of various shit that was based on whatever mythologies were running around at the time. But Christ was a cult leader. As a heretical cult, the heretical cult of Christianity that was an offshoot of Second Temple Judaism. So that's an example of cult. You want an example of a modern
Wait a
one?
second. Are you telling me that the guy who said to sell all of your belongings, leave your family, and follow him is a cult leader?
Right.
I don't know.
Christ's example of a cult leader. That's an ancient one. If you want to talk about cults of personality, you could go with like Emperor Nero was a cult of personality. If you want to talk about modern day cults, you could look at Jim Jones. Jim Jones was a cult leader. David Koresh was a cult leader. What was it? Major Applewhite was a cult leader. Cults all over the place, And essentially, Jesus Christ was just the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine. So, said David Orchids. I said David Koresh. Trump is a cult leader,
Yes.
So there's many cults, whether it's a cult of personality or a religious cult or whatever. Cults are all over the place, and cultish organizations can pop up around a person, even if the person is not trying to like make a cult, because they're so bad. That's what a cult of personality is. Mussolini operated a cult of personality, So cults.
Don't try them, kids.
Yeah. I do have a question. I do have a question in my live chat from Made by Jim Bob. Made by Jim Bob says, what's wrong with cults from a secular position? So cults operate, I don't know how familiar you are with the Hassan Bite model of authoritarian control. The Hassan Bite model of authoritarian control identifies one of the four main components of cultish indoctrination, and that is behavioral control, information control, thought control, and emotional control. And so a group that you are a part of that controls your behavior, controls the amount of the information that you can get, controls the sources of information, says that these information sources are bad, these information sources are good, that these thoughts are bad, these thoughts are good, these emotions are bad, these emotions are good. So cults in and of themselves, by virtue of their nature, that they operate on controlling these basic aspects of the human experience, are bad, because it's the extent to which they are being controlled. And typically you control people's behavior, their thoughts, the information they get, and their emotions in order to achieve a particular goal. And that goal is not necessarily in the best interest of the person being controlled. So because it's a limiting factor, because the cult itself limits what you can think, what you can feel, the information you get, and how you behave, that's problematic. So yes, in a secular worldview, because cults are inherently exclusive, they have exclusive behaviors, or behaviors that are exclusionary. That's bad, because if you limit the information a person can get, you limit their ability to make informed decisions. And that's why that's bad. That's why it's problematic from a secular standpoint, because a secular standpoint would say as much information as you can get so that you can make a more informed decision and make better, more success, and operate more successfully. That's pretty much it. It's pretty obvious when you look at it. Anything that is dictating what you can and cannot do, or anything that is dictating for any particular ideological reason, the information you can or cannot have, or what thoughts you can or cannot have, or what emotions you can or cannot feel, or what behaviors you can or cannot do, irrespective of the law, that's problematic. Okay? So, there you go.
All right.
Cool. Sorry, that was a question that I had in there, and wanted just to break that down. Why cults are a negative force from a secular viewpoint. Why they are not good.
In fact, our podcast would like to sponsor this message. We're against cults.
Christianity was absolutely a cult. Christianity was a
Yes.
cult. Okay. And by the way, you said Jesus was sinless. Jesus was a raging racist. Okay. I don't know if you know that, but it's actually in the Bible. I'd have to pull up the sheet that I have on all of the shit that Jesus did. Jesus was a fucking raging racist because Jesus hated the fucking Hellenists. Okay. He hated them with an unbridled passion. Not to mention, he also referred to people who were not Jews. He referred to them as dogs, Canaanites. Okay, do look at the whole thing with the Canaanite lady who brought her child before Christ and threw herself in front of him and was kind of like, "Please help my child," and is like, and he literally refers to her as a dog. Okay, that why should what I give why would I equate what I give the teachings that I give or my abilities? Why would I like waste them on a dog? Okay, dogs get scraps. Okay, and then the apostles had to literally come to her defense and be like, "Well, hang on a sec, but she's a child of God, right?" And he was like, "Oh, okay," and then he helped her. Okay, Jesus was a piece of shit. If you actually read the story, read the
Jesus,
Gospels,
calm down, bro.
Jesus was a piece of shit. Okay, the dude was a megalomaniacal, like, cult leader is what he was. If you actually like read it from an objective perspective without assuming things like God is good and blah 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 and all that nonsense bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, this went
The dude
over my head.
fucking struck down a fig tree because it didn't produce fruit out of season. What the shit is that?
I definitely know.
It's like,
that
I want
story.
figs. Well, it's like, I want figs. Well, you can't have figs. It's not the season. Fuck this tree. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm not super into the stories where like God can do no wrong. The ones like from India where like there were 1,000 milkmaids who needed stuff to be done to them, as you know, and then Krishna was like, sure, and he split into 1,000 people, 1,000 copies of himself, and he did his thing.
Came Doctor Strange.
I'm sorry. The character of Jesus was not Sumerian. He was Jewish.
Well, not only that, can we point out the irony that not only Jesus and the Jews in general most likely came from a Canaanite group. They are an offshoot, most likely, of Canaanites. But religion has this wonderful, charming quality of generally hating each and every other sect that isn't exactly like them. Yeah. And so, murder.
Okay, so, and just to address this before I move on for this, because I know we're running a little bit long, but Made by Jimbo said, interesting human hermeneutics that I have. Okay, well, there's a problem of hermeneutics there made by Jim Bob. Hermeneutics, the study of the interpretations of the Bible, okay? Well, the problem of hermeneutics exists for everybody. There is no one way to say that it is the correct way to interpret the Bible. That's why you have 40,000 plus different denominations. That's why you have 6 families of Christianity. Okay, that's why the Great Schism, the East-West, the Great Schism occurred because of the problem of hermeneutics. There is no precise way to interpret the Bible. The way I interpret it is by assuming nothing. I read it at face value. I don't assume what's going on in Christ's head in order to justify a particular interpretation of the Bible. I don't assume anything about God. I simply read the book, okay? Without any preconceptions. I read it at face value because that's the only way we're justified in reading it. Anything else you add, anything else you're just adding in order to justify your preconceptions or your intuitions or whatever you want to be true or hope to be true. So I literally just look at it from that perspective. And someone who refers to people who literally insinuates that people who are not of the same nationality or whatever that he is, that's racism. Okay, calling people from another country dogs because they're not Jews, that's racist. Jews are an ethnic group. Canaanites were different. He judged her on her ethnicity. That's racism. He hated the Hellenists. The Hellenists were Greek. He hated the Greeks. That's racism. Okay? Done. There is no argument here. So, good to go there. So I'm responding to people in my live chat, nonetheless. All right, but we've been going for a good clip. But thank you, Camus. Was there anything else? Any last words you had or anything?
Not really. Just wanted to talk about some of the crazier stuff that I heard from these Eastern religions.
They got a lot of wackiness in them. They do.
Yeah.
For the sake of it,
But they have crystals.
All right.
And they
have a good day then.
Take it easy there, bud.
All right.
And of course, I want to say there's the whole thing you could get into, like, the pineal gland and how the pineal gland is like how you open up your third eye. It's like, give me a freaking break. What do you think? Amy? Do you want to do one more, or you think we're good?
I go 50-50. I know we're like in overtime, though I know it's also tempting. I see hands.
Right,
It's up
exactly.
to you. I'm gonna give the coin toss back.
Okay, I let you bring up. Okay, I let you bring. So I you brought up CT. So if you'll grant me, I'll go ahead and bring this individual up. So we'll go with this one. We'll see where it goes, and we'll see how much time we spend on this. Please don't make me regret this. How's it going, Barth? What do you got for us today? You're muted, bud. There you go. I'm sorry. I think I got you. I think you're kind of low. Let me turn you up a little bit.
You can invite PMARS up while I get my audio.
Are you good?
Yeah, just bring PMARS up.
You're passing it to PMARS? Okay, we can do that. And we'll see where this goes. And PMARS looks like it's our last one. So let's go ahead and bring PMARS up. I've extended the invitation. And PMARS has not accepted the invitation yet.
Yes, it means God doesn't exist.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to take too much time. So let's go ahead and do that. And we'll bring Barth back up. If PMARS wants to come up, he can put his hand back up. But we'll see. Like that, Barth, I set the invitation. PMARS didn't come up. So Barth, invitations to you. I guess God's not in a talkative mood.
I was gonna say, JL, I think that means no gods exist.
I guess so.
Yeah, I guess this is also a good time to do a PSA on presuppositionalism. No.
Presuppositionalism, not even once.
Yeah. Don't let your friends.
Barth, the invitation's to you, bud. If not, I'm going to go ahead and. Nothing.
Sorry, our childs. I see your hand too.
Yeah,
But orchids. Orchids.
Orchids.
But I think we're
okay. You know what? Well,
second.
Barth doesn't want to come up. I was going to bring orchids up if Barth doesn't want to come up.
There we go.
Okay, Barth doesn't want to come up. Cool.
Okay, so it's orchids.
Yeah,
okay,
orchids.
So orchids. Yeah. Okay, so the pineal gland.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is being silly, Amy. I know y'all want to get out of here quickly. But yeah, I need to look up that person. Who was the cult leader again? David Koresh.
David Koresh.
David Koresh.
Yeah. David Koresh was the leader of the offshoot cult of the Branch Davidians, which was an offshoot of basically an offshoot of the Baptist faith. And he and his followers holed up in a compound in Waco, Texas. I was living in Texas at the time, so I got to watch this all on TV as it went down. They were brought up on a bunch of weapons charges. because the ATF got information that they were basically stockpiling weaponry, and it was confirmed that a lot of that weaponry was not legally obtained with the proper paperwork, and so in order to go out there and confirm these things, all of a sudden it turned into an absolute shit show. The Branch Davidians fucked up, the ATF fucked up, mistakes were made all over the place, and then eventually like the place burnt down and everybody, and like the vast majority of them died. So it was bad. It was really, really bad.
I
but
feel
yeah.
silly. I've talked about Waco with you before. The name wasn't ringing a super bell with me.
All right.
Okay. Thanks for that. I talk about, like, I'm on Discord a bit, and we talk about cult leaders and things like that. And I've just always found it interesting how people define anything like that. So I think a lot of things that we call cults, that like I don't. I'm just rambling, but thank you for that information, and I'm gonna look that stuff up.
Cool. What's something that's kind of cool is that that I always found was kind of cool was my orthodontist back in Texas when I was growing up. My orthodontist was also a forensic orthodontist, which means that he specialized in orthodontic identification of remains, and he was one of like I think 12 forensic orthodontists in the nation at the time, because it's a very, very specialized field and very difficult. So he was one of them. But my orthodontist was the guy who did the forensic orthodontic identification of David Koresh. So
also, can we just appreciate the sentence? Do you want to hear something really cool? My orthodontist.
I think am I missing? What am I? I'm missing something?
Oh no! I just think it actually is fantastic. It was not only that, but he is a forensic.
Yeah. So yeah, my orthodontist is the one who actually did the identification on the remains of David Koresh, because the fire burnt him beyond recognition. So he's the guy who had to do that job to mold his teeth and match him to his records. All right.
Oh, you're just creepy, JL. I will let myself out.
Cool. Thanks, Orchids.
Thank you very much, Orchids.
Well, that was quick. Okay, really fast. Let's just go ahead and do it. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. P. Mars, you're our last one. Come on. Let's go out. Let's go out with a boom. Let's go out with a bang. Or not. Oh, there we go. Oh, here we go.
Yo.
P. Mars.
Sorry, I couldn't hear anyone.
You good?
Hello.
The heck? Are you guys there?
Yep, we got you. I can hear you. I hear you good.
I can't put you on speaker for some reason. Yeah, so the the Christian God, it has to exist, because if you were to like say there is no Christian God, that proposition would have no truth value in a world where there was not a Christian God.
Sure it would.
So no, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would.
Because
probabilistic truth value.
Well, probabilistic truth value would require universals. Where do you get universals?
What do you mean require? It only requires demonstrable consistency. It doesn't mean it means that right now. I'm not talking about the future. I'm talking right now, based upon the localized uniformity of the universe, because the universe is not uniform. There's localized uniformity, okay? But all it takes is that the structure of the universe to be consistent, and that is all we have to make a probabilistic determination. And the probabilistic determination is that that the probability that this thing exists is extremely low. And if you define it in a particular way, it becomes logically inconsistent or logically contradictory.
And
so,
can I just point out that the Christian God existing has nothing to do with truth or the truth value of any statement?
When you talk about probabilities, you're going to need a concrete universal like God to even speak of probabilities.
No, it won't. Why?
So you're wrong.
Why?
Because probabilities require universals.
No, it doesn't. All it requires is a predictive model that makes predictions that come true.
Right. So this would be evidence that we need the Christian God, because you couldn't even do your predictive modeling without the Christian God.
Sure, it could. All I need is yes, I can, because all I need to do is make an observation.
Where do you get universals?
All I need to do is make an observation.
You need universals. Where do you
No,
get
I don't.
universals?
I don't need to assume that universals exist. I only need to be able to make an
You can't.
observation. I only need to be able to make an observation. I make an
You can't have.
observation. I interpret. I make an observation. I interpret what I observe. I ask questions about what I'm observing, and then I make a prediction about what I would expect to see if my interpretation is accurate. If my prediction comes true, it validates my interpretation, which therefore validates the senses that I used in order to make it, but it only validates it to a probabilistic degree, not an absolute degree.
Yeah, but even if I were to grant you that, you don't get I told you can't get probabilistic. Probabilities are going to require universals, and you're not going to be able to account for universals.
No, well,
so that's not true.
They might, but when you're talking about universals, when you're talking about like okay, when you say universals, what are you referring to?
Universals, like the number 1, the color red.
Okay, so these are descriptors. So the color red is not universal. The wavelength could be universal, but the color red is how our eyes observe a wavelength. So that's not universal. But
it is universal.
But the photons, the wavelength of the photons is universal. So that
Yeah,
only
the photons aren't the color red.
Right. No, but the wavelength is perceived as red by us, but that wavelength could be perceived as a different color by another species with different rods and cones in their eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
there's nothing
species.
universal about red.
We all have different rods and cones in our eyes. So
no,
yeah, it
no,
is.
No,
it is.
No, we don't. You could perceive
yes,
different.
We do.
You could perceive different shades, but the color red is identified as a particular wavelength as it is perceived by the human eye. Okay.
Okay.
That's it. That wavelength. No, it's not. The wavelength is universal because the wavelength is itself, and the wavelength is photons. Okay, so that photonic wavelength is what that wavelength is. How our eyes, how our species' eyes perceive it, is not universal.
But I also want to go back, P-Mars, just because Christianity has nothing to do with truth or truth values within the universe. And so I want to know why you think those statements are true. Why does Christianity have anything to do with anything being true?
Because in the Christian worldview, God would be the standard for what's true. So we would authenticate anything is true through like revelation.
Sure, but then in the atheist worldview, a God does not exist. Therefore, it cannot logically follow that a God would be where knowledge comes from. Why do you think that the Christian God exists?
So, since you can't authenticate something's true or not true with the Christian God, you're going to have to rely on the human mind to authenticate if things are true or not true.
Cool. Yeah.
Or science. I would say that's how we get away from our minds, is that we have these experiences, we record data, and then through peer review, we actually come to understand a phenomena.
Well, science doesn't get to any truth at all. It's just provisional truth. So science help us.
So in that sense, there's no point in that conversation because we already broke that down. Okay, science. The fact that when you say science is provisional, you're being dishonest, PMARS, and I've already broken this down really, really easy. Science improves over time. Science gets more accurate. The fact that it can change is not an argument for your position. Okay, we've already broke that down. We spent way too much time on it at the beginning of the stage to deal with that. All right, so no, saying science is provisional. No, we've already dispelled that. You need to have universals. There are things that exist, yes, okay, that appear to be universal and inviolable. When you say universals, and no, just to clarify, because made by Jim Bob in my live chat was making the same fuck up as well. Wavelengths are universal because that's light. But guess what? They're not eternal because there will be a point when there will be no more light. Okay? Wavelengths are universal in the localized sense of it, the fact that they can exist. All right? Wavelengths can change, yes, but wavelengths are themselves. The human eye is not universal. The human eye is one organ that has developed via evolution and interprets wavelengths a particular way. If there is another species out there that has a different form of it, that has gone down a different evolutionary track, then they will not perceive color the same way we do. A mantis shrimp on the planet Earth does not perceive color the same way that we do. They perceive color differently because the evolutionary structure of their eye is different than ours. Okay? Light sensitive organs are another version of this, where it just perceives light and shadow, or light, or like bright and dark. So no, these are not universals. Okay? They're products of the universe. But universal would mean that it is consistent and inviolable and unchanging. Logic appears to be a universal, inviolable, like a universal and inviolable, consistent across the board. And we say that because it appears to be that logic cannot be another way. Okay? Because another way would be incoherent. These are not universals. You are using that term wrong. All right? So that's it. You got owned. You've been owned multiple times. If you want to keep getting owned, keep running your mouth.
I just don't get presuppositionalism because
At all.
they just assert what they believe in, and then now we have to get to what your actual argument is. So please don't do presuppositionalism. Just either do the I believe that the world is 6,000 years old because blah, 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 or I think God works in mysterious ways and it happens over 4.5 billion years because blah, blah, blah.
And to address what LSF has said in this side chat over here, LSF says your observation will fall foul of the problem of induction. Yes, the problem of induction is a thing. But guess what? The fact that there's a problem of induction does not mean that induction itself fails. Okay? The problem of induction is when you take that to a specific degree. But that does not mean that we just take induction and throw it out the fucking window. Yes, we recognize that there are unreliable aspects to this. And yes, I acknowledge that worldviews get hung on a horn of the trilemma no matter what your worldview is. It's irrelevant. Okay? We recognize the limitations, we acknowledge them, and then we try to do our best to work within the confines and not fall prey to them. That's why we develop methodologies that eliminate their effect. It's not that hard. Okay? The fact that you find this difficult to understand is not my problem. To quote Professor Dave.
But yeah, it's been fun. We've had a few different conversations.
Yeah, this was good. I knew bringing PMARS up was going to be a mistake. I just knew. Well, at least it would blow up like this. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, I didn't want to say. I don't want to bring up rehashing, but he is the one of the few who's earned a loving ban for throwing a hissy fit and spamming racist stuff after. But you know, he's calm when everything's going his way. Do.
Mana. All right. I think that's good. I think we're at a good spot. It's about 2:30 now, so I've been going about 5 hours on this live chat. So 5 hours on this live stream. So a huge giant thank you, Amy, for coming out and joining me. It's always an absolute pleasure. You want to shill your stuff for the audience?
Sure. Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure as always as well, JL Warren. Me and my co-host James W. do skeptic content at youtube.com/Amy Newman. Very original, I know. We like to have a comedy edge, though we also use epistemology and ontology in our vocabulary. So there. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone in chat, both chats and everybody that came up to talk to us. But I think that if you are in JL's, you should be liking, following, subscribing, because he was an amazing host with the most. And yeah, thank you so much. Hey.
Thank you. And yes, thank you to everybody who's in the audience there. I'm sorry we weren't able to get to everybody, but thank you for the people that put your hands up. We had some really interesting conversations. So, and of course, we do this every single month, courtesy of the politics server. So if you're not, obviously for those in the live chat who are on my channel right now, the link to the politics server is down in the description. So be sure to smack that if you'd like to join it and have these conversations, with other people in other rooms. So we'd love to have you out there and love to see you there. So appreciate that. Thank you to the politics server. Thank you to Taco, even though he's not around, he doesn't hear this, but thank you, Taco, for setting it up and make sure we were good to go. Thank you for Amy for saving my ass because I was afraid I was going to be alone today. So I appreciate that.
Lovely to be here.
This was an absolute blast. So definitely every third Sunday on the politics server, you can join us. I'll have a guest. We'll do this again. I believe that the next date is going to be June 16th. June 16th will be the next edition of the Stage of Reason. So thank you all very, very much. I appreciate that. And yeah, like, share, subscribe if you dig this kind of content. Be sure to on both Amy's channel and mine. So we appreciate it. I think that's pretty much it. So I think we'll end it there. Cool.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much. It was lovely being here. Goodbye.
Take care, everybody. All right. Whew. That got intense at some points. And it can. It does sometimes get intense. Presuppositionalist, man. Presups are tough. Presups are really, really tough. But I saw some new people in there. DeFreak, good to see you. Gauden's Raber as well. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I saw a bunch of names pop in there, so I'm sorry I didn't get to everybody. Otto, the Merlin, good to see you. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this. So yeah, like if you enjoyed this, we do this every third Sunday. So every third Sunday in the politics server, you can come by and hang out with us or listen to, I do this live stream as well. So I appreciate that. And a huge giant thank you to all of the brand new memberships, all the people who gifted memberships, to the super chat, super stickers as well. We appreciate that. It's it helps me to run this whole thing and keep this whole thing going. So you guys rock. I appreciate that. And I think I saw I Killed Earl has been a member of the Godless Army for 10 months. Thank you so much, I Killed Earl, for that support. I do appreciate that. It's okay, Earl. It's all right. I was, I figured you might have had like a conflict, but we'll get it on track, and we'll be able to take care of it. It's all good. It was the only way I knew to. I figured I could get all. I knew that you have a messenger option, but I know some people don't like just getting like messages on Messenger like out of the blue. So I wanted to. I just sent you. I wanted to send you an email. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. So it was interesting. If this didn't go off, like if we didn't get anybody, I actually had a video that I was going to break down. I was going to like walk through and break down from a video from Gothics. If you're familiar with that content creator, it was a video that she actually deleted because she was attacking atheism, and she was she put it out there, and the backlash was so bad that she actually deleted it off her channel. But I saved it. I have it. I have Gothics trying to talk about atheism, and making the moral argument and shit like that, which is absolutely hilarious. It's so phenomenally bad. It's almost as bad as Made by Jim Bob stuff. Just to throw that out there. And if you're not subscribed to Jefferson Spatchcock did a breakdown of one of Jim Bob's videos, and it's so bad, it's so atrocious. So it's just bad, which is why he's in here telling me. It was why he's in my live chat telling me that eyes are universal. I don't know where he gets his thinking. I really don't. I just don't. I'm like a cheerleader. I can't even, I have no idea. But yeah, this was fantastic. A lot of good conversation. So I hope you all enjoyed it very, very much. Like I said, even Prophet Azad was dunking on Jim Mob. Jim Mob is his new name. Yeah, he's no longer Jim Bob. He's Jim Mob is his name. So yeah, it's not smart stuff. It's not good stuff. It's straw mans all day. Shit like that. Straw mans and begging the question and just, like total misrepresentations and fucking verbal semantics and verbal games, word games, shit like that. Not to mention, in my opinion, this is my opinion. People may find it differently, but I find his animations fucking cringe, and his voice work is as a professional voice actor, someone who does that, who works in the sound booth for, dubs anime and shit, his voice work is fucking atrocious. Like, just not good whatsoever. It helps if you emote. It helps if you actually emote, to actually provide depth to the characters that you're parodying. I'm just saying, just take it from a professional. Take it from someone who's been doing it for years. That's part of what goes into voice acting. Just a little advice from a professional to an amateur. All right. So I think it's going to be it. I think that's where we're going to call it. So a huge giant thank you to everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate that. You guys rock. I'm going to be popping over to Jefferson Spatchcock's channel because I think he's going live here in a bit. Or he may have a live show or a live stream for this Sunday. So maybe I'll see some of you over there. I hope you all have a fantastic day. And remember, be safe, be excellent to each other. and together we can bridge the divide.